Gentlemen, welcome to the Green Park Hotel and Resort here in beautiful Istanbul. We're here gathered today for East versus West 5, arguably the biggest collection of exceptional arm wrestlers ever established. This is going to be an incredible night of action put together by Engin Terzi, the Enigma of Rage. And what a card we have for you tonight. 15 of the very, very best from all around the world. We want to say in advance thank you to everybody who's taken the time to tune in and check out tonight's show. We know we got something very special for you right here today. Let's hear from our commentary team, Mr. Gary Goodridge and Raymond Slepinj.
Good evening from Istanbul. We are here for the East versus West 5. My name is Coach Ray, Raymond Slepinj, and I'm joined by Gary Goodridge, legend of arm wrestling. How you doing?
Excellent. I'm here. I'm excited about what's going on. Let's get going.
So today we have 15 amazing arm wrestling super matches. And of course, the main event that everyone's been waiting for. Devil Rat returns to arm wrestling table to face Evgeny Prudnik. I think it's gonna... We can't top this at this point. This is the best arm wrestling can offer. Probably the strongest athletes on the planet right now are right here to face each other, to see who is the strongest. A lot of matches. It's going to be intense night. I'm really excited. I can't wait. Gary, are you ready?
Neither can I. I'm ready too. I'm excited to be here. I can't wait to see what happens at the end.
Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get this thing started, but to do so, we need a little bit of extra help up at this arm wrestling table. And to do that, we've assembled a team of the best referees in the world, years of experience at arm wrestling competition all around the world. Please welcome our referees on stage. Broad representation here of nations and of experience. These guys have been at the arm wrestling table themselves. Tonight, they will take command of some of the biggest matches in the world here at East versus West 5. Our referee team tonight, ladies and gents. So, without further ado, I think it's time that we get things started, guys. What do you reckon? Let's bring our arm wrestlers to the table right now. And first of all, this man has flown from across the world, and we'd like you to welcome him here tonight. Please give a big round of applause for the Australian national champion, Mr. Ryan Blue Bowen. Ryan Blue Bowen, Australia's #1 here, East versus West 5. And his opponent hails from the great arm wrestling nation of Georgia. He is a multiple WAF world champion. Welcome him now, making his way to the table, Zurab Tavberidze.
Zurab Tavberidze gonna face Ryan Bowen. So everyone knows Ryan is the underdog in this match. Zurab Tavberidze, a well-established arm wrestler. Both of them have pulled in East versus West 4. Both of them suffered a loss. Today, they're here for redemption to climb that ladder. Gary?
You know what? This young man here from Australia, he's quite strong. I've seen him in the hall quite a bit. He looks like he's ready for this. I think he's going to be hard to pull today.
Yeah, sure. Ryan has put in a lot of work preparation for this match. Zurab Tavberidze, well established. We see his arms are massive. He can pull for days. At this point, I think he has the best East versus West match of all time versus Ron Bat. And today we will see who is the better arm wrestler. Expect a hook from Zurab and expect a top roll from Ryan.
It looks like he's getting ready for the hook. As you can see, his wrist is kind of bent down, so you can expect a hook from the Australian.
Top
Sorry.
roll attempt takes the hand.
Excuse me, I meant you.
He meant top roll, yeah.
I meant top
He
roll.
meant top roll, yeah. But it's a good, like we know Ryan, like the thing that Ryan was working for is to take that wrist. He took that wrist without the strap. Let's see if he can do it in the strap. If Ryan can pull this off, this will be a huge upset in my mind. He put in a lot of work and a lot of preparation. Mentally, he was ready.
I believe this young man can do it, simply because how they started there. He got the slip, but it looks like he's gonna have a rough time.
Zurab has a lot of power pulling without his hand. He pulled with John Brzenk and pinned him twice when John took his wrist. So let's see how much of a stopping power Ryan Bowen has.
Brian Bowen all the way. He's gonna do it. Watch this. You can always tell how confident he is by the look on his face. The grip in the hand, of course, is quite positive. Look at that. He's ready to go.
Ryan's setup in the straps is really good. He's very good in the straps. We see Zurab putting his shoulder behind, setting up high. Will kind of go for a press or a side pressure.
Definitely a press. He's coming in with a press.
With all that shoulder in, smaller lever. Ryan wants to run out. Moment of truth. Right now, round one.
Australia's about the top roll. Australia's going over to the top.
Yeah, Ryan is in great position. He's like Zurab even cannot have a nice, good, clean grip. See how high Ryan is. So we are here for referee's grip. Referee's grip. I don't know which one favors. We'll see right now. Zurab is giving a little bit straightened out. Harder to get that shoulder in. Let's see how much power these guys have. And Zurab gets his wristband in comfortable position, and finishes Ryan easily.
He just made a statement there. His statement was, "You ain't as strong as me. I'm coming in for you."
very deep.
That was good. Very good.
Ryan for sure is punching up in this match, but if you work hard enough, maybe for the round three, like we talked before, and I told him like, what is scenario? He's like, I really want to flash pin him. I'm like, man, you have to focus on that round three. Put on a wear and tear on his hand. Make sure he gets a little bit tired. Then you have better chances, because you need to take Zurab's wrist. There's a lot of power inside.
See, the problem these days is that how arm wrestlers don't go fast. I don't know why they don't bust out of the gates like Ben Johnson. And everybody goes slow pressure. The thing you have to do, these arm wrestlers got to come out of the gates like 0 to 100 miles an hour right away. For some reason, these two guys are just pressing nice and slow, eventually go. That is where everybody, that's where you can tell a win from a loss easy, because you got to bust out of the gates.
That is right. Speed is a weapon, but not everyone has the gift of speed. Ryan is not known for being really fast. He works more to get control of this match as well. Zurab got in position and he didn't finish. He could finish straight away, but he wants to wear and tear a little bit of Ryan's pronator and his back pressure, so he gets tired. If anything happens, you put a little mileage on your opponent's arm. That's gonna, help you in later rounds.
Yeah, these guys are getting pumped up. You can see the Australian there getting a little pumped up. Look at him trying to get a good grip. Obviously, he's the top roller. The other one's a hooker.
Let's see if he can slip in this one.
They're going to the straps.
Yeah.
This is going to the straps.
Yeah, straps.
Right up we go.
Much better start from Zurab. This time, we didn't see it close. Maybe we'll see a replay, but I didn't think if he lost the...
The thing is, here's the thing. He's got John Brzenk in his corner, which means that how he knows how to manipulate everything. So these straps are going more for the person with the strongest arm as well as back pressure. So the top roller is going to go over top. That's the Australians going over top, and the hooker is more than likely his hands are going to flop. His wrist is going to flop. So is going to be stuck there for a little while unless the top roller can finish it off, take his shoulder and come in. Sorry, take his wrist and come in and shoulder press. So we'll see a lot from that. Here we go. See, the setup is everything.
It's very good setup for Zurab this time. Ryan's trying to get, but the buckle on your hand doesn't help you. It kind of pulls you down a little bit, and especially if you're facing someone that wants to get on your wrist, on your arm, like Zurab, it's very hard to get out.
See, I think that's quite different. The buckle does help you. As you can see, the
Shoulder.
press,
shoulder,
the
get his
other wants to go and hook.
Yeah, he's way deeper inside of the
And
arm.
not only that, it looks like the straps are lower down on his wrist. So that's a problem.
Zurab takes full control
He didn't
and
go
top
fast.
rolls Ryan. I have seen this somewhere before. It's not looking good for Ryan. We know he put a lot of work, but like this was, in my opinion, before this was an overreach. He put in a lot of work that will help him in the long run, but Zurab is well established. We know he's a beast at 100 kilos. For Ryan, we see there's still a huge difference in strength that he needs to achieve. We're going to go to the round 3. Let's see what's the plan for Ryan in this one. As we saw a top roll from Zurab that I have never seen before.
Yes. Like I said, once you put people in the straps, it makes their hand bigger. It makes their hand stronger. The person with the heaviest back pressure is really, it benefits them. Unless the Australian gets the back pressure going for his weight, he's about to go down this run. He's not going to be able to last.
I feel like looking at the setup, Ryan's going to hit straight into the hook. He's kind of kicking low. He didn't waste time at anything. He's going to go inside just for the hook.
And you can actually see his wrist is kind of bent a little bit. And
Both of them.
There you go, back
Went
into
for
the
a top
strap.
roll.
This will always be in the strap because the guy that's stronger in the hook, his wrist will always give to the guy that's taking the wrist and then forced to go into a straps. So now it goes into the guys that's stronger's power. So like the other match is going to happen the same way unless the Australian can take his wrist and press it down.
Move him back as well.
But I have a hard time seeing the Australian do that. It's
No, I think Ryan is. He still needs to work on that top roll. Maybe he gets something. Being a little bit, cheeky in his setup. Get a little bit something more going. He's trying low hand grip, but that low hand grip, he's so far inside. Like Zurab is so far inside Ryan's arm that it doesn't help him.
Here's the thing is. The thing is that how once you put on the straps, it does not make a difference. The difference is where the straps come down on your wrist. So the straps are really down low on the guy's wrist. So the Mr. Australia is going to go back. It's actually better for him, yes.
Yeah, it's a good setup. Buckle is on Zurab. Way better start from Ryan. Good job, Ryan. Full King's move. Full
So
King's
he
move
pulls
from
away
Ryan.
from his arm. And he had, if he couldn't, if he
Was it a
could
pin?
not, yes, it was.
Pin.
It was a pin.
No problems. No pin? Let's go.
2-9.
Was it really a pin? It didn't feel like a pin.
You see, when you end up in that position, what
Let's
happened
see.
was
Maybe let's see a replay, but referee's call is a pin. 3-0 victory for Zurab. Way better setup. Way more aggressively. Ryan hit this one. I think Zurab a little bit underestimated him. Took the wrist, but still Zurab just pulled through. Congratulations to Zurab Tavberidze for winning this match.
Yeah.
So Ryan Bowen put in work, tried his best. Zurab Tavberidze was stronger athlete today. Last time he suffered a loss to Chan Shaw, but now he is back, and we're gonna go to interview with Neil Pickup.
Там телефон и карточка, а так ничего нет.
All right, Zurab, congratulations to your absolute dominant performance today. You look absolute beast. Did you expect anything different from Ryan, or did the match went as you expected?
წონა მომატებული ქონდა თავიდანვე რომ შევხედე და შევამჩნიე, ველოდი რომ ფიზიკური ძალაც ექნებოდა მომატებული. პირველი ორი რაუნდი ზუსტად ისე წავიდა, როგორც მე მინდოდა. მესამე რაუნდში ჩვენ როცა პირდაპირ ეთერში ვიყავით, ნათქვამი მქონდა რომ თუ 2-0 იქნება ანგარიში, მაჯას მოგცემდა, ისე შევძლებ შენს დამარცხებას, თუმცა სტარტი დავაკელი, მაჯა მთლად არ მიმიცია, თუმცა მესამე რაუნდი იმიტომ გამოდგა ესე შემეძლო მესამე რაუნდშიც ადვილად დამესრულებინა, იმიტომ რომ გრძნობდი, ვაკონტროლებდი ძალით გადაწევას.
So he said that obviously Ryan was bigger than last time we saw him. Then this was very good for Zurab as well himself. He appreciates that. He said that first two rounds were exactly like the way he anticipated, and he said. And then the third round, he also said that once he was live at Engin's channel, and he said when he was asked about these dimensions of the matches, he said that third round he would give him a wrist if first round he would beat Ryan, and he tried to do so, but from the Ryan side it didn't went the way he predicted, so that's why we saw the third round somewhat in a different shape, but he still thinks that it was really easy for him.
ადგილზე მაჯას ვერ მიმცევდი, იმიტომ რომ შემდეგ სამომავლოდ კიდე შეჯიბრი მიწევს და ხელს გავუფრთხილდი.
Yeah, he wanted to escape from injuries, didn't want to risk any injuries, so that's why he did not completely give his wrist. Yeah.
მინდა გადავუხადო რაიანს, იმიტომ რომ ძალიან მომატებული ქონდა ძალა წინა შეჯიბრთან შედარებით, წარმატებებს უსურვებდა, პიროვნულად ძალიან ვაფასებ, ასევე როგორც სპორტსმენს ძალიან ვაფასებ და მინდა გამოვხატო ეს დაფასება მის მიმართ.
And he made sure that I would give his awards directly to Ryan Bowen. He appreciates you, Ryan. He thanks you for taking this match so responsibly, gained your shape best as you could, and he just wanted to show you appreciation and thanks to you, Ryan.
Thank you. One more question, Zurab. Who would you like to pull next now that you won?
ძალიან მინდა ჩემი შემდეგი მეტოქე იყოს ტოდ ჰაჩინგსი, იმიტომ რომ ჰუკში როცა ამბობენ რომ ძალიან ძლიერია და დაუმარცხებელია, ყველა გაურბის, ჰუკში არ წევს მასთან არავინ, აი თავის ძლიერ წერტილში შევალ და იქ გადავწევ, ტოდ ჰაჩინგსი მინდა ძალიან მეტოქეთ.
So most of you pretty much understood, but yeah, his opponent, he's willing to be Todd Hutchings, because everyone's saying that all the opponents trying to escape from Todd's hook, and he's willing to prove to everyone that he's gonna go dive straight into this deep hook and prove everyone wrong, and also prove to everyone that he's capable of beating Todd in Todd's favorite spot.
You heard it, everybody. You heard the Todd Hutchings. Thank you, Zurab, once again.
Ryan and Zurab, this was the look at the first round, first match of the day.
As you can see, the young man here is bailing. I believe he intentionally bailed so he can get in the strap.
He wants the strap. Absolutely, he wants the strap. But in a strap, it's too much power for Zurab.
It's too much power, but the thing is that how he bailed and he wanted to get out of there. So, because the thing is, when you put on the straps are the extra fingers that holds around. That's what it actually simulates. So as you can see, when he's going in, he gives his wrist so that he can get into to exactly where he wants to be. As you can see, he wasn't able to come out, so he can use his arm to pull him down. So the straps actually helps you hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go with our second match of the night. Well, unusually, and an event entitled East versus West. This one is East versus East. But wow, check out these competitors. Firstly, Representing Kazakhstan, I'd like you to welcome a multiple WAF world champion making his debut here in East versus West 5. Please raise the roof for Georgiy Dzeranov.
Georgiy Dzeranov from Kazakhstan. This is the biggest I have seen this man. He's a vicious top roller. Just look at him.
Yes, he's certainly got the size on his hands. And he looks ready. He's ready. He's pumped up. I expect a lot from this individual.
Ladies and gentlemen, Georgia's opponent is also making his debut here in East versus West 5, and he brings with him a gang of confidence, a gang of character, and a gang of hype. Welcome him now, making his way to the table, Sergey Kalinichenko.
Sergey Kalinichenko from Ukraine. He is ready. He's been gunning. He came to the last East versus West wearing a mask, beaten everyone on arm wrestling table, and he's ready to take on Georgiy Dzeranov. Two guys very motivated, very dedicated to the sport. And
I don't know. I think Georgiy is looking a little better today. He's got his mind more to it. See how he's massaging his mind and his shoulders. I look for this man to have some good things today.
oh, in my opinion, Georgiy is the favorite in this one. Well-established arm wrestler, multiple-time world champion. He is the favorite in this one. Kalinichenko says he is ready. Let's see if he is ready for this match.
You know, they're trying to stretch their fingers around. Look at that. Everyone is jostling for the best grip, pulling their arms back, side pressure, back pressure, trying to intimidate each other here now.
That first grip up always tells you a lot about your opponent.
It means absolutely everything.
Yeah.
You got to get your hand high on that knuckle. You got to make your opponent know that you're ready.
I think it's going to be a hook.
Yeah.
Looks like a hook. Both of them just trying to get a better position for the shoulder, for the forearm, for the wrist.
The point at this time, what you have to do is your arm needs to be relaxed because you need to be able to tell everyone.
Wow! Sergey Kalinichenko. Georgiy tried to top roll him, stopped him, and just pulled him to the side.
This is the thing that is called speed. You have to move on your friend's arm, on your opponent's arm. If you don't move on your opponent's arm, when you go from 0 to 100, it's hard for your opponent to stop. When you go from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3, and to get to that 100, by the time you get there, the guy with the speed already got it.
Sergey Kalinichenko just impressed the world. And I don't know why Dzeranov didn't try to go for a hook, but he tried top roll and he couldn't slip out.
He couldn't.
Even that,
he couldn't do it.
Sergey's hand looks incredible in this first round. Let's see what the adjustments athletes make for the round number 2.
If he comes back with the same thing again, he's going to be victorious. He's going to win again. He moved very fast, and that beginning is everything. As you can see, when they put their hands up together, they both look for the same thing.
Yes.
But once they put their hands together, you can see he's got a little jump. He, like I said, he goes from 0 to 100. That's what you have to do in arm wrestling. A big plus.
Yeah. Let's see if the speed is the factor in this one. Containment of the fingers from Sergey. And let's see the strategy changes for Dzeranov. I expected him to hook. I know him as a great inside puller, really powerful, really strong. But this time he was trying to maybe get the strap and somehow just couldn't slip out.
He's not comfortable with his wrist at all.
He doesn't feel comfortable at all.
No, you can see it.
Yeah. Kalinichenko looks very good. He's very high on Sergey's fingers. Same scenario.
No,
wow. Same thing. Same thing. Absolutely. Same finger containment. No strap. Can't even slip out.
It did not look like the referee had enough time to move their hand out of the way when he said go.
Sergey told
fast.
he is ready.
Look at this.
I believe he is ready for everyone on the planet. That is a big statement. We still have one more round that Sergey needs to win to finish this match as the winner. Let's see on a corner of Dzeranov. They're trying to figure out what to do. I don't understand. Maybe there's an injury why he doesn't pull inside, but he just can't do anything there.
Right now he's on the side, rubbing his arm down, doing push-ups and chin-ups and trying to move.
That is right. That is right. Sergey looks very comfortable. He's in cruise control. He's winning. Of course, he has nothing, to change. He will try to do the same thing. You will see just what his opponent is trying to do. Are they gunning for the strap? I can't figure out what's happening here.
I don't think it would make a difference for the straps or not. But I believe the one gentleman's going to bail. He's going to bail, and this guy is going to go over top.
Yeah.
Yes. So I believe you're going to see a bail. He's going to bail.
Sergey's very comfortable, and he looks relaxed. Of course, he's winning. Let's see, Dzeranov versus Kalinichenko, round number 3. He's taking his time.
What's this young man's name?
Georgiy Dzeranov.
Georgiy Dzeranov is going to bail. He's going to bail.
Yeah, he needs the strap. He needs to change something. He needs to change something. I was surprised. I'm really surprised. I know him as a great inside puller, but that top roll versus Kalinichenko clearly isn't working. Even now, he's setting up with the back pressure, maybe with some intention to go inside, but maybe there's an injury or something that we don't know about. Round number 3. Is it Sergey's day? Or Dzeranov will change something? Dzeranov a little bit more bull in the center, side pressure position.
Straps.
No, referee's grip before. In referee's grip, I think it would be easier to get to the strap because it's slowed down. It's not as fast as regular grip up. Georgiy Dzeranov, Sergey Kalinichenko. Kazakhstan versus Ukraine.
Knuckles.
Beautiful, great wrap. I still think he's going to bail.
Knuckles.
This?
Yes.
Stay your wrist, okay?
Okay.
Either he's gonna surprise us with a fast hook or a press, or he needs that strap as soon as possible.
Knuckles.
This knuckles.
Yes.
Okay.
Jostling for the right position. Got it here.
That's a foul. That's an elbow foul.
Yep, he beat me there because I thought he was going to bail, and he actually shot it for a hook.
Okay, referee's grip. Or my grip. Okay? This don't move. Back.
Taking the grip, referee's grip, 1 elbow foul on Georgiy Dzeranov. Sergey Kalinichenko needs a pin, or he needs him to fall out. Tries to pull in a hook, stops him, gets to the position. He needs to be very careful with that elbow. Very careful. Digs in deep. Sergey is stopped. Dzeranov in good position, but he needs to check that elbow. Be careful in this match. Finally, we see what Georgiy Dzeranov does best is fight in a hook. We see the back pressure is draining, and it's a pin. Back on the scoreboards, Georgiy Dzeranov. 2 versus 1. Sergey Kalinichenko still in the lead, but this might change the tides, This might change whose momentum is going to take this match.
And to me, you know what the difference was? He did not go first. He did not try to go fast. He went with pressure. And that
Referee's
pressure
grip slows things down.
It does. It did definitely because he wasn't able to bust out of the blocks.
Yeah.
See, he started slow, so he didn't have the advantage. That is the difference between speed and just going pressure. You have to move out of the blocks 100 miles an hour. And he moved out of 1 mile an hour, and the other guy moved out of 1. So it became who was the strongest at that point.
No, I think Dzeranov just needs to get inside. Maybe he will be gunning again for that referee's grip and work a little harder. This was a tough round on both of them. Don't make any mistakes. Sergey is still in this match, but let's see how much he drained in this one. He didn't want to be in that hook versus Dzeranov, but he ended up there.
See, here's the thing now. He was great with the speed, and he stopped it. For the first one, he was speed. He was there. Now he just stopped it, and he got pulled out a little longer. Now that his arms are a little pumped up, for him to go with the speed is kind of hard now. So I would give the win.
Well,
This next time.
let's see how much energy he has for that, because right now, like, if you would be pulling, you would think like, okay, I have to put everything in this one start. Everything I have, finish quick, pull, go to the side. You just put everything in this one, because you just need one. You just need one pin, and you're the winner.
Absolutely, I understand what you're saying, but this guy here, he needs to get out of the blocks, and he's having a problem. He's not going to be as fast as he was last because they both had a long pull that last time.
Let's see if Georgiy hand hasn't been intact and he's ready to get in that hook. He's gunning for that hook a little bit more than he did on the first ones. Strap again, I would think, favor Georgiy from this point on, but Sergey looks a little bit tired. He took a lot out of his back pressure and pronator. It's very hard to get a good top roll going without those things. Hand is still good, but let's see and wait. Round number 4. First slip.
They cannot go with speed anymore.
Yeah. It's terrible feeling when you feel the match is slipping away. When that ace in your box is just
and
not
your wrist
there.
starts giving, your mind starts giving, then you kind of settle in your mind that okay, I'm gonna get second place. You question yourself if you want to win.
Yeah. He needs to keep himself calm, figure out the best way for victory, and just get that one pin. Just get that one pin. Get that one pin going. And that's it.
Well, we'll see after this match. This next up will
tell us everything.
Yes.
Yeah. I feel if Georgiy wins this one, his chances of winning just skyrocketed. Because again,
absolutely.
Wear and tear, straps. He feels better. He look like, even looking at them both, you see that Georgiy has more energy. He doesn't look that much tired, and Sergey is feeling that round number 3.
Sergey's got to jump in there with a shoulder press. He's got to go in with the shoulder press. He cannot go fast anymore because
he's gonna get just turned in. He's just gonna get turned in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Georgiy's wrist is gonna hold up. Yes. Yes. Catched him.
There you go.
Elbow foul for Sergey.
No.
That was a pin. Oh yeah, that was a pin. Yeah, I see it right here. Yeah. That was a pin. 2-2. Georgiy Dzeranov, Sergey Kalinichenko. I feel like this is Georgiy's match to take. Sergey's asking if there was a pin, but I feel like before even this one, before they stopped, there was a pin. Yeah, that was. Yeah.
Sometimes it happens so fast that you can't really. The referee has a hard time knowing, and you have a hard time feeling it. Like this is that position John Brzenk and I had in 1998. We were in Paris, and I kept on pumping on his arm the same way, and that same thing happened. When I pinned him like that, he protested it right away, but it was too late. It was gone.
It was a pin.
Once that pumping starts on your arm and you keep going, it just every time he hit, it takes out of your arm more than what it should have.
Georgiy's very aggressive. We know that he has a lot of side pressure power. I still don't understand what happened on those first 2 rounds. Maybe an injury, so he needed maybe get a little bit warmed up before he can really hit that hook, or he wanted that strap. It's kind of weird, but he took control. I believe at this point it will be very hard to beat him.
He needs to get in now with the shoulder press. When he gets in there, he needs to get in with the shoulder press and just flop his wrist over, simply because if he wants to win. The thing is, here's the thing. How much do you want to win if you're not willing to cheat? His way of winning right now is, of course, he called it cheat and win, but he's got to flop his wrist, look for straps, and flop his wrist to win.
Yeah, he needs to go fast, and he just goes to the pin pad.
Go to the slip.
Yeah, maybe change something, maybe surprise Georgiy, because Georgiy is still expecting that top roll, but maybe you can surprise him with a press,
Yeah.
a flopless press.
No.
Yes.
Round
Going to the
number
straps.
5. Round number 5. I feel like there's going to be straps again, or Georgiy tried a top roll. We saw that Sergey's hand kind of buckled a little bit under the pressure.
Yes, so Sergey is definitely going for jumping in with a flop wrist.
Yeah, that's one warning.
Sergey is jumping in with a flop wrist. If you can see that last time, his fingers and his wrist started going right at the beginning of that. So this is what's going to happen here. Is going to the straps.
Can Georgiy contain him? Can Georgiy contain
I don't
him?
think so.
Yeah, I think he wants the strap as well.
There you go.
Yeah.
Get the straps.
He knows in the strap it's way harder to escape him. He can just hook him and get in good position.
Yes.
We have a referee's grip. Referee's grip. Again, less speed for Sergey. Favors Georgiy.
Just back. Okay. Back. Don't move. Shoulder straight. Don't move. Don't move. First. Up. Don't move. Don't move. Up.
There's a
Don't
slip.
move.
There's a slip. Oh, it looks like they're both going for the hook. For some reason, it looks like they're both going to the hook.
Open it.
They're going to reset it. Reset it. A lot of nerves in this one. Both guys are one pin away from victory. You want to win. You don't want to waste time. You want to win. You don't want to waste energy.
Yeah. This is the point this they're getting pumped up.
No. Good.
What is going on here? Sergey says no. He felt like Georgiy was taking some advantage on him.
That's the thing with this arm wrestling. There's so much that you have to put in that nobody sees. Sometimes referees have a hard time even seeing it.
Yes.
There's so many little techniques that nobody sees. Here we go.
And full hook, full display. Elbow foul on Georgiy Dzeranov. One elbow foul on Georgiy Dzeranov.
But of course, he took something out of his partner. His wrist got down.
Yeah,
His,
I believe he jumped, but he jumped at the beginning of the match, so he got elbow foul. But yeah, for sure.
But the thing is with that is when they jump like that on your arm, it's only a foul. Sometimes it's worth it to take the foul, to take something out of pressure, out of power, out of your opponent's arm.
Yeah.
So
He pulled on his back pressure. He took his wrist. Georgiy's in a great position right now to win this match. Even now, he has one elbow foul. He needs to be careful. I think he can get the strap and settle it, in more safe way. Because you need to be careful. If you move too much in referee's grip, you get a second foul, you just lost the match. And you don't want to lose this match on fouls.
Up. Don't move.
Straight your wrist, straight.
Don't
straight,
move.
Straight, straight.
Up. Don't move. Ready, go!
In a hook, Georgiy Dzeranov, full control, takes the wrist.
there we go. Oh, slipping and losing.
I believe it's a win. It's a pin, yes. Yes. Georgiy Dzeranov comes back from 2-0 and take this match. How impressive was that?
Very impressive. This young man just surprised me for sure.
That shows like you have good nerves. You keep thinking about not the rounds you lost, but the rounds you might win. He was focused on a goal. He was doing his, and he just finished it in the best fashion possible.
Here's the thing. The other guy was really good at starting, and if you notice, in the end,
Yeah, we're gonna come back right now. Interview with Artyom Taranenko.
know your match kind of started a little bit rough out there, but the third match you were able to change the outcome. Tell me what happened. Первые два раунда ты проиграл, но смог изменить матч на третьем раунде. Как это твоя стратегия была?
У меня была стратегия, и я ее придерживался. На самом деле Сергей оказался очень сильным, и его верх на данный момент был сильнее, чем мой. И я просто начал бороться в крюк.
I had a strategy that I tried to kept a long way, but Sergey was really, really strong, and his topple was actually a lot stronger than mine, so I just started hooking. Who would you like to pull next now? С кем захотел сейчас побороться? Следующий. Кто будет следующий соперник?
Не могу сказать. Сперва надо отойти от этого поединка. С кем-нибудь попроще. Ну, если наберу форму и буду чувствовать себя хорошо, то, в принципе, готов бороться практически с любым.
I really actually would like to rest right now before I even take any other match. But, however, if I do get in a really, really nice shape, I would like to pull anybody. Congratulations, Georgiy. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go with match number 3 on tonight's card, and we move into the lighter weight classes for a battle of the top roll specialists. USA versus Lithuania go next here at East versus West 5. Let's introduce our athletes, the first of whom hails from Alabama in the United States of America. He's a multiple US national champion and WAL champion. Give a round of applause to the Bum Bull, Justin Bishop.
Bull is back. Bama Bull is back. Alabama's own Justin Bishop. We see that signature hat. He's so ready to go. He weighed in at 82 kilos. The match was set for 82 kilos. He dropped down a little weight to come down here and is so ready to pull Mindaugas Tarasaitis.
Ladies and gentlemen, Justin's opponent is massively talented, massively experienced, and he's making his way here to the table tonight, representing Lithuania by way of Copenhagen, Denmark. Please give a round of applause to this former Nemirov Cup world champion and the former WAF champion of the world, Mindaugas Moriarty Tarasaitis.
Mindaugas Tarasaitis, weighing in at 76 kilos, is ready to go. I think World of Arm Wrestling in lightweight categories, you don't need introduction to figure out who Mindaugas is. If you look at both of these guys, you might think there's a huge difference between them. Mindaugas looks so unassuming, you know, and then you see Justin Bishop with huge traps, huge shoulders. Who you got in this one? Both of them are excellent top rollers. Different styles, but excellent top rollers.
I think Justin impressed me in the elevator. He impressed me. I see a lot of things. I look for a lot of things from him today. You know, he's dealing with several different problems at the time. So sometimes outside problems affect your arm.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, we'll see.
Mindset is the most important thing in this one. Mindaugas pulls very interesting defensive style top roll, which is always fast, but what he goes for, he doesn't go for a pin, he goes for control. Justin, on the other hand, can do a lot of different stuff. He can go straight down all top roll based, but his arm is strong as a rock.
Straight grip.
We see negotiation in a grip. Both top rollers is usually fighting for that better hand, wrist, knuckle position, and we're gonna end up in referee's grip. I feel like it's on the first one. It's just gonna be a slip, and both of them get the strap because
100%.
they're top rollers, and they both know that no guy is gonna hold on. You know, if one of them was an inside puller, he might try to hold on to get that wrist position, but none of them is gonna hold on.
Yes, it's going to be difficult. So, yes, 100%, two top rollers, you're going for a slip. There's going to be a slip. You don't even have to go for it. It's coming.
Go.
Yes.
100%.
What you running for?
Yes.
Huh? Why are you running?
We predicted it absolutely right. I think they just
No worries.
they know they want to get the strap, but they believe that opponent's arm will buckle, and you kind of can put on a little bit of fatigue on your opponent's arm. So you still want to fight for that grip a little bit, and then get the slip. Not because you can always ask for the strap, and they'll just give it to you.
Now, the problem is, like I said, the straps give you longer fingers for both these people. When they start trying to go for the outside pull, they really don't get it. So it comes down to who has the more strength in the arm. The bicep here at this point is everything for a top roller with the straps. So we'll see who's got the strongest bicep right about now.
Was better back pressure, better closer angle. Mindaugas, what I have seen in the past, he doesn't like the buckle being on his hand. He pulls differently when he has the buckle and when he doesn't. So let's see if that affects him right here. Justin Bishop, low handing, being really high on Mindaugas' fingers. Let's see if there's a strength gap. Let's see if there's technique gap. And
when you look at it right now, it looks like Justin's wrist, the straps are lower on his wrist. So right now you think that Justin has an advantage. He does have an advantage, but just by looking at the match.
yeah.
So
looking
we'll
at this, it feels like that. It feels like that. Justin is loading up as crazy as well.
Go.
And his wrist is down. There you go.
Yes, beautiful. Too much power from Justin Bishop. He takes this one very easily. Mindaugas wasn't thinking about fighting even back. As soon as he hit to the side, he felt he lost most of the fundamentals, back pressure, pronator, and even his wrist, so he didn't fight for it. Let's see if anything changes on round two. Justin Bishop showing the world what's up.
Here's the thing. When the strap goes so low on your hand, and it's not that low on your opponent's hand, it's a back. It's like a hammer curl coming back. So who has the stronger hammer curl will get the advantage easily, able to take the wrist and drag the arm down.
Absolutely.
Justin's got a powerful arm.
Justin has one powerful arm. We haven't seen him in a while on world stage. He's very dangerous puller, very dedicated. As you can see it in his face. Justin is right here, getting ready.
So the shoulder, again, center will be this way. It doesn't matter the elbows, Here.
Again, negotiation for the grip. Let's see if they can get the slip or get the strap without going to the referee's grip.
That isn't going to happen. That ain't going to happen.
Yeah, I feel like both.
There's
of
a referee's grip and then there's straps.
Straps, yeah. We know the scenario of this one.
Okay, stop.
Referee's grip.
We see Paul Linn in the background looking massive as always. Nil pickup watching very carefully.
I would bet you on this one that Justin's going to win the 3 in a row and take this very easily. He just looked too strong today.
He looked impressive in that first round. Let's see if Mindaugas can change anything in this one. It will be very hard just based on that first match.
And Mindaugas got to come with speed. If he does not come with speed, you can't win the same thing. There you go.
Strap.
It looked like he was a little faster on that one as well.
Mindaugas is not known for his speed. He's containment arm wrestler, and it's very hard to contain Bumbleball. He has a lot of power right there. In Mindaugas' corner, there's Ryan Bowen from Australia. Ryan has pulled, I think, Justin maybe even twice. So he has some experience with him. So he was trying to bring out, giving some tips, because when you pull someone, and most of the time arm wrestlers don't change their style that much.
So the strap's going on low on Justin's hand already. The strap shouldn't be down there. Look how low the straps are.
Looks like
It's
a
pretty low.
little bit too low, but it looks like same for Mindaugas.
From this angle, you really can't tell, but I can tell on Justin. We'll see on the other one shortly.
Let's see if Justin has a little disadvantage because the buckle is on his arm. If that changes anything, Mindaugas, like I said, he likes that. He hates it when it's on his.
The straps look about even. The straps look a bit even, so it's back pressure at this point.
Yeah. Maybe a few millimeters lower for Mindaugas. He looks like in a better position. He looks in the same position as Justin was.
His arm's going up. Yes.
Yeah.
His arm's going up straighter. Yes.
Just change.
And it's closer to his arm.
Let's see if he has power enough to stop Justin's hit and get this control of this match. So Justin loses his wrist. Mindaugas in full control in this one and pins him, just gives up. A lot of technical arm wrestling. Both of them know they don't want to fatigue themselves. Justin lost his wrist. He's like, no, F this. I'm just going to give up. Yeah. So elbow foul. Elbow foul for Justin Bishop.
Yeah, but let's close the hands a little together, because now you're pushing me down a lot.
Okay, that was an elbow foul for Justin Bishop. We are still in round number 2.
Straight your wrist. It's okay?
We celebrated too early.
The thing about this is so hard for me to watch. It is hard for me to watch arm wrestling.
Okay?
Because it just tickles them juices that make me want to arm wrestle.
That is great. Gary Goodrich comeback 2023.
Pound to pound. Center this one.
I think 2038.
Okay, thumbs down.
2038. You stick around arm wrestling tables long enough, you just have to arm wrestle.
It's one of those things.
It's one of those things. It's like itch.
Once it's in your body.
Much better, but Mindaugas in a weird position still has Justin's wrist. Justin is fighting. Mindaugas trying to put on burn. Looks like Mindaugas is defending, but I believe he is in control. He just goes back, looks at the crowd. Yes. Foul for Justin, and it's a second elbow foul, 1-1. Look at that position. It looks like he is in control, but no.
He was too far away from his arm.
Mindaugas is a weird arm wrestler. It's so hard to get by. He has immense amount of back pressure, and his hand is iron. So let's talk about that comeback you're gonna do.
And 30-39, yes.
I know, like, if I'm, let's say, commenting something and I just walk around the arm wrestling table long enough, I just get itchy.
You want to do it.
You want to do it. You just can't stop. You can't stop. Yeah.
Once it's in your blood, it's hard to walk away from.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And everybody wants to do it. If you ever took an arm wrestling table to a party, people don't even know how to arm wrestle on the table. Everybody wants to get on the table. It's just one of those things. It gets in your blood and you're there.
It is a great sport. This is why we are here. Here in East versus West, bringing you the best athletes on the planet right now. Justin Bishop from USA versus Mindaugas Tarasaitis from Lithuania. Mindaugas and Justin, 1-1.
Okay, now Justin for...
Referee's asking straight away for the strap. Would you want to do a strap?
No ref grip.
No?
Just play around until I want it. Yeah, I think it's strap and ref grip.
Why not just strap? Why not just strap, no ref grip?
Why would I give you what you want and you not give me what I want? Yeah, you have a point.
Yeah, I know, it's fine. I can, of course, I'm no problem. I'm just like...
Open.
So they're going straight to the strap?
Straight to the strap. They will not waste any time. Like both guys, like, I don't feel like there's a lot of fatigue on their arm because they gave up as soon as they were losing control. And in super match arm wrestling, that's what you want to do. If you're in a bad position,
Give it
You
up.
think about the rounds that you can win, not the rounds that you can lose.
Put your elbow down, please. No, don't pull. Me? Yeah, don't pull. I'm not doing anything. I was sleeping.
Buckle again on Mindaugas' hand. Let's see if that changes anything in this match. But I feel like Mindaugas kind of found his position. He found where he can catch.
Look where
Justin.
the straps is on Justin's hand.
Super low.
On his
Super
arm.
low.
Yeah.
Looks, yeah.
That is a big difference. And a lot of people don't understand that. That is a big difference because you can actually draw your opponent's arm back towards you much easier.
You're moving, bro.
Can I adjust a little bit? Can I adjust a little
No,
bit?
it's a referee's grip.
Yeah, but normally when you put in the referee's grip, you can still adjust a little bit. Because, you know, normally like...
Okay, no. It's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Referee's grip.
Now, if this was Dave Patton, we'd be up here for the next half hour trying to get a grip.
Both of the guys are professionals, arguing. They want that. They want every centimeter, every millimeter of that advantage that you can have. Mindaugas setting up, shoulder behind. Justin is ready just to blast to straight to the pin pad. Let's see if Mindaugas can catch him, take control, and let's see if Justin can just push through.
He's moving. He's moving. Don't move. He's moving. Come on. Who is moving. Don't move. Ready, go.
There we
And Justin's so close and pulls to the side. I have seen this so many times from Mindaugas. Every time its buckle is on his hand, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. 2-1, Justin Bishop is back in the lead. I feel like this might go to the round number 5, or Justin just pushes everything in that round number 4 and takes control. What would you do?
I think Justin has it. I think they're going to go back to the straps. Mindaugas is his. He should not go back to the straps. Justin looks like he has a stronger arm today, and they barely used it.
Yeah, I believe he can pull without the strap in this one. He needs the strap, Mindaugas as well. He wants that back pressure containment. He just wants to be a little higher in the setup, and that makes a huge difference.
A lot of people don't understand. Them straps give you an extra finger.
Yes.
And then when they hold on, where they put on your arm depends on how hard you can pull back. Last match, Justin had the straps lower on his hand, which gives him more power coming backwards.
Round number 4 is the one that's going to tell us all. Right now, Justin just needs that one pin. Mindaugas needs that one pin to be back in this match.
So what's it now? 2-1?
2-1. Justin Bishop leads. Strap straight away goes to the strap. Both guys know.
If we're in the referee's grip and he's doing this, that's, come on.
If it's only he doing this, I will.
So I can do it back?
I will warn him.
But there ain't been no warning.
Classic.
This is normal. This type of thing is normal in arm wrestling. This type of thing is normal. I tell you who was the best at this was Dave Patton. He's the best in the world ever. The best there is, the best there ever will be. This type of jostling and arguing, this would go on for the next half hour.
Just to get that best position.
Yes.
Best, absolutely the best position possible. So I believe that Justin referee Christo has come to agreement.
No, the buckle's on Justin's side. Does it really make that much of a difference?
It means, yeah. Because
Really?
you get not that much, but you go a little bit lower. So, and you have some pressure in your arm that it feels like someone else is pressing down. Now they changed the style they put on strap for the last, I would say, 10 years. So it goes under, so it's more fair. If you see, it goes through the loop. It didn't go like that back. Back in the day, who had the buckle had a huge disadvantage because your arm is always going to be tied down to your opponent's arm.
Yeah.
This time, it's not that big of a deal, but if you're a top roller and looking for that extra centimeter, makes huge difference.
Millimeter, not even
millimeter, yes.
Millimeter.
Yeah.
Look where it's
Absolutely.
Okay, just put the strap. Okay.
Yeah, but still, put it back.
One of them fighting,
It's back.
Ryan,
Come on.
Okay.
put on glasses, so
A bit more?
he can see everything that goes on that table.
okay now? A bit more? Yeah.
After this match, Ryan Bowen going to be joining me in a commentary. Gary Goodrich going to go and enjoy the rest of the show. But we are still for maybe 1 or 2 rounds in this match.
Put the elbow on the pad.
So do you believe Justin has this round too?
No, if you can see the straps where it's
Yes.
put up here.
Absolutely.
It's more in his favor right
Looks
now.
like Mindaugas has a better. Can he stop him? That's the real question.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Justin is higher, but and Mindaugas stops him. Justin goes. Will we see a flop wrist? He needs to finish this. He cannot fight. We see Paul Linn giving advice.
What did I tell you?
Elbow
What'd I tell
foul
you?
for Justin.
He had the elbow foul.
Yeah, Mindaugas wants every bit of energy be drained from Justin Bishop. He wants that.
Listen. Look, my man is way back here when you set the center. I need to be in the center when you tighten the strap.
Say it again.
I can't be reaching over here.
Okay, I will put this one.
Okay.
You always fight for everything in arm wrestling. Nothing's
100.
given. You fight for everything.
100%. Everything, even as much as a nail, a fingernail distance, you need to fight for it. Fingernail thickness, you got to fight for it. And it makes a big difference.
Absolutely.
If you start with you feeling like you don't have it, then your opponent got the edge on you. And not only physically, mentally, they got the edge on you.
I believe, like arm wrestling, that what Neil Pickup says, it's called tricky bastard. The art of becoming tricky bastard. It comes with as more time you spend into arm wrestling, more things you learn. Because sometimes you will pull someone in competition and just feels like there's nothing you can do. There's some small changes you make. You're like, oh, no, he's not that far.
Makes a big difference.
Makes a big difference.
I love it. That's what I love about this sport.
Listen.
You know.
We the same lengths. There's no reason I should be coming
But
back.
why do I have
Now
to be
he's,
here? Maybe I want
Justin
to be
You
here.
can be there. We just got to be center.
It makes a
You
big
can be wherever
difference.
you wanna
Even
be.
a
We just
centimeter,
need the center.
millimeter, like I said, makes a big difference. So you always got to ask and confront the referee for more. You always got to at the referee for more. You want more.
Yeah. Because they're gonna give it to you.
They're gonna
if
give
you
it to
ask
you.
enough, you're gonna get it. Because they're
Yes.
gonna pay attention. Because sometimes they think sometimes you can only argue for no reason, but sometimes you don't feel like referee will not see what your opponent is doing, and you have to point it out. You absolutely have to point it out.
The other thing is that how once you start arguing with the referee, they can go one or two ways. They will question themselves if they're right or wrong, or they'll just
They're like, shut up.
yes.
So still in round number 4, referee's grip, 1 elbow foul on Justin.
Again,
Better setup for
he's
Mindaugas.
flopping his wrist forward, so he's gonna get the top roll.
Yeah.
He's gonna get the top roll this
Yeah.
time. Once you flop your wrist forward,
Low hand top roll.
easier to get the top roll.
Looking for that control.
Shoulder don't move. Shoulder don't move.
Justin looking for that pin. Moment of truth, round number 4.
Oh, he's shifting his hand. See, he shifted his hand a little bit. His wrist.
Go.
Better position from Mindaugas straight from the start. Elbow foul for Justin. He gives up this round to fight another day. He knows the buckle doesn't favor Mindaugas. 2-2. We're gonna go to the round number 5. Second match in a row where we see the whole 5 rounds getting played out. So the buckle is gonna be on Mindaugas' hand. It didn't favor him. Like couldn't do anything at all. What can he do now? I have seen him pull without his wrist, and I believe that's what he's gonna do. Mindaugas can lose his wrist and still have a lot of inside pressure and overcome his opponent.
This next match will tell a lot. See where it's going.
It's all in at this point. I think both of them. Like Justin knows he has the advantage. He has to do what he did on first and third round. And Mindaugas, like, what else?
And the other thing is that how nobody is using speed. The thing about who moves the fastest is who's usually going to win. Nobody here is using speed at all. And I'm not sure. This is from back in the old days when I used to do it.
Come on, Justin.
Use speed. You needed to use speed. If I hit you at 10 miles an hour and you don't hit me at all, it's going to start over in my area. If you don't hit me at all, it's going to start in your area when I'm moving. And these guys just stay and they go.
Justin is pretty fast arm wrestler. Mindaugas is control arm wrestler. He's going for different things. His first move is to get position. That's what he wants, nothing else. Justin is a little bit different. I think he just gets stopped. But yeah, they're not the most explosive guys.
The first match they had, Justin moved. When he moved on that match, he won that match. He didn't move on this match. On the other two that he lost, he didn't move at all.
Maybe arms a little bit too pumped. Maybe those matches where Mindaugas stopped him.
You were saying that how was the buckle? I don't know if it was the buckle because this one, Justin if Justin moves, I believe he'll win. If he doesn't move, it's his demise.
Now he's off the pad. He's off the pad. Look, he's off the pad. He's off the pad.
Look, the whole time he's talking to you. He's right.
Just put it on the pad.
Okay.
It's bigger than normal. Just keep it on the pad. Put your elbow. Even now he's off the pad. Put your elbow.
Look, bro, are you blind? My elbow's this big around.
You blind?
First, let me to put the strap.
Okay.
Hey.
Gotta fight for every second. Every second.
Listen, what's going on? Fighting for every millimeter, every opportunity they can get a better position. Mindaugas knows this doesn't favor him.
Okay.
And check out the position of the straps. This position of the straps are very, very important, especially for a top rower. Watch this position of the straps.
Now we're starting with the referee's grip.
Mindaugas has his angle down.
Okay, I hold your arm. Okay.
He was lifting. He lifted his arm up as they closed the.
See, look at the straps. The straps is
again.
Your shoulders.
Looks like that. Yeah, way higher position. Let's see what Mindaugas will do. He has to go pretty much 0 to 100 as fast as he can.
Who moves wins.
You touch, but don't cover the knuckle. Okay. Ready, go.
And Mindaugas has control. He's in good position. Full control.
More back pressure.
Full control.
More back pressure.
I believe Justin needs to give up his wrist and just
Who
try
jumps
his
in
best.
first? As you see, he did a foul there.
Refs didn't stop it there. And Mindaugas takes it back. 3-2. Lithuanian is victorious against Justin Bishop.
Good for him.
Is it a pin? Let's wait a second. Yes, it's a victory. 3-2 for Mindaugas Tarasaitis. Great pulling from both guys. Justin Bishop, as dangerous as they come.
Sportsmanship, and there they go.
One of the top guys in 75 kilo class on the planet, Mindaugas Tarasaitis. Let's go to Artyom Taranenko.
You have quite a hobby of beating up on Western European, Western pullers now. Did you expect more from Justin?
I'm happy that he didn't have any more, but it was extremely close. Somehow I'm just not dealing well with having my buckle on my hand. I'm really not picking up on the Western Europeans. Sometimes I like to make some fun to create a hype, but for sure I really respect all the legends from US. Justin, I'm sure he's gonna be a legend someday as well. Really, thank you for the match, Justin. It was a huge opportunity for me. Thank you again, brother. And I would like to meet Daniel Procopcuic next, if possible. That guy is pound for pound the best in the world. I will try to chase him for as long as I can. So if an opportunity shows up, I will always take it.
All right. You guys heard that. Thank you, Mindaugas. Good luck next match.
Great sportsmanship.
Yes.
He spoke well.
Absolutely. Lot of respect between both of the guys. They know both of them are dangerous. Mindaugas was the better man today, but Justin Bishop shows exactly who he is. He's one of the most dangerous pullers on the planet under that 80 kilo or maybe 85 kilos. We see a lot of back and forth, a lot of technical arm wrestling. Both guys are so smart, they don't want to get in positions where they lose something and just
I think it was that hat. Had to have been the hat.
Yeah.
The hat was the difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go with our next matchup. It is in the middleweight division, and we've got experience versus debutants here at East versus West 5. The first of our athletes making his debut here hails from the United States of America and comes with a massive and growing reputation. Welcome him now, making his way to the table, Adam Wawrzynski.
Adam Wawrzynski. Just look at this. You'll see Bozhidar and you will think this is a huge mismatch. But Adam Wawrzynski from USA is ready to show the world who exactly he is. Coming in, look at those biceps, look at that determination. I saw him when I was in Arizona. This guy is an absolute beast.
Man, isn't he looking phenomenal?
He's looking like Terminator.
He's genuinely one of the most impressive looking athletes there is. And now let's have a look at Bozhidar.
And ladies and gentlemen, his opponent hails from Bulgaria and is a multiple Bulgarian national, European and world champion. He needs no introduction, but we are going to give him a big one. Welcome, superstar Bozhidar Simeonov.
Crowned, I would think, like 6-time WAF world champion this year, 85 kilo class, is Bozhidar Simeonov from Bulgaria. Look at this guy. Like, standing next to Adam, you would think this is a huge mismatch. This guy packs so much power. He is at that absolute elite level of pound for pound and absolute strength. Just an absolute machine. Bozhidar Simeonov. Adam Wawrzynski is ready to go. Yeah, and Ryan Bowen is back. Ryan Bowen in commentary booth.
Good to be here in the commentary booth, ready to see an absolute hook war between these two guys. Adam Wawrzynski from the USA. We haven't seen him at the East versus West stage before. Looking forward to seeing what he can do against such an established, incredible Bozhidar Simeonov, who we know is, and he's like a wall when it comes to the hook. So here we go. First round, these guys getting it set up. Let's see who takes the aggression, and let's see who is looking to catch. Well, these guys are going to meet right in the middle. I'm expecting Adam Wawrzynski to look early.
You know what
for
Bozhi
offense.
told me? Bozhi's like, maybe a top roll. I was like, what?
There's the start, and there is the top roll.
And then he goes inside.
Oh, look at Adam.
Wow. Wow.
Now, that's cheeky, isn't it? The first round to go straight to the top roll, but it was contained completely.
Look at his face. We're seeing from different angles.
again.
Bozhi's like,
I want to feel it harder
tried.
this time.
This will not work.
So
Because I asked him, I'm like, do you know even how to top roll? He's like, I've seen some videos.
But Adam Wawrzynski right now would be feeling good after that first negotiation. Now, this time you can see Bozhidar is taking a deeper grip. We're going to likely go hook on hook.
Hit deep inside, straight away. Just the way Neil Pickup loves it. Just the way Neil likes it.
Right now, looking for center here, getting the shoulders squared from the referees. The knuckles are both high on both athletes. Moments away from the go.
Shoulder back. Yep.
Shoulder back.
Round number one.
You can see strain in the face of Bozhidar Simeonov, and there's the hook. It is starting. Adam Wawrzynski
Adam
is
feels like
in
he's
the
in
good position.
control. Let's see if he doesn't drain himself out. Bozhidar is very strong in weird positions.
Yeah, here we go. Adam Wawrzynski, you can see
And
he has the high
he
rotation.
goes right in there.
It's Bozhidar with the first drive, but it was great, solid defense. You can see the bicep and the rotation from Adam looking good.
And he's going up for that top roll. Full control from Adam.
Big side
Hits to
pressure
the
hit,
side.
but contained
Wow.
so far. Bozhidar tempting Adam to go over the top.
Tries to dig down, can't move him. Both of the guys are stuck in the middle of the table right now. It's going to end up who has better position, who can get that bicep open on their opponent, who has the endurance.
And at the moment, you can see it's the hand-based dominance from Adam that is keeping him in control of this match. Every time Bozhidar surges sideways, you can see it's the hand control.
Taking a little bit more, taking a little bit more.
And as Adam is starting to climb, he's going to looking to can open Bozhidar Simeonov here. He can't go through center. The arm is sufficiently strong from Bozhidar, but there we go.
Pulls to the side. Wow, Adam Wawrzynski.
Oh, he declares that he says he's got nothing right there. He's saying it's over already. Is it over?
That's your world champion.
Can you call it this
It's
early?
Bozhidar. There's still some things to done.
We might get to see a replay of this one. You watch the massive
Boom.
surge. It was the rotation of Bozhidar was completely maxed out. His connective tissue was in its locked position, and it was then Adam Wawrzynski who just said, all right, time for side pressure.
That was insane. That was insane. I did not expect Boji just to go back this much. I talked with Adam, and he said he felt a little bit disrespected when Boji went to Dubai to compete in King of the Table tournament so close to their match. He's like, I'm going to show him what's up.
Yeah, well, you can see him making a point of it so far. There's been a lot of staring in his opponent's eyes so far, even the way he's glaring right now, looking out to the crowd. You can see Chad Silver's there, he's corner man, a world champion in his own right, multiple world champion. So great corner here. And Adam Wawrzynski, he is arriving in style. But one thing is certain about Bozhidar. He has long-term endurance. That hook game of his can go all day. So even though Adam Wawrzynski is in control, he has to be careful.
He has to be careful. I was a little bit afraid when he started like kind of a little bit toying with Boji. Maybe a strap from Boji would help him, but I don't know. Boji is a beast, and we know Adam is a beast right now. Absolute beast.
Yeah, I think the strap would help Bozhidar. Most certainly it would. It was Adam's hand that seemed to be the dominant factor. The side pressure did seem to be somewhat even in its initial stages, but if they were to go to the strap, that would somewhat reduce the effect of the dominant hand that Adam has, and that would potentially level the playing field somewhat for Bozhidar Simeonov. But as we saw in the first start, can he even get to the strap?
Yeah. I was looking at the weight difference, so Adam was 93 kilos, and I think that was the weight limit set for this match, and Boji 85.
Okay.
So there's a difference, but
you can see, yeah, Boji is looking for the top roll again. He wants that strap, and Adam is going to turn him in if he can. Let's see where this one goes. Referee's about to get them underway, and there's the start, and the attempted top roll, but is contained, and it's now Boji in trouble again. As you can see, Adam rolls over onto the outside of his elbow to load up some more pronation. He's hunting once again the hand of Bozhidar Simeonov.
Feels like if he wanted to, he could top roll him. And I would love to see that. Adam goes to the side. Boji gets in good position, stops him. Adam still looking, a lot of confidence there. Goes to the pin pad, and
simply too much.
Too much. Adam Wawrzynski. Wow, impressive.
Really, Bozhidar up against it now. Adam Wawrzynski strutting his stuff on the stage as he takes a commanding 2-0 lead, and he looks good. There aren't any real bullets in his game yet that Bozhidar can get to. We know that the side pressure of Bozhidar is sufficient, but at the moment it's Adam Wawrzynski just in control in all departments, and he's starting to run away with it.
Yeah, what can Boji do at this point? I would say maybe a strap would help him, because I feel like his hand is giving up a little bit. If he can get the strap, that would put everything on its place, so it's harder. Like, Boji is way better in the strap than without the strap. If you want to beat Bozhidar, do it without the strap. It's going to be easier. And at this point, he just can't even escape to get the strap.
Yeah, because Adam Wawrzynski is the bigger man, as you said. He weighs 93 kilos compared to the 85. He's also a little bit taller as well.
Yeah.
That's giving him the opportunity to control and
look
contain.
at those arms. Look at those arms. Ryan, we're skinny compared to that guy. We're nothing.
I think my gut might be a little bit bigger, but it's certainly in the biceps department. He is looking the goods tonight.
I don't think he's going for the gut. I think he's going for other things, but it's fine.
Here we go, round number 3 now. Bozhidar Simeonov needs to find a way to the strap. That does seem to be where he's looking for, but Adam Wawrzynski in control at the moment, 2-0. Let's see if the Bulgarian world champion can come up with something here, or will the man from USA close this one out in straight sets?
So it's all comes down to this match. Can Boji get something going? Like, feels like he's going to initiate hook this time, or
maybe a flop slip attempt coming up. You can see the pain almost in the face as he anticipates the war.
He's going so hard. I feel like he's going so hard before the go. Round number 3. Go. Oh, a little bit false start from them.
Start there as Adam Wawrzynski is now playing with his food. He's looking out at the crowd. He's saying, look, I'll let him try anything he wants. I'm just going to hold and stonewall, wait for the man to look at me, and then pin him.
That is insane. Bozhidar Simeonov right now is in bad position, trying to figure out what to do.
And there's the top roll.
Going for that slip.
Are they going to strap it? They're
Strap,
strapping
yes,
it.
yes.
We get to
They
see it.
slipped to the center. Let's get the strap. Let's get the strap. Let's get the strap. Let's see if that helps something.
This is the potential Hail Mary pass that Bozhidar has been looking for.
Adam
Somewhat
is
of a
smiling.
donation.
Adam's like, I don't care.
Wasn't it? That was definitely a donation there. He could have finished him much earlier,
Yes.
but he was trying to finish him in style with a can opening top roll, and Bozhidar senses that opportunity, flop slips through the middle, gets his wish. We're getting tied together.
I talked with Adam. He said like I had great preparation for this one. He's like looking at that match. He's like he's tailor made for me. We're gonna get there, and I feel I am stronger. And seeing by the match, he is stronger. Let's see if the strap for the first time in this match can make any difference.
Yeah, the one thing that this can do for Bozhidar is just reduce the amount of work that goes into the hand to secure the hook. The strap is going to tie him together. He's going to want that as tight as possible. Bozhidar Simeonov wants to make this about side pressure and side pressure alone. Adam Wawrzynski, on the other hand, wants it to be about wrist flexion. He wants it to be about pronation.
Yeah.
But Bozhidar Simeonov, here we go, in the straps, his best chance and final chance.
Will he hook or will he go for that top roll one more time? Let's see. I feel like he needs to hook. But he hooks. Better position. His wrist doesn't slip out. But Adam is just taunting him, just like.
Adam Wawrzynski smiling to the crowd, giving space, opening up. It looks like Adam Wawrzynski could hit at any time and rip open the arm of Bozhidar, but he's putting on a show here. There is that hit.
Oh, what a display. Hey, let's get this man. Strong opponent. He is an absolute elite of arm wrestling. He just arrived. Adam Wawrzynski. Amazing.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal. As an East vs West debut to demolish Bozhidar Simeonov. Phenomenal. We're going to get to see some replays coming up in a moment because that was an impressive performance.
That's impressive. I feel like he was in absolute control starting from round 1 to round 3 and just could finish at any point he wanted. Borzhi put as much resistance as he could, but there's too much power. There's too much power.
And he made a show of it in the end. Bozhidar, despite giving it his absolute best, it was Adam Wawrzynski who, in the straps in the final round, I hope we get to see it put on that display where he showed not only is he too strong in the hook, but he's also too strong in the hand, and then the big side pressure, almost Gennady Kvikvinia style hit there at the end. It was an amazing performance.
Yeah. Just a beast of an arm wrestler.
Adam, congratulations on your first time absolutely beastly performance on international stage. Tell me how you feel.
Well, I'm not surprised. I train harder than anybody. I'm with the best team in the nation. I've prepared for this. I came to do what I do, and that's all there is to it.
Right. Any words to any doubters that call you an underdog in this match and what you have planned next?
I mean, I shouldn't have to talk. Just rewind it and watch the film. That's all I got to say. That's it.
Thank you, Adam. Congratulations. Good luck in your next match.
Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next match is in the light heavyweight division and features two of the most powerful stars from the East. We'd like you to welcome them now, making their way to the stage. The first of these men is the man of his nation in Ukraine, a former Nemirov Cup champion. Welcome, Mr. Oleg Petrenko.
Petrenko from Ukraine, 104 kilos, 46 centimeter biceps, 44 centimeter forearm. Absolute unit. 2019 Zloty 295 kilo champion, was put up as #1 seed for top 8 in 2020. Absolute beast of an arm wrestler. Left arm, I think he's the favorite in this match. He's coming back after about a year of not competing, and I believe he is ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, his opponent hails from Georgia, and we're seeing him for the second time tonight here at East vs West, this time on the left arm. Please welcome Zurab Tavberidze.
Yeah,
And here he comes, the man from Georgia, Zurab Tavberidze, 32 years of age, packing 52 centimeter biceps. This man, as we saw earlier tonight, he is an inside powerhouse. It'll be interesting to see what he does against the crashing Andrei Pushkar style force of Oleg Petrenko. This match, an absolute war of power. Let's see where this one goes.
Zurab Tavberidze coming back from East vs. West 4 and in good shape. He told me his left arm is a little bit difficult, that he doesn't know where he is right now. Oleg Petrenko is the man. At one point, I think he was the ranked number 195 or 100 kilo guy on the planet. Absolute destroyer. We'll have one more match this evening versus the GOAT, John Brzenk. Right now, it's left arm, Oleg versus Zurab.
All right, let's have a look at the setups as these guys come to the table. Let's see who is going to take control of center. The taller man being Oleg Petrenko. Will he look to top roll? Will he look to gain that knuckle high position and come crashing sideways? Will he need the strap, or will he just hold on and go? Zurab, you can see at the moment, dictating terms in terms of that lower grip. He wants to get his shoulder behind and show who's boss at center. You can see a lot of wrist flexion control there. Oleg Petrenko waiting for the referees to turn him out so he can gain access to that pronated side pressure. He's not rushing this setup. You can see Zurab, although he is in control, it looks like at the moment, of center. Oleg Petrenko, you watch for it. He'll wait for the referees to straighten them up, and he'll add pronation at the last moment, looking to attack the hand and wrist of Zurab and keep it away from that strong bicep.
Both of the guys kind of can pull without the hand, and at some points they kind of prefer. Petrenko usually, he loads up so much with back pressure and then he explodes with side pressure. If his hand kind of a little bit opens, he doesn't care. He is very similar to Andrei Pushkar, his teacher in arm wrestling right now. And Zurab, same thing. He had a match with Efe Comic back in, I don't know, East or West 3 or 4.
Ref script, here we go.
He lost the hand and still pulled through. Round number 1.
They were moments away there, or so close, but just a little bit of extra movement there. It looked like Zurab was creeping forward, almost carving in and supinating. You can see the height from Oleg Petrenko.
Yeah.
Here it comes, early start. Oh, goodness me, Oleg Petrenko's looking good.
Wow.
So straight away there, you could see Oleg Petrenko
Oleg
not only took hand control,
Oleg
but
just asked him, like,
are you okay? Yeah.
We want to go for a hook? He's like, yeah.
He's like,
okay.
I'll give it to you.
I'll give it to you.
He can deny it at will.
Wow. Well,
do we get a replay of that one? Because that was a pretty impressive
insane.
performance.
It was insane.
You could see straight away, he got behind it and actually just pressed over the top.
Nothing. Didn't give anything. He's like, yeah. And he's like, you want to go for a hook? He's like, yeah, I think I can go for a hook. Oleg Petrenko showing up in a form that might beat John Brzenk. We'll see.
Yeah, you got to say, if John Brzenk would be sitting in the front row right now watching this performance, you can only imagine that he is getting a little bit concerned with what he's just seen.
We all know that. John is taking his nap. He's like, yeah.
All right, here we go. Round number 2. Zurab, we're going to need to see if he can find a change, and it looks like we're going to go straight to the straps and referee's grip. Oleg feeling so much confidence after that first round that he is now going to give Zurab exactly what he was after. Into the straps. Let's see if they go deep into the hook, which would be an immense display from Oleg Petrenko if he went into that. Because, of course, biomechanically, the shorter man being Zurab Tavberidze, it's to his advantage to be in that deep hook.
Okay. Referee's grip. Referee. Here, open, and here to the same level. Okay, back.
Not a lot of fighting for the setup. Both guys know exactly what they're going to do, where they're going to end up.
Don't move your shoulders.
Oleg's talking with him. He's like, hook, yeah, let's go for a hook.
And there's the voluntary hook from Oleg Petrenko. And you can see the work on Zurab's face and the lack of work on the face of Petrenko.
Yeah.
This man is on another level, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Wow.
Insane.
And you can see the pain from Zurab there.
Zurab was telling me he had some issues with his left arm about 2 months ago, but he said it feels good, but he still doesn't know where it is right now.
Yeah, and the replay just shows it was just casual. Look, there's a certain point where you just can't affect your opponent, and right now that's what we're seeing. Nothing Zurab can do can affect the pronation of Oleg Petrenko, and Oleg has freedom to just pin at will.
Insane. What a great display of arm wrestling. Oleg Petrenko for sure has showed up in a great shape, and I think the match that we need to talk about right now is the match that's going to follow, not this one. I don't believe Zurab has anything to put in this one.
I agree. We'll almost see a concession here in this third round.
Yes.
With Zurab looking like he's in pain, he probably won't even really aggressively slip. He'll just grip and go, and this one will be done.
I don't think he wants to get injured anymore. He's like straight away strap, and they will try. You can see him touching his arm, touching his bicep. He said he had some bicep issue, like he got, you know, some problems, but that was 2 months ago, and he thought it would be fine. But we're seeing today, but Oleg Petrenko, like Zloty champion, both arms. You were there, 2019.
Yeah.
I think you had the first match with him.
Yes, my opening round was Oleg Petrenko. He nearly broke my wrist off my hand.
Yeah, this man is insane.
All right, round number 3 coming up. They are strapped together. Let's see what variation Zurab brings. No doubt Oleg Petrenko is going to allow time and space for Zurab to make an attempt. He's in that much control now that he will just give Zurab whatever he wants. We'll see what that can bring, but expect Oleg Petrenko to be fully in control once again. Here we go.
Go right away. Oleg Petrenko, no changes on his face. Zurab trying to top roll.
And wrist flexion at will there, after allowing the top roll.
There's slack on the
Yeah, so
on the
without connection to the strap or
Zero
anything.
connection.
Oleg
Oleg
Petrenko,
full control.
my goodness, he needs a very significant opponent on left.
Yes,
Is he David
absolutely.
Dadikan worthy?
I believe so. I believe so. I think that is the match. I think Dadikan was in the same class. Wasn't he in the same class?
Yes, he was.
He was.
Oleg Petrenko making a performance there. You can see in the replay, hugely dominant opening
Absolute
round.
domination, absolute control.
And yeah, he is declared so very loud and clear that he is a force to be reckoned with on that left arm, and needs a very significant opponent in the future.
We know how good Zurab is on his left. So that just speaks volumes about Oleg Petrenko. Great victory today, 3-0 against Zurab Tavberidze. Right now, we're going to go to Artyom Taranenko for an interview.
Oleg, congratulations on your performance. Even though you won your match, did you expect it to go that way?
Так, я виграв цей поєдинок. Він насправді був непростий, але я підібрав ключик до Зураба і вийшло виграти.
So Oleg answers that the match was not so simple like it looks like, and Zurab was in a good shape, but Oleg find the key how it was most effective, and he said respect to Zurab.
Thank you, Oleg. Congratulations on your performance.
Слава Україні!
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our next match, we move back to the middleweight division. And another man who's a standout in the weight class will start this match off. He is a WAF world champion many times over and the national champion of his nation of Moldova. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Daniel Procopcuic.
Here he comes, the man from Moldova, Daniel Procopcuic, a multiple world champion. He is stepping up today. This is an 85-kilo title match here. This man we've seen well below that weight, but the performances that he's put in recently have set him at this level, and today he is ready for this 85-kilo title fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, Daniel's opponent hails from the great arm wrestling nation of Georgia. He is also a Georgian national champion many times over and the multiple WAAF champion of the world. Please welcome Davit Samushia.
Davit Samushia from Georgia. He is the reigning 85 East versus West champion right now. Right arm, he's going to face Daniel Procopcuic. That is, I would say on left arm, maybe the best pound-for-pound arm wrestler on the planet. Wearing his, I would say, champion's uniform. That's what you get when you are the champion.
He's looking very Russell Crowe there as he comes out.
Gladiator
style.
Gladiator style, yeah.
As the reigning 85-kilo champion of the world under the East vs. West banner, he has the right to carry that shield and helmet out.
Absolutely.
But Daniel Procopcuic stepping up the weight category tonight. Yeah. You can see the look in his eye. He's got intent. He wants to take down the bigger man. How do you see this match, Ray?
Davit Samushia can top roll if he wants to. Procopcuic wants to hook, and I believe it's going to end up in a hook. Daniel Procopcuic just went back from World Championships where he got second place in a very contested match in 75-kilo class. He's a little bit bigger today, but he is still, I would say, the smaller man. But make no mistakes, Daniel Procopcuic is the real deal. There's a reason why we keep calling him the best pound-for-pound arm wrestler maybe on the planet right now. 78 kilos for him. And where I can't find...
Samushia probably going to be much closer to the 85-kilo mark. That's
85. 85. Samushia weighed in at 85. Both of them multiple-time world champions. Procopcuic asking for a strap. He's like, Davit Samushia, no. Davit has one of the most insane hands in lower weight classes. He uses it very well, but he can sometimes, because of his hand is so strong, he cups his opponent and he kind of gets sucked into a hook.
So both guys going back for more chalk there after that first set. I'm expecting to see Davit Samushia with the offensive drives and look for Daniel Procopcuic to try to set that defensive position and work back from there. That triangulation of defense, we've seen it before where he gets that lock in place and starts to wear his opponent's rotation down and then take through center. Davit Samushia, he's going to look to just decisively take control and separate his opponent from his defense. Referee's getting them set now. Let's see where this one goes.
Don't move.
Thumbs down, hands being closed, no movement there. Here we go.
Don't move.
No. You can see the top roll coming. Yeah.
It's slip. He wants the strap. Daniel wants the strap, and Davit knows. Davit knows that Daniel wants the strap in every match.
Yeah, you can see the head down there from Procopcuic. He knows he got caught out on that one.
Yeah. You can see Daniel's setup is completely different without the strap than is with the strap, and he's very efficient getting it. Same as I would say Sasho is at getting the strap, because both of them are insane pullers inside.
So look for a really high rising pressure and then a sudden dump of the wrist from Procopcuic to try to pronate. Let's see that early movement again. Referee's getting them settled.
No, knuckles. Come on.
No knuckles.
Referee's grip.
Yeah. So, if you watch the official rules meeting, Engin Terzi said that this is for the arm wrestler fans. This is for arm wrestling fans. He doesn't want to see fouls. He doesn't want to see just every call to be made on fouls and just leave it like that. He wants to see the matches. This is why referees are giving some leeway for both athletes.
Ready, go!
And it's a slip. And we can go to the strap straight away. I was like,
So Daniel Procopcuic getting what he wanted there with that quite an efficient slip there as well. Not getting tied up at all. This will give him a lot of confidence. And now we're going to find out exactly who is who in terms of controlling center. Both these guys, now that they're strapped together, look for them both to come forward. Davit Samushia with the offensive drives and the sense of urgency, and Daniel Procopcuic looking for that defense.
Okay. You? No.
Referee's getting these straps set up. You can see both guys happy to take a deep grip. There's not a lot of movement going on, unlike when we're seeing the top rollers against the hooker both dancing around, chasing each other. These guys,
this is not.
They
Justin
know where they're going.
This is not Justin Mindaugas, and that buckle played a huge part in that match. I believe in this match it plays less because both of them want to be really tight to each other. I just don't. I haven't figured out what Samushia will try to do. He kind of tries to top roll, but he gets sucked in the hook like he did with Linn.
You can see the slight, Procopcuic slightly had his wrist dumped during the application of the strap.
Go!
He does
Procopcuic
try a
tried
top
the
roll.
top roll.
He's tried the top roll, and Samushia has contained it completely. But you can see now, as the attempted side
so
pressure happens,
much power.
there's that classic Procopcuic defense. They're staring at each other as we speak right now, and it's Procopcuic. You have to say he's looking the goods right now. He's waiting for the error to be made before he goes on the attack. And Samushia is now regathering his thoughts and strategies. Where's this one go, Ray?
I feel it's Procopcuic. Top roll from Daniel Procopcuic. Oh my God! Look at the face of Neil Pickup in the background. Look at the face of Neil Pickup in the background.
He was stunned and
He was
shocked.
like, what the hell is this?
Oh,
Insane.
wow.
Insane.
The Stonewall defense. His arm just rocks.
He did that with Flash. He did that with Corey
Now,
Miller.
I think Davit Samushia, there came a point in that match there where he recognized that it was no longer going to be worthwhile fighting. And although the top roll looked like it opened up, I think there was a concession there as well. And he thought, I'm coming back round 2 with a different method.
Let's see what Samushia does. Will he initiate the hook to get a little bit more on Daniel's wrist, or he will try top roll? That was an absolute stonewall. I didn't expect that to happen at all. Oh.
Yeah, impressive stuff from the smaller man here.
Mindaugas was calling out Daniel Procopcuic. I don't know if he's ready. I don't know if he's ready. Mindaugas is strong, but this looks insane.
Yeah, very impressive opening there from the man from Moldova, Daniel Procopcuic. His ability to trust his arm and side pressure defense is phenomenal. We've seen him do it multiple times, and he's doing it tonight in this 85-kilo world title fight. It is impressive. Now, I expect Davit Samushia, you can see him there setting his shoulder forward. He's going to try to force the hook outside of straps. He does not want Procopcuic to get that connection and that defense involved. He wants to get it into the hook out of straps and then make it about hand and rotation and drag. Let's see if he can get that job done.
It's so hard to beat Procopcuic. His back pressure is so intense, so immense. He's like, he is probably the best pound-for-pound arm wrestler on the planet.
He's making a big case for it
Big
right
case
now.
for it. His
That
left
opening
is,
round, wow.
and I know his left is like even more ridiculous than his right, and this is so impressive. We see Davit Samushia manhandle in 3-1 Bozhidar Simeonov. He lost to Paul Linn, but he came back at 85 kilos. That's his class. And this is looking weird. Let's see what happens in the next rounds. I believe, again, there's going to be a strap.
Well, I think that Procopcuic wants a strap, but I don't think that Davit Samushia wants it. I feel like I can see his energy coming forward. He's going to try his best. He's got his wrist up, and he's got that deep grip. He's trying to get as far past his opponent's wrist line as possible. Going to try to initiate with that wrist flexion aggressively. He's probably going to stay forward and just try to force that hook. Let's see. Here we go.
Ready, go.
And he's held on, but it's to no avail. Too much back pressure, as you said, Ray. And we're off the straps again. What adjustments? If you're in his corner right now, after what you saw in round 1, what are you telling Davit Samushia?
You either have to get higher or you have to get deeper on his wrist. Because the thing that is moving for Procopcuic sometimes is the wrist. And you have to hit to the side. You cannot stay in the center with him. As soon as it stays in neutral position or in winning position, you're done. He has so much back pressure, side pressure, all the pressures you have in arm wrestling. He has it all.
We can see the depth there from
Insane.
Davit. He's gone low and he's gone deep. He's gone way past the thumb of his opponent. So he really doesn't want Procopcuic to get that dragging top roll defense in place again. He wants to force Procopcuic into the hook, to have to make it a supinated battle. Procopcuic probably happy to just go where he went in round 1.
Davit needs to be more aggressive with his top roll with his hand if he sees that as an option, because 2021 World Championship, Procopcuic had an absolute war with Oleg Cherkasov, and that's the one way you can get him there.
Here we go, round 2 about to be underway. It looks like it's going to be a similar strategy.
Yes,
and
way
good
better.
Start from Samushia.
Way better for Samushia. Gets the position. Somehow Procopcuic still holds on.
You can see the side pressure from Davit is making inroads there.
He needs to climb.
But
He
it's
needs to climb. He cannot stay in place.
The
But he
climbing
cannot
is
let
coming,
him-
but the pronation is still keeping Procopcuic alive in that defensive top roll. It's
Procopcuic's
amazing
climbing
stuff.
back, pulling the center back every time. He's getting more of a center, more of a center. See? Moved his elbow, and now as soon as he hits, he gets it back higher, higher.
Incredibly patient defense here from Daniel Procopcuic as Davit Samushia trying to get out of the way, and it's through the fingers that is his best opportunity, but his own wrist goes now.
Gives up his
Commits to a
wrist.
flop wrist. There's a smile on the face from Procopcuic, but it's Samushia actually achieving a pin.
It's a pin. It's a,
Nope. Wait for it. There's a foul called. Let's see. No,
that's a
there
pin.
it is.
Yeah, that's a pin. 1-1.
Wow. Wow, not the way we expected. Probably not the way Davit Samushia expected to get a pin tonight, but here we are, it's 1-0.
That's the one thing you can surprise your opponent. When you're both kind of stuck in the same position, you can dump your wrist and get in position. And that we saw right here. Daniel was contesting the pin, but Christo was like, no, that was a pin. There was no elbow foul. Chill, man.
Impressive stuff there.
Impressive.
Davit Samushia back in the battle.
Problem is, he gave up his wrist, and he's going to lose that wrist again. And Daniel knows it.
So will he go to the Dave Chaffee method of just commit to it now?
I think that's like, it looks like the best option.
Yeah. Do his best to put some inroads in, force the defensive top roll from Procopcuic, and then commit all into the flop press. Potentially being the only path left. Still smile on the face of Daniel Procopcuic as we are sitting at 1-1. He does believe that he's got the method, he's got the stop that will put ultimately more fatigue into his opponent and take the long round format of this super match being a best of 5 tonight. But currently 1-1. Interesting stuff. Both these guys showing signs of wear and tear. They're both getting their arms worked on by their cornermen. Procopcuic, what he'd be feeling right now would be his wrist flexion, because it's been his pronator that's been dominant, but his hand has been opened a number of times in its defense. On the other side of things, Samushia, he would be feeling fatigue quite across the board. His pronation has been gassed, his wrist flexion has been gassed. This one could go anywhere from here.
Referee's grip. Referee's grip? No. Okay, then take a grip.
Round number 3. I believe same thing is going to happen. Both guys, Samushia already lost his wrist, so it will be very hard for him not to get the slip, for Daniel to not to get the slip. They're going to end up in a strap, most likely a referee's grip. And then we will see what happens. I think Daniel right now is expecting that Davit can flop wrist, and he knows it, so he will not allow it to happen. And we still haven't seen a real hook initiation from both athletes.
I'm waiting for. I was expecting this hook war tonight.
Hook war. Yeah. Should I again go down and just scream hook, hook in 3 different languages?
I think we might see it at some point tonight. This one with the fatigue adding up as it is. Both these guys still have the deep hook in reserve. Neither of these two guys have got side pressure. Supinated side pressure against each other yet, and I feel like we will see it at some stage, but at this point in time it does seem like it is going to be the top roll attempt from Procopcuic and the attempt to hold on and contain from Samushia. Round 3, ref script, here we go.
No, wrist. Don't move. Yes, yes, I will straight. Rotate, wrist here. Wrist.
Samushia initiating more for a hook. Looks like he's initiating. He's coming way forward with his shoulder, leaning in. Arm is way lower. Let's see if he wants to. The best option for fighting Procopcuic is to fight him without the strap. In the strap, he's immoral.
Open. Yes. Open. Don't close your thumb.
All right, referee's doing a fantastic job here getting these guys set. In that ref script now, look for the attempted slip from Daniel Procopcuic. Can Samushia hold on?
Ready, go!
There, great start from Samushia. What do we got? The call, elbow foul.
Elbow foul.
Big aggressive commitment straight away, side pressure, dumped his wrist and was happy to even flop press out of the straps and almost gets the pin, to be honest. But the elbow foul creeps in, they'll go again.
Like we said before, East versus West is not just for athletes to figure out who's the better arm wrestler. They are for the fans. We want to bring the best matches possible, and referees are doing perfect job on showing that. They're not stopping. They're not giving fouls. They're seeing if the competitors are complying with the rules. They're gonna give an opportunity to fix them. We have right now on table Oleg Gamtenadze from Latvia and Christo Dzelenov from Bulgaria doing fantastic job.
Center's good.
Okay, here we go. Ref script now. Daniel Procopcuic,
Daniel first.
David Samushia, 1-all.
Wrist.
Anyone's match. Here we go.
Ready, go!
And this time Samushia just
That
says,
was-
okay, let's go.
That was really slow slip, both of them. Like, yeah. We see the fatigue on both arms for sure. 1-1, one elbow foul for David Samushia.
Now, at this point of a super match, when there's significant bullets in both men, a lot of it comes down to energy conservation. You don't want to spend it unnecessarily, and both these guys are showing signs like that.
I would think they just go for the strap. Like there's no you will not get Daniel without the strap for sure.
And there's not really any benefit to chasing him at
Exactly.
this point. So
exactly, because your wrist is already compromised. And by the setup of Samushia, as soon as he walked on table, he put his leg in on the pad. He's ready for a hook or side pressure move. So either it's going to be a full wrist. You see him?
Yeah, the
right
foot
there.
is up there.
It's right
there
there.
it is. Well spotted.
Yes. And Daniel is still gunning for that top roll. Very unlike him, but he is a pretty complete arm wrestler.
Let's see this side pressure drive from Samushia. Will he commit to the flop press early in this round? Referee's got them set. Here it is. Attempted hook containment.
Elbow foul for Daniel. Elbow was way over the pad.
Elbow foul.
Yeah.
And that was, to be honest, that looked good from Samushia. He had a position there where I think that the pronation of Procopcuic would have struggled, and I don't think he was getting through. That looked like a pretty sufficient stop right now.
Today, in East vs. West 5, we're using 1 centimeter bigger pads on all sides. How did that feel on table? Was it feeling different?
It
Did
does.
you
It
feel
does.
like
It definitely feels different for the athlete when they step to the table. For those athletes in the defensive position too, I do believe it gives them that little bit more room. Absolutely.
Ready, go!
There it is. That start. Good containment from Davit this time, and
elbow foul.
Another elbow foul.
Oh,
Yes.
big elbow foul. 2-1. David Samushia is back.
Honestly, that's a big error there from Daniel
Wow.
Procopcuic. That could potentially cost him. He tried to argue it with the referees, but it was very clear. I'm sure the replays will show it. The elbow does come well off the back. That shows that his pronation is stressed. He's panicking and he's trying to force the issue. And subsequently cops the foul. But let's see if we get the replay. 2-1, David Samushia.
That was a big elbow foul. That was I don't understand. Like, as soon as he went to the side, he pulled his elbow. Like,
There it is. You
yeah,
can see
clear,
it's a good
clear.
inch off the back of the
Yeah,
pad.
referees are doing a good job. That's that's clearly way more than just illegal. Yeah, you can't do that. You just can't do that.
Now, after the first round, like when Daniel Procopcuic put on an absolute display of dominance, here we are. We're now
Pendulum
2-1.
is swing. A swing.
And the defending champ, the Russell Crowe,
That's
has the lead, and he's only 1 win away from retaining this title. You can see Procopcuic getting his finger flexion, his wrist flexion worked on. There's no doubt a lot of fatigue in there. His pronation has been his main weapon all night. Will we see the change now? Is Procopcuic about to come into a hook after this?
I hope so. Like, why am I here? That's the only reason
wanna
I came
see
to
these
Istanbul.
two
I want to
world
see
elite
these.
hookers
Yes,
go at
yes, go at it straight away. Just meet in the middle of the table. Because I was expecting Davit to be the one that will try the top row, and it's the opposite, and it's weird, and I don't like it. But it's a great display of arm wrestling for sure. So
here we go,
2-1.
2-1 now. David Samushia only 1 win away from retaining his world title here at the East vs. West number 5. Daniel Procopcuic from Moldova is going to have to find a way back into this fight after looking incredibly dominant in the early stages. Will they initiate and just go straight to strap, or will they hold on and play the game a little longer? Here we go.
I feel like they're still playing the game. I don't know why, because I think Davit right now just needs the strap and just needs to keep doing what he was doing.
We might see from David an attempt to pin here. He feels like he potentially, he knows that
If he can do it,
Procopcuic's trying to slip, so he
if
look for
can do
a
it,
flash pin
he can
potential.
finish this match fast, retain his champion title.
Ready, go!
And there's that attempt, but the back pressure and the dumped wrist with a pronated hand gets away for Procopcuic. We're off to the strap.
Huh?
Both of them have a little fatigue on their arm. Round number 4, 2-1. David Samushia, the champion, is still in the lead. We see, I see that Daniel is getting a little bit nervous. He was, I think after the first round, he's like, I got this in the bag, easy day. And then 2 rounds of misfortunes. Let's see what he does. Maybe he has suffered some kind of injury or something isn't working with his hook, that he doesn't apply it right now. Because no, he's even now, Davit already set up his foot inside.
Yeah, he's trusting his inside game. He's ready to come in for that fight. It's been Procopcuic that has been, as you say, he's been running from that hook so far with that top roll attempt. But it does look like that pronation of his has run out. And interestingly, will he continue to pursue it? It's a brave move from him, given what has happened in the last couple of rounds. But it does appear that that's where he's going once again. Well, there is a deeper grip there from Procopcuic. I'll change that. He may be willing to go in this time. He's not running as much as previous rounds. We may get that wish here, Ray. Maybe hook on hook coming up. Here we go. Yes, it looks like it.
Yes,
we are going in.
Inside. Let's see a hook war. Finally. Took us 3 rounds to get here. 2 of the best inside pullers on the planet, under 85 kilos. Going one against each other.
2 rams just coming at each other with their horns right now. You can see the bone line of Procopcuic. He's going to get
Davit
the
wants
base.
to stay a little bit more square up. He doesn't want to lean in that much.
Look for the base of the wrist of Procopcuic to really set in hard. Take center with that, and he's going to defend.
Look how low he is. Look how low he is.
He'll let his wrist be not so important. He wants to make this about side pressure. There it is. But whoa!
Wow!
Procopcuic stunned by that.
David Samushia with an easy pin.
He feels he potentially missed it. I'm not sure, but Samushia
3-1. Daniel Procopcuic looked incredible in round 1, and then David Samushia just took it all over.
Replays coming up. We'll get to see it.
Maybe he missed the start. Let's see, but there was clearly a pin. Absolutely, clearly a pin.
A fantastic performance from David Samushia, who came back after that first round where it was not so sure. We might get to see the full recap of the match.
That's champion's heart. That's what you do. You don't just...
Here it is, that final round. Oh, back to the start where it was Procopcuic who seemingly was in so much control, top rolling and opening up the hand and looking amazing. We thought we were up for a new champion, but then it was the adjustments from Samushia with a flop press for the victory. At that point, the fatigue levels were so balanced it was still anyone's game. But then it was a lack of discipline there from Procopcuic and a double elbow fouls costing him. But it was, you could see that his pronation was beginning to really fade. And then when he went into the hook, one-way traffic.
Easy day for David Samushia. Turns out in the end, very weird.
I was waiting for him here.
Yes, they told me to be out there for now. Sorry.
All right, we'll wait for the awards ceremony as it comes up shortly, and David Samushia will be presented as he's retained that. Let's cross now to the onstage presenters.
All right, we're good. Congratulations on your performance today. Tell me about your strategy for this match.
ვაპირებდი სევიდან გადაწევას მაჯობა სევიდან და შევეცადე ბიცეპს შემომეგო გამომივიდა კიდევაც ფიქრობ კაი ბრძოლა იყო.
So his strategy was to beat him on top roll, but he couldn't manage it, so he switched it up, went in side and beat him in the biceps. So at the end, he thinks that it was a pretty good battle. Yes.
Very smart decision. And who would you like to pull next?
ალბათ ორგანიზატორები გადაწყვეტენ მე სად ვიქნები ბრძოლისთვის და იმის იმას რომ მივენდობი ორგანიზატორებს რა, ორგანიზატორების გადაწყვეტილებას. როგორც გადაწყვეტენ, ასე მივიღებ მეც გადაწყვეტილებას.
So he's saying that no one specific in his mind right now. He's just gonna wait until the organizers will decide who will be his next challenger. Greg Tullier, he's okay. He said a green light. Yeah, Greg Tuller, next opponent, green light. Yeah, so we will see.
All right, so we may be possibly going to see a future match between Davit and Craig Turia. So congratulations to your match, Davit, and good luck at the next match.
დიდი მადლობა ყველაფრისთვის, ცოტა აგრესია გამოვხატე ბოდის სუფთი ყველას. ხო და მადლობა ჩემს მოწინააღმდეგეს დანიელს, მართლა ძლიერი სპორტსმენია და აგრესიისთვის ცოტა უხერხულობისთვის ბოდის ვიხდი.
He just wanted to apologize because of some aggression he showed us today, and he wanted to thank to his opponent, Daniel Procopcuic. You are a really good opponent, and he respects you. And once again, he wanted just to say sorry if it was too much aggression from him. So, yeah.
Fantastic performance there, David Samushia, retaining his world title there. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. East vs. West. We'll be back right after this short commercial break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Green Park Hotel and Resort here in Istanbul, Turkey. And we are about to resume our matches for tonight at East versus West 5. And for the next one, we go back to the super heavyweight division for an all-international tie-up between two multiple WAF champion of the world. Firstly, I'd like you to welcome this man. He is the Brazilian #1 in the super heavyweight division. Please welcome Jacked Jesus Wagner Bortolato.
Here we go, the man from Brazil. Have a look at this guy. Watch for the energy. There is no one else in the world of arm wrestling quite like Wagner Bortolato. 150 plus kilos, this man. He is absolutely rock solid. Look for huge energy. Here he comes. Look at him. He is an absolute firecracker, this guy. Wagner Bortolato. Let's see what he can do tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Brazil, Wagner Bortolato starting the earthquake. Ladies and gentlemen, Wagner's opponent hails from the great arm wrestling nation of Kazakhstan. And coming to the table for the second time tonight, please welcome Georgiy Dzeranov.
Georgiy Dzeranov from Kazakhstan. We already saw him today. He had a comeback victory versus Sergey Kalinichenko from Ukraine. He is ready to pull with left arm. There's no chance he can match the excitement and the energy of Wagner Bortolato, but I believe there should be, and it's gonna be a war on table. Both of them can pull inside. Wagner's looking for that press. Let's see what works better, because right now I believe Georgiy can either top roll or hook, pretty much switch it up how he needs to. We really don't know about injuries, because sometimes athletes get injured, they cannot pull inside, so they prefer to pull top roll with 100%. Wagner Bortolato, last time I saw him, I think was versus Ermes Gasparini in King of the Table. Ermes won that match.
Yeah, but there was that press, wasn't there?
There was
when
that
Ermes
press.
wasn't awake to it, it comes firing and it comes fast. Let's have a look at this one. Immense power at the table here, like we said.
About
multiple
25
WAF champions.
25 kilo difference.
Yeah,
between
look at
them.
the
Jack Jesus is jacked.
the size of Wagner Bortolato's shoulders. It's just something different. But let's look at this negotiation as these two warriors come together for round #1. Let's see who is in control of center. Looks pretty balanced at the moment. Dzeranov perhaps with slightly more control of center. You can see the hand and wrist of Wagner Bortolato, a little stressed there, but here comes the energy. Every time you make him angrier, he gets stronger.
I want to see a match where Wagner is like killing it, like he's winning it, because that would be insane. And we haven't seen it in quite some time. He's coming in about 10 kilos bigger when he was versus
Wagner
Ermes.
Bortolato fixing the strides there. Maybe that's got something to do with it as well. But Dzeranov looking quite calm and composed right now. First start, moments away. Wagner Bortolato conceding center, but great wrist flexion and drive. Dzeranov now with the defense is looking good, but here we go now, the battle again. Wrist flexion and the dragging hook from Wagner. He attempted transition to the press.
Gets on the bicep. Good position from both of the athletes. But Dzeranov has trapped the pronator of Wagner Bortolato. He either needs to switch to the press or go to the full bicep hook. Dzeranov goes to the side. Very close, no pin, and it's a pin. 1-0. Georgiy Dzeranov gets it on the scoreboard.
Yeah, the explosive power of Wagner Bortolato from the beginning looked immense, but it was calm and controlled containment in the end, and being able to bring back that through center from Dzeranov. Let's have a look at those replays as they come up. Impressive stuff from there, Dzeranov. The final moments of that pin as he opens up Wagner Bortolato. But from what we've seen there is definitely the potential for Wagner Bortolato to get the victory over Zurab. You can see the work on the inside of the arm, the scraping on that inside of the bicep.
That's from
that's from the match
previous
before.
match. Yeah, that's from previous match. That's when you have scraping. If you pull with right arm, if it's scraping on your left bicep, that means
We've
good
got
technique.
Georgiy Larratt
You
in the
stay
corner
close.
here for Wagner Bortolato as well. On Team West there, Dzeranov, you can see he looks calm and composed. He thinks he knows what he's going to do, but you can see also that he's working incredibly hard. This is not an easy match. He gives the thumbs up to his fans there across the room, but Jack Jesus, as they call him, Wagner Bortolato, the man from Brazil, looking for that energy. He knows the explosive power is his thing. If you see this guy, he's training montages. He is throwing
Insane.
around
Insane.
bicep curls that are just ridiculous.
He's throwing. He's pretty much throwing around human weight all the time, and he's so big. I remember when I saw him in Dubai for King of Table, and I thought like, oh my God, he's so big. And then I saw him here. I'm like, how did you get bigger?
He's bigger. So what we saw in the first round, when there was almost a concession from Wagner Bortolato of center. He traded that for wrist flexion and depth. This time, will he fight for center a little bit more, or will Georgiy Dzeranov take control once again? Flop press is coming. Here we go. There's something different. Declared his intent early. Oh, that looks powerful. That does look powerful. I tell you what, it's gone early, but my goodness, that's making an impact.
Georgiy has two options. Either he just takes that wrist and goes straight away. No comments. I don't have.
Could you imagine dating that man's daughter?
Oh.
I can't. That would be a scary father-in-law to have. You'd want to be on the good list, that's for sure.
Hey,
Wagner Bortolato.
hey, what's your intentions? Come sit down. Come to Jesus. Sit on Jesus' lap. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, it's Wagner Bortolato declaring he's kicking the door down in the form of a flop press. Let's see what Dzeranov can do to this.
Dzeranov has two options, either embrace the taking the hand, or he can go inside and take the wrist, so it doesn't allow.
Oh my
goodness. Jack Jesus! We see Georgiy Larratt celebrating.
Look at that guy!
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
How do you
Jesus
stop the
is
flop
back.
press? What does Dzeranov do if that's just what's coming in the door every night?
Either you go for a press straight away, because if both guys presses, that's what you do. We have a replay.
Yeah, beautiful replay. Wagner Bortolato doesn't even need a strap. He just so aggressively.
So aggressively.
Like he intimidated Dzeranov there with just energy. Dzeranov just stood there and got run over.
But what do? You know how much power is coming right in front of you. Do you step like it's like a train? Do you step in front of that train,
Yeah,
or you
it's
just,
scary, isn't it?
You run away.
The train is coming so loudly at you that you think, I probably shouldn't do this. Like all your instincts are saying, don't jump in front.
Zeranov's face. He's like, I shouldn't do this. Let's see what he changes, what he can do. I believe the best way to beat a flop wrist press or a presser is to meet him in the center. Either to try to take the top roll.
Breathing heavy there.
Breathing heavy.
Wagner Bortolato and holding his arm too. So
is he okay?
There's work going into it. That took some effort. Dzeranov looking a little uncertain but calm still. Round 3 coming up, ladies and gentlemen. We are in a war here. It is 1-1. I have no idea which way this one's going to go, but it's Wagner.
Do you think that was advice from Georgiy? Georgiy's like, hey, flop wrist.
Yeah, just flop it and go.
Flop it. Yeah.
Impressive call if it was from Georgiy Larratt. But here we go. Round number 3 coming up. Incredibly entertaining match so far. I think Dzeranov is scared of Wagner Bortolato right now. I think he's genuinely
I think it's
scared.
weird. You're like, what do I do now? If this guy just flop wrists you, what do I do? Like
you can see he's taking your advice. He's
leaning in.
looking to fight for center. He's not allowing the flop wrist to happen.
Yes, he's leaning into. He needs to hook him straight away. He needs to get on that bicep, take away his power, get that wrist. Whoa.
Wagner Bortolato stumbling off the platform. Wagner Bortolato into the hook there, and tried to aggressively force the press, but it was Dzeranov, as we described earlier, jumping in front of the freight train and
I think
actually
those arms
controlling
are so pumped. Look at him. The real question is how long till Ryan Bowen looks like this? I think that's what everyone's been messaging me about that.
The bald patch on top, on the back there, and the ponytail. I could probably somehow come up with that one, but I'm not sure if I can get the antics. Right, here we are, 1-1. Dzeranov is finding a way around the problem at the moment. Looks like Wagner Bortolato now maybe even going for a top. Here it comes. He's so close. He loses connection off the side of the peg.
Stop. Is it second elbow foul?
Second foul, winner. Dzeranov.
2-1, right? 2-1?
2-1, yeah. And interestingly,
Feels like 7 already.
Jody Larrett saying the cut it something. Need to relax, get some breath.
Maybe cut the hair.
Morozov practicing his nightclub moves there in the corner. Unlucky there. It was Wagner Bortolato in that initial drive. I think he would have potentially got it, but he lost his offhand connection to the peg. Totally lost his bracing through the body.
And I feel like he's like, damn it.
Yeah, he had it there, lost the connection. Look at him. Now he looks
so
like
fun.
the grandfather on the Christmas couch after too much turkey.
Having the turkey nap straight away. We are still going to have... I believe this will go to the round number 5. I have a feeling this might go to round number 5. Georgiy Dzeranov doesn't look super fresh himself.
Getting the ice treatment there. The first time we've seen the ice come out tonight. Good tactic.
There's no ice there, Ryan. There's no ice there.
There's no ice?
Just water. Just water.
Just bags of water.
Just a bath.
Dzeranov standing over there looking like a killer. He's ready to finish this job. I still think he's scared of Wagner Bortolato.
I don't know. I talked with Georgiy and I thought I think he must not like me or anyone else. And then he won. He smiled. I'm like, oh, you only smile when you're happy.
But here we go. It is Georgiy Dzeranov loosening up the shoulders,
Yeah.
trying to match the energy of Wagner Bortolato is a difficult task, but he is there at the moment, and he's leading 2-1 with one.
This is
win
an
away.
awesome match. Let's say that.
This
is great. Both guys are just.
Come on, Wagner. Let's take it to a 5th round. Will the flop press come out? Can Dzeranov deny it and end it here?
I believe the best option is the flop wrist press from Wagner right now. He can go all sideways, but Dzeranov needs to meet him there. If he tries to top roll again, he can get screwed on his back pressure. And believe he's too close, too much back pressure. Feels like he's going back. He might go in from this position. You can pretty much do both, but it looks like more he's loading on his fingers. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, here comes the press. Here comes the freight
bully
train.
Bully the center, Dzeranov.
Wagner not loading. He's trying to show that he needs center back. He was losing control of center, and Dzeranov was in a good position. But Wagner just trying to find his inner Neanderthal one more time. It's coming out. There we go.
The power of ancestors.
There it is. It's just great stuff from Wagner Bortolato.
I fucking love it.
He just has to dig deeper. He goes further into it and finds more strength. He's like the Incredible Hulk. You just got to piss him off and he gets stronger.
What I love the most is expressions of people in the background, and this time it's Neil Pickup. Like yesterday when
There it is.
away pin!
Oh, blink and you'll miss it here, ladies and gentlemen. Wagner Bortolato just needs to yell louder and that happens.
Sit.
Jody Larrett's onto him. Get his energy back. This is coming down to the final round, Ray. We got the wish.
He looks so tired, but then he's gonna go out. He'll scream a little bit. He brings all that power, the primal power.
Yeah, it's amazing
Just
stuff.
go
The
full Liver
replay,
King.
the replay shows it perfectly. Dzeranov tried to get control, but Wagner Bortolato, full of heart,
Boom.
just drives in and gets the pin.
You can't pull him. You have to hook him. You have to hook him. You have to hook him.
And as the sweat on these guys' arms becomes a factor, it gets difficult to stop the press from just sliding
Just
through
sliding
too.
in, just sliding in.
He just slides into Zeranov's
Look at him,
DMs.
so happy.
Sliding into his DMs and just
We
hitting him.
got well. This is the silver bullet match in East versus West. We're gonna go to the round number 5. We see Artyom Taranenko giving some gummy bears in the background right there. I hope they're normal gummy bears. I wouldn't take things from Artyom, if I be honest.
Classic match here. This is easily the most entertaining match so far of the card. Dzeranov, look at the look in his eye. He's still terrified. He's been terrified since round 2.
I think I need to hook, but I don't want to.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel like that.
He knows what he's going to do, but he's not sure what happens if he tries it.
Yeah.
But right now you can see the energy levels are being filled up. He's getting those gummy bears one after the other. Fantastic teamwork there from Adam Tavberidze and Jody Larrett.
Sour patches in between. He's like, yeah. At one point, Wagner's like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
He's just enjoying the feed right now.
He's like, Jody, good job. Good job. Artyom Tavberidze, I believe he ate some as well. He's like, I have to check this. Maybe they're good. So referees are giving enough time for both athletes to get a little bit of rest in their arm. Zeranov's looking like a killer.
He is. He's looking like a killer. He's got that.
There's a little bit of.
He's got that Jeffrey Dahmer kind of look going on in his eye. He wants the kill.
Yeah.
He knows
he
his
just wants to
opponent.
take some pictures. That's all he wants to do.
This is too good, ladies and gentlemen.
sorry.
East vs West 5 is producing one of the best matches we've seen. I don't know which way it's going to go, but Dzeranov has a scary task in front of him. Can he pull it off? And can Wagner Bortolato stay on his feet?
So Wagner's going to use all that energy from the gummy bears and sour patches just to get himself hyped up. Georgiy is. Did you saw that? Everyone saw that?
He took the long way
Yeah,
around.
he's like, no, I'm just gonna.
I'll let you through.
He needs to meet him if he wants to win this match. He needs to meet him. Dead in the center, inside. Look at those eyes. But
Oh no, but he's.
Don't talk,
There we go. He's turning Hulk mode.
And the funniest part is Wagner is one of the nicest humans you will ever meet. He's always so nice, so humble. Like I get on the table, he allows you to do stuff. He's like, yeah, just try whatever.
Here we go, Ray. Here we go.
And then this happens.
Let's see if this set up. Dzeраnov's gritting his teeth for bravery. He wants that control.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of load coming from Wagner
A lot of fighting
Bortolato.
for the center. A lot of fighting for the center from Dzeranov. This time he didn't go for a hook for sure. Don't go for that top roll. You're gonna lose in the top roll, buddy.
Wagner's no loading, and he's just going to go from 0 to 100 with that press attempt. Wagner, he's sore. He's an old, strong bull. This one.
He's insane.
He's been around so long. He's a multiple WAF
I
champion.
remember when I just started looking to arm wrestling. That was 2010, 11. The first videos that I found was Wagner just smashing people, and I thought, oh my God! I'm like, I shouldn't even start this sport. This is insane.
Here we go. Round number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Who will take it? Georgiy, Dzeranov, Wagner Bortolato. It's Bortolato getting elbow foul.
Elbow foul.
He lifts the elbow up as he tries to set that press. Oh, we're redlining here. Dzeranov looked good. He had a stop, but my goodness, that shoulder was almost set.
I feel like Wagner needs some cardio. He looks like he's about to pass out all the time, but he has. I think the excitement keeps him alive, and this is a great.
All he
match.
needs is
Amazing
3/4 of a
match.
second of power to get this job done. If he hits the lane correctly, that's all he needs.
That's all he needs.
He hasn't got much fuel after that, but that goodness me, that first initiation is an intimidating one.
Wagner has never been known as great technical armor, so he's just ridiculously strong. Like some of the videos you have seen, it's insane.
Here we go, Ray. Ready, go. It's into the hook this time. That suits Dzeranov, and it's Dzeranov now looking for control and looking for the offensive surges. Is there anything left in Wagner Bortolato? He's sitting center at the moment. There's not much access to the press. It's Dzeranov tightening
So
up.
close, so close.
But here we go.
Fighting everything they
Wagner
have.
Bortolato
everything
coming
they
back,
have.
ladies and gentlemen. He's starting to get some stops to getting higher. It's Dzeranov, and his shoulder
It's
is wearing
anyone's
out.
match at this point. So close.
Hold on,
And
Wagner. Hold on,
Dzeranov
Wagner.
pins
There it
him.
is. What a match.
Wow. Insane.
And now Dzeranov is allowed to date Wagner's daughter.
Yes, I think
Amazing performance from both.
he
to be
just
honest.
passed the test.
He
just
passed the
test.
test.
Yes.
Jody Larrett looking on in admiration of both men there in that Epic performance, fantastic. We're gonna get some replays.
Yeah, let's look at this match. The first round, it was Dzeranov written all over it. And then, round number 2, we saw an interesting
development. We'll call it that. It was the arrival of the press.
Yes, that's the arrival of the press. That's the, I would say, original Wagner. He gets that press, he gets it going.
Yeah, then we started to see the fatigue.
Him passing out
He's
for
passing
3
out,
rounds,
he's
but he
falling over.
didn't. He didn't. He still had energy. 2 elbow fouls. Georgiy Dzeranov was in the lead, 2-1, and then the press again. The top roll doesn't work against Wagner. The top roll doesn't work.
No
And-
one celebrates better than Wagner, but it was Dzeranov in round number 5 getting the job done and taking
So
the
close
victory.
match. Amazing match.
Let's
we
cross.
go Artyom Taranenko.
Indeed, we do.
All right, Georgiy, congratulations on your win today once again. What was the hardest moment of the match for you? Какой был самый напряженный момент в поединке?
Самый напряженный момент в поединке был при установлении захвата, так как Вагнер очень опытный, хитрый и в то же время быстрый, несмотря на его массу.
Okay, so the hardest moment of the match was definitely getting the setup because Wagner being experienced, skillful, very sneaky, and despite being so huge and having the mass, also having the high speed as well. Do you have any other words for Wagner? Что ты можешь о Вагнере сказать?
Очень хороший человек, несмотря на его землетрясение.
He's a very good guy despite the terremoto. Congratulations, Georgiy. Good luck in the next match.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next match will take place in the light heavyweight division with the United States of America versus Georgia. Firstly, this athlete makes his way to the table representing the United States of America and has a growing and impressive resume. Please welcome one of the most popular arm wrestlers on the circuit today. He is known as the White Orc, Paul Linn.
The People's Champion, Paul Linn, making his way to the stage. This man is an absolute specimen. He is carved out of stone. You can see the way he walks there. Not only, he made the weight of 95 kilos for this match only a couple of days ago, and now steps to the table closer to 104 kilos. This man is a master of strength and all things preparation for this match. Look for a huge performance from the man from the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, his opponent hails from the great arm wrestling nation of Georgia, where he is a multiple national champion. Please give a round of applause to this man making his debut here at East versus West 5, Mr. Irakli Gamtenadze.
Irakli Gamtenadze from Georgia. For some time, we haven't seen him on arm wrestling scene. He has a multiple European and world champion titles. He's one of the best Georgian pullers of all time. He's very dedicated. He's very crafty in the setup. His main weapons are always been his speed and his versatility. He has a really tough opponent in Paul Linn. Paul Linn is all about that damn power.
Yeah, let's see where this match goes. A lot of interesting pressures will be seen and witnessed in that first setup when these two gentlemen touch hands for the first time. A lot of reputation coming from both these guys. Look for Paul Linn to try to control the top of the table. That's back pressure from him is fantastic. He uses that as a great weapon, but he, as we know, he's very comfortable in the hook as well. Wins over people like the legend Ron Barth, of course, being achieved in the hook. And Ray, you said that these guys were tricky in the setup. We're seeing that straight away.
Oh, it's going to be referee's grip for sure.
No one's selling.
Irakli doesn't want to grip up with Paul. Just normally, Paul is, like you said, carved out of stone. And they have history. So after, I don't remember which competition, but they had competition. Irakli spent some time in USA. They pulled. Paul just manhandled him on table. Irakli pulled the tournament before, but Irakli said, like, I want a super match with you. And I pretty much believe this is exactly how this happened. In previous time Paul was here, he beat Davit Samushia, the 85 world champion of East versus West. So bigger challenge, bigger opponent. We are impartial with this. We are a Poland side. There's no denying that. That's team fix for sure. But we want to see great arm wrestling, and we want to be surprised. And let's see what happens.
Paul Linn really loading that pronation high. You can see that is his lead weapon when it comes to winning center. Will he top roll? Will he transition into the high hook? He can do either one. Let's see where it goes. Irakli looking to control.
Irakli looking for a hook more than a top roll right now. I don't see where his leg is set up, but I believe, yeah, it's high, so it's in a hook setup, so they're gonna end up in a hook. Yeah, I can see it up.
That hook is being
right here from these positions.
Propped up on the pad. Look for Paul Linn to drive sideways with a pronated offense, but a willingness to come into a hook if necessary. Look for wrist flexion control from Irakli. Here we go, round one.
Straight your wrist. He's carving. Straight your wrist.
Paul doing plenty of talking with the referee, making sure he gets what he wants.
Ready, go.
There's the start.
There's a hook, and too much power, too much back pressure from Paul Linn.
Paul Linn looking powerful in that first round.
Powerful.
Wow.
Have you seen his elbow?
Yeah, how do you not see his elbow? You walk into a room with him, everybody looks at Paul. He is phenomenal. They may be reviewing this one, but the replay will show it. The pronated side pressure was fantastic, and not enough impact into Paul Linn's pronation from Irakli, and it just meant that the side pressure door was open and exposed, and the victory.
He ate that pronator, pulled his arm away from his body and just pin him to the side. Paul Linn, he just spent, I think, the whole preparation in Mordor. He just came here. So he is ready to take all the rings. Stop it, Ryan.
He is coming straight for the rings tonight. I love this. That best commentary there, Ray. Well done. I love it. But it's Irakli right now with all the pressure. He has to find a new method of getting into this match. And the problem is Paul Linn maintains such strong static strength at the center table. In the negotiation, look at the way Paul Linn really loads and trusts his back pressure and pronation. He dares his opponents to try to beat it. And if they fail, which we saw in round one, it's a free hit sideways for Paul. What will Irakli try to challenge the wrist now? Will he adjust and go high and top roll v top roll? It looks like where it's going to go.
I don't think he should. I think, again, he's leaning forward. I have to look at the other cameras to figure out where his leg is. But Paul is such an athlete. He has power. And for what I saw in the last previous matches, he has the endurance to back it up as well. So he doesn't get, weaker while the rounds go on. He's maybe not the most technical arm wrestler because he's still learning, but he climbed the ladder so fast. He's so powerful. And yeah,
the foot is up once again from Irakli, so his intent somewhat declared there. He is looking for side pressure via the inside route. He's going to look to try to initiate perhaps just harder and faster than he did in round one and try to make an impact on the pronation of Paul Linn. He's looking just to get enough purchase so that Paul Linn can't get a finish and it gets stuck into a defensive hook. Here we go, round number two, almost set and good to go.
Paul Linn leads by 1.
High knuckle grip there taken from
Looks like
Irakli.
top roll from Irakli, but too much.
Wow.
Too much.
He is literally just storming the gates right now, Paul Linn.
It's not even close.
No, it's not. There's a big power gap.
Yes.
Paul Linn.
One elbow foul for Irakli. One elbow foul. So it's still 1-0. Paul Linn leads. One elbow foul for Irakli.
Well, you can see the look on Irakli's face. There's fear written all over his face right now. The man is recognizing the strength in his opponent, Paul Linn, that there's a big gap. That doesn't leave many options for Irakli. He's going to have to search for that very small opening, but I don't even know where that is right now. Paul Linn looking monstrous.
Let's see if Irakli can switch things up and try something else. He's going to go for a hook. Knuckles high, wants to keep his wrist in, wants to set it up deep, but let's see who has more power.
That one actually went into the hook and it didn't matter.
Too much
didn't
power.
matter. Paul Linn's got this all day. Right now, he's in control. He's a significant step above his opponent in power, and I don't think there's anything Irakli can do.
I'm interested how Irakli would do against Zurab. That would be interesting.
Yeah,
And
look.
yeah, maybe that's the next opponent for Paul Linn. Paul Linn clearly needs to face guys at 100 kilos, and that is his weight. And
You
he's
see
always
that,
cutting
look
down
at that
to
replay
93.
there.
and
Just it didn't matter. Irakli got what
Insane.
he wanted, and Paul just pulled straight through.
Insane, absolutely insane. Paul Linn, total domination, 2-0. One more round to go, most likely.
And you can see the way Paul has almost a two-stage offense there. He secures what he wants,
And then
he
he
feels it, and then says, guess what? Here comes the hammer.
Yeah.
And he just drops it. And there's nothing that Irakli can do to stand in the way of it. The White Orc on fire.
White Orc on fire. Like every time I see him, like last time I see him, he was cutting more weight. He was lower in weight. I was like, how are you? And, no, he was higher in weight. I think he's 100 kilo limit.
In 2 days, we've seen a 10-kilo swing in Paul Linn.
Yeah. I was like, he was 100 and now he cut down to 95. I'm like, you look bigger now. Look, no. He pulled the jumpers and
Here we go, round number 3. It's Paul Linn in complete control. Irakli looking for something, but let's see what
leg
Paul
is still set up, maybe a high hook position from Irakli. But
Paul's not the kind of guy who gives you space. I think let's just look for the job to get done. He likes a decisive victory,
Yeah.
Paul Linn. Ooh, elbow foul there. The old sweaty elbow trick there off the back. Paul Linn.
those elbows are mean. Look at his elbow. His elbow is like 1 inch long. It's insane. It doesn't make any sense. Like we're happy. No, I'm sorry. Muay Thai guys are happy he's not doing Muay Thai.
And Georgian royalty there in the corner there. They're trying to encourage Irakli to find that hope. Paul Linn spinning his wheels a little bit there as he went to put the power down. The sweaty elbow, as you can see, he's now gone and chalked that elbow to fix that problem. But Irakli getting somewhat of a second chance there because it probably was going to be one-way traffic again, but one more time. Now with the attempt, you can see Paul Linn adjusting his grip slightly more. You can see him taking a slightly deeper grip, looking as though he's happy to go into the hook if needed. And the higher knuckle grip taken from Irakli. Slightly different setup here.
I feel like Paul Linn should just go in a hook. And
Yeah,
finish
it
this
looks
match.
like Paul Linn's going to just force this one in.
From this position, he can top roll as well, but I believe he will just slide in side pressure.
There's the hook.
Hits the hook.
Just too much. There's
Paul
just too
Linn,
much.
3-0 victory against Irakli Gamtenadze.
The man from USA, the people's champ. Big celebration there. You got to say it right. Outstanding performance.
Outstanding performance. He got one back for the fixed crew. Sorry, Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you.
We get to see the replays here. It was early domination with that high pronated side pressure from Paul Linn.
Yeah.
Irakli did his best to find a stop, but it wasn't possible. There was too much power. Second round, it was once again the White Orc just ripping sideways. You can see the discomfort in the eyes and the face of his opponent there as Paul
You
Linn
know you
celebrates.
can't do anything. You know you're overmatched in every position at this point, and Paul Linn just looking.
Look at that roar.
Phenomenal. Oh my God. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there.
That roar is fantastic.
No.
Paul Linn
Yeah.
showing a lot of promise. Like, he really is waving the flag of USA.
That's the
future
next
arm wrestling.
generation.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the Okay. So I believe Paul Linn is the next big thing in arm wrestling for USA. We had seen few of the guys that, been doing it for years, like John and Todd, but Paul Linn, Adam Wawrzynski, and bunch of more are coming here. We go to Artyom Taranenko for an interview.
All right, Paul. Well, first of all, you came into this match as a pure underdog, and you kind of, with your performance, you proved people that you were quite the opposite. Tell me how you feel about the match.
The hungry dog runs faster. I'll take that role every time.
That's good. And were there any unexpected danger in any of the matches throughout the day?
I was surprised at Irakli's speed for sure. He got me on the go every round. So I felt good with my preparation coming in. I felt like I was going to be okay in the middle of the table in a hook, and it worked out for me.
All right, that's great. And obviously, who would you like to pull next?
That's up to Engen and the powers that be. I'll pull whoever.
No, I need the name drop. I need the name drop.
I don't get to make those choices, but I did hear a little birdie say something about another legend. But I'll let Engen talk about that.
All right, very humble. Thank you, Paul. Congratulations on your win. Good luck in your next match.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go into our main event sequence of matches. And the first of these features the very best of men at an arm wrestling table. I'd like you to welcome him now. He hails from the United States of America and needs no introduction anywhere in the world. This man is universally recognized as the greatest arm wrestler of all time. Please welcome the perfect storm, John Brzenk!
Ladies and gentlemen, here he comes, John Brzenk, 58 years old, the absolute greatest arm wrestler of all time. He's been dominating for almost 4 decades at the top of the sport. He's been the world champion. He's been the overall ranked #1 for such a period of time. He's had more dominance in this sport than you could say any athlete in any other sport. This man is arm wrestling, and tonight we get to see him against the young superstar, Oleg Petrenko.
Ladies and gentlemen, his opponent hails from Ukraine. He is a multiple Ukrainian national champion and former Nemiroff World Cup champion. Please give a round of applause and welcome Oleg Petrenko.
Oleg Petrenko from Ukraine, 26 years old. John is twice his age and a little more. Right now, Oleg Petrenko today looked phenomenal. He's coming in a great shape. At one point was the #1 guy, I would say, on the planet under 95, 100 kilos. Oleg Petrenko, John Brzenk is going to be epic clash of young versus old, strong versus technical. I think at one point, Neil Pickup is going to change me in the commentary booth. He's going to stay here with Ryan Bowen, but right now, as we wait for Neil to come, let's get on with this match. And I'm really excited. This is one of the matches I was looking forward to because I want to know how strong Petrenko is and, is he at that absolute top level at this weight class? They both weighed in at 104 kilos. So that was the weight cap for both of these athletes. Are they going to 115 or are they going to stay at 105 or 100?
Thank you, Cobra.
We'll see.
I appreciate your support.
All right, here we go. You can see the setup of round 1 already on the way. It's Oleg Petrenko. We saw him immensely looking strong earlier tonight on the left arm. Up against John Brzenk, the greatest arm wrestler of all time. Now a different test. Of course, John, known for immense control. Wrist flexion, pronation are what he is best at. And Oleg Petrenko, you can see already that he's feeling the stress in the hand. Both these guys being very wary of giving their opponent too much access to power. Neither of them are willing to square up so far. At the moment you can see Oleg Petrenko's wrist flexion and John Brzenk conceding on the pronation so that he gets the contact that he wants. The referee's grip coming up.
What do you think John's going to do? Because John has both the options, and he knows he's not facing a real top roller. He's not aiming for his hand. What do you think?
Yeah, look, at this point in
Sorry,
time,
Neil Pickup is
Oleg
here.
Petrenko.
I gotta leave. My dad's here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming into the commentary booth the man known as the voice of arm wrestling, truly, but has been there for decades. Welcome, Neil Pickup. How are you, sir?
I'm very good, mate. I'm a little out of breath, but here we go. Brzenk, Petrenko. Arm integrity. Wow.
Yeah, look at that. We saw earlier from Petrenko in the night that he had immense control at center, but John Brzenk there showing straight away back pressure and pronation is enough to threaten the hand of Petrenko. In the straps, Neil, how do we see this one?
It's very interesting because that side pressure could be a real effect, could be a real game changer, but John knows the weapon is the hand and wrist. And now is the time to put bleed on the arm of Petrenko.
Yeah, now it's fascinating stuff. Oleg Petrenko, as we know, is a student of the former legend and arm wrestling world #1 Andrei Pushkar, and they possess a similar style. Look for Petrenko to attempt to just really stand tall, take control of center, and come crashing down. He also has a willingness to let his wrist go and drive sideways with that press, something that John will be aware of. Let's see if he can handle it.
You can see John diligent there, trying to just tee up the hand and wrist of Petrenko. He knows that's the route through this man. Needs to stay away from the youth, stay away from that tendon strength that Petrenko possesses. Talking to the refs there.
Yeah, you can see John's not happy, isn't he? John is someone who is always you have to describe him as a fair setup always. He's always been a gentleman in every grip, but you can see it's getting under the skin there of John. He's not happy. The strap's going off. They're going to redo this one again.
It's funny, in his earlier career, John had such dominance that he didn't really care about that. He would let so many men get away with so much, but now an older John Brzenk needs to not allow those disadvantages to occur. Needs to reset the balance. You can see how calm he is, very focused, very diligent. Is that strap applied?
Neil, at 58 years of age, John, his shoulders sore. He doesn't have the side pressure. He's resting on his hand and wrist alone to really just dominate this match. Against a young man like Petrenko who has immense side pressure, how does John get control of this match?
He needs to make sure that he can move him off that shoulder super early, close down the spaces and make his hand the more dominant of the two. Look at him turn the knuckles out. Give himself that opportunity to pronate a little harder, and that's a massive hit. Oh, I think that was actually a jump start from Petrenko.
Yeah, there was a little bit of early movement from both there. I think you can see the smile on the face of John. I think John knows that he did go early, but so did Petrenko. A bit of jockeying from both these two right now. I think John can sense that he's up against a young stud with a lot of power.
Yeah, everybody's going to raise the game when they come to the table to pull the greatest of all time. I mean, John there maybe as equally responsible for initiating that. The little turn on the hand, a catalyst to the movement, but it was definitely Oleg with the arm movement, and, you know, who can blame the man? Better to go first than not at all.
Yeah, fantastic initiation so far. I love this tension. Like I said, we've got a 58-year-old John, the greatest arm wrestler of all time, up against one of the younger gentlemen in the sport of arm wrestling who's a true, genuine elite. This is a huge opportunity for Oleg Petrenko. The pressure that he would be feeling right now up against John, the nerves would be high. All of this jockeying and tension, restarts, restraps, a lot of tension. This first round will really tell us a big story.
It's critical for John that he can come through this relatively unscathed. He would love to get to a position where he can apply that dominance in the hand and wrist and hang up Oleg. Hope that all those big muscles pump up, and Oleg's really working on the hand there. Can't take it. Now John just hanging position, waiting to crack that wrist. Oleg very intelligently fouls himself out of the match. He knew that he was on the bleed there, and you can hear that reaction from the crowd, Ryan.
What a stuff. Like, sometimes when I look at the opponents that John's taking on, I sit there and I shake my head and I think, I worry for John. I love the GOAT being dominant. I think, oh, this guy's so strong. I'm scared for him. But then John just constantly shows he has the tool to counter everyone.
The wonderful thing about watching John at this age is that people get to see that this man is a package. Arm wrestling is made up of speed, strength, technique. This man has every box ticked. He really is the perfect storm, and evidence of it more and more as we see him in his twilight years at the table. You're starting to see John Brzenk rely on all of the elements that have made him the man in the game of iron arms. Just there, you can see as the match stops, there was no panic. He was the calmest man in the building. As the crowd started to rev up and started to shout their support, the calmest man was John Brzenk. He held his position and waited. Petrenko felt something he didn't like and showed that experience he has got out of the match. Here we go.
We can see John a little unsettled there. There must have been movement just before the go. John making sure that he gets a fair start. Oleg Petrenko perhaps an indication that he is changing his direction and tactics from the go, looking to prevent John Brzenk from getting that dragging, pronated and flat-wristed defense that he had. But let's see if he can manage to get that start away again. Oleg Petrenko, his experience, as he said, showing through. John Brzenk, Oleg Petrenko, round number 1. Here we go.
You see where my hand is? You see where my hand is? No, I'm not trying to rotate. But when you're closing my hand, I'm like underneath already. Let me close my hand. Let me close my hand. Let me close my hand here, not here.
There you go. John Brzenk showing that he doesn't want to be forced into that supinated or carved in position. He's identified a lane that works for him. He says, I want to stay square to the side of the table, which he has every right to. Good communication there, but Oleg Petrenko, you have to say, also very intelligent manipulations of his position to get what he wants. Round 1, here we go.
Now there's the big drive, and Petrenko gets much more arm in the match this time.
Instead of it's so bad.
The referee, what we see. The
so bad.
The
I'm upside down like
from
this.
Oleg Petrenko. Brzenk remonstrating with the refs, but Oleg Petrenko, the perfect start against the perfect storm.
Yeah, you can see that once the arm-on-arm is in place, Petrenko, the younger man, does have the horsepower to pull through.
You're closing me like this.
But trust, ladies and gentlemen, trust that the greatest arm wrestler of all time, John Brzenk, is well and truly not out of this match. You can see the passion in the way he's communicating this. As we come to a replay, we'll see it there. It was Oleg Petrenko who managed to force himself inside, and definitely early movements there, but that was the way it went, and too much power. Look for a big adjustment from John Brzenk. Well, not necessarily a big adjustment, Neil, but watch the GOAT do his thing.
John really there, as you can see, what he was upset about was the application of back pressure before the start. It wasn't so much the move to the side, it was that application of back pressure, and it really caught Brzenk napping.
You see Devin Larratt giving some words of advice there from the corner to John, two of the greatest arm wrestlers of all time.
I'm upside down like this. Oh yeah, no. If I get that position, I'll be fine. What are we doing?
Plenty of tension there, Neil. Plenty of tension.
John realizing exactly the magnitude of the task in front of him. Now, this is really interesting because John has that opportunity. If he can settle himself down, which you can see he's going through the gears now. He's been here before. A few minor adjustments can equal miles at the table.
He's so fast start of both competitors. It doesn't your win. It's 0-0.
0-0, very critical.
There
now,
we go. Wow.
I did say a moment ago that I think John was concerned about the application of the back pressure before the start, and the down ref agrees with that comment. We've got no score on the board, and you can see instantly Brzenk settling down.
Strap match.
So fascinating development in this match. We are back at 0-0, strap match again. John Brzenk. Let's see if he can deny Petrenko that ability to get an arm-on-arm. We saw from the very first initiation that if it is a flat-handed wrist, that John Brzenk does have the ability to prevent that side pressure lane going through. Oleg Petrenko, on the other hand, he has demonstrated that he has the power and ability to finish this match if he can get it wrist on wrist, arm on arm. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is going down to the wire. This is anybody's match at this stage. The GOAT, Oleg Petrenko. Here we go.
Watch now in this strap. You can see the referee hanging on to the hands of both competitors, but watch the lower wrist of John Brzenk when this strap tightens down. As soon as he feels that adjustment, look how far forward John has positioned his wrist, and he's kicking it out. The little finger almost pointing to the crowd to trying to secure that position. and counter the side pressure from Petrenko. If Petrenko charges towards John with the grip first there, down comes Petrenko. It doesn't look anywhere near the centre there, though, I've got to say.
Yeah. I'm not the one rotating. Trust me, I'm not the one rotating.
He saw that. Okay, close. Okay, close.
Down
John wanting to stay purely square to the table.
That big false start there from Petrenko, but John rode with it there, and he secured the wrist and hand, and John Brzenk now in control. Once again, Petrenko choosing not to contest.
That's his second foul win. That will be the win to John. Petrenko,
Wow.
Petrenko perhaps making the error and forgetting the fact that he already had used up that life by lifting the elbow intentionally, and this time subsequently taking the loss. John Brzenk, arm wrestling, very intelligently, perfect execution. As you called it, Neil, kicking his wrist back, preventing Oleg Petrenko getting into that wrist flexion position. 1-0, the GOAT.
Now, what was really interesting there is the referees, I'm pretty sure, particularly the down ref there, was aware that there was a false start. But he saw the level of comfort in John's face and played the advantage. Great refereeing. Petrenko there really sold it to the side, and that is a pivotal element within this match. What it demonstrates is that John Brzenk, if he can secure any kind of pronation, hand and wrist control, he can dominate the younger man. Petrenko needs to guard the lower palm and secure it deep arm on arm. A difficult task.
After I'm closing, I'm like
If you're in Oleg Petrenko's corner right now, and John Brzenk has demonstrated that if he's got his pronation away, that he can't force the hook. Are you saying to him, be ready to flop press? I know he has that in his arsenal. Is it too early to bring it out?
It is, yeah. Against a man like John Brzenk, I think that's a suicidal tendency. If you, unless you can secure a very A-side position, evidenced by what we've just seen there, John is not far away in the strength gap. Remember when he was caught napping a few moments ago, he'd looked for the top roll, he missed the start. When you look for the top roll and don't get it, you're nowhere near set to apply your maximum capability in the arm. But Petrenko, a little bit of a top roll attempt there, and Brzenk balling up the hand and wrist, nothing there, and we'll go into the strap.
Now this will be interesting now with the strap side being alternate with the buckle side on John. Will that play into fact when it comes to John achieving that high, flat-wristed top roll defense? It may not. John, of course, is a master of all technical aspects of this sport and can do it from anywhere in the table, but it may somewhat help Petrenko. It may not disadvantage John, but it may help Petrenko to just have more purchase in his hand and wrist. Could be a factor. Neil, how do you see it?
The good thing for John is here that he can't be fouled out for over-straightening his wrist. If he wants to kick the lower knuckles out there, that's well within the rules. The issue would be if he was looking to supinate. That's going to be the bigger problem. So it may. Let's listen.
It's enough? That's enough, yeah. Okay, it's enough.
John showing indication that he's happy for a loose strap here, showing again signs that he feels good in the hand and wrist. And of course, with the buckle being on John's side, it is his position to elect how tight the strap is.
Yeah, and John wants it loose. He wants to gap it as much as he can. The more space he can create between himself and Petrenko, the better.
Center here.
John lowering that shoulder, looking to create the height, but a massive drive from Petrenko. John hangs him up, and the wrist and hand of sacrifice. Brzenk in control. Here we go. Petrenko starts to relax now, reset himself, but it's John Brzenk. Oh, it's a foul. It's been given as a foul. We're looking at a restart. Look at the disappointment on Brzenk's face.
Oleg Petrenko is very quick to know when he's lost a round and lift that elbow. And he's gotten the restart again. John kind of shaking his head as he says, oh, well, okay, I guess I'll do it again. But what a round there where hopefully we get the replay coming up shortly. John Brzenk catching the enormous drive from Oleg Petrenko. And once again showing that his pronation is the weapon. But impressive stuff, Neil.
Tremendous evidence there of the difference in the way that these guys have come up through the sport, Ryan. If you look at John Brzenk, you're looking at an old-school arm wrestler. A man who doesn't work diligently in the gym. He's not in there pumping iron. He's the guy that's feeling his way through the sport at the arm wrestling table. Oleg Petrenko is the new blood. He's the new breed. This is the man who's worked the gym. He's worked the athleticism. He's diligent. He's considered. He's professional. You can see how much that's been drilled into this young man by the fact that when he feels the danger signs, he hits the ejector seat and he's out of there.
Yeah, he doesn't ever. He really does escape, and he times it perfectly. And you can see, look, and that's something that can accumulate over time. John had to work hard to get that stop. And look, any other opponent, John would have been up 2-0 right now. But Oleg Petrenko, incredibly intelligent, as you say, and he's done that. He's going to now get another shot to use that explosive power. John has to now once again achieve what was a very difficult stop.
Well, you hope over the course of a match that the swings of fortune will balance themselves out. I think they certainly have there. I think John rode his luck in the first round. Oleg Petrenko got away with one there, without question. He needs to make it stick now. He needs to make it count.
Rotate, center, and here to the
John
center.
dropping the shoulder again. Fatigue is a concern for John. Big drive again from Petrenko, but John Brzenk in control there, and look at the face change of the perfect storm. Brzenk feels it, he loves it. The hand and wrist control is there for John Brzenk, and Petrenko. He's in a seriously committed position. He couldn't put any more horsepower through there. He needs to go to the bank now, because that hand and wrist will be ruined for the rest of the night, and Brzenk edging, creeping his way back into the match. Look at the face of the perfect storm as he edges up that hand of Petrenko. There's the elbow adjustment. Watch for the transition. Watch for the press. It's coming around. He's trying to damage the wrist of Petrenko. Here we go! Wagner!
Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing absolute arm wrestling royalty at its best there. Beautiful arm wrestling from John Brzenk, withstanding an enormous attack from Oleg Petrenko and reversing it, having to redline in defense at moments as Petrenko fully committed to the spot press. John Brzenk take a bow. Wow, look at the replay shows it. After surviving the onslaught from Oleg Petrenko, it was utter hand control, beautiful regrips, the press, the shoulder commitment, and then just a look to the crowd of like, ladies and gentlemen, that is how we arm wrestle.
What a magnificent display of arm wrestling there from John. He felt what he wanted in the match early, and then he went to work with an arm wrestling masterclass. And you can see the reaction of the crowd here at the Green Park Hotel and Resort. Wow.
Is that the way it's done?
John was inducted into the Hall of Fame earlier today. He's showing us why right now.
It's wonderful to be able to watch this, Ryan. It really is a privilege.
I'm good. Leave it down low.
We'll see if we can catch some words from John there in the corner.
Shoulder's weaker than the arm is, Gary. If I lift my arm.
And what a great shot that is, Ryan. The legendary Gary Goodridge, a man who brought global notoriety to the sport of arm wrestling from his exploits in the octagon, in the ring. And back in his day, Gary Goodridge was the overall champion of the world. He had many duels with John. Let's listen in.
No, I won't.
John Brzenk doing what he does best and out-arm wrestling his opponent. Oleg Petrenko, the young, fiery, strong athlete, has thrown the kitchen sink at John so far tonight. He's come incredibly close, but John just seems to be one step ahead in every area.
Let's be honest. I was conscious, don't want to talk over John there. I'd love to catch some snippets. But let's be honest, Petrenko is unfortunate not to have something on the board here. He really is. I mean, the first round, on another day, he's one to the good. Today, not the case. You can see there Evgeny Prudnik, who we'll see in action later on, coming in with a little word of advice for Petrenko, but I think he needs rosary beads at this point because his hand and wrist are absolutely ruined.
What I love is this is a true East versus West battle tonight. Like, we're seeing legends on both sides of the teams coming up and giving advice to these guys. This is brilliant. I love it. The rivalry is well and truly alive.
Now, how damaged is that hand and wrist, and where will John Brzenk take this one? You can see he's breathing a little hard. I'm sure John's conscious of the fact that he can't take his foot off the accelerator too much, but many years sharing hotel rooms and beers with this guy have taught me one thing. If John Brzenk feels he's really in the match, he is the kind of arm wrestler that will give rope. He wants the challenge. He wants to feel how easy he can win.
Where is the edge of that rope right now? Stylistically, where is the danger zone right now?
But stylistically, if he allowed Petrenko to close his wrist and make it truly arm on arm, this is an arm wrestling match.
Oh, goodness me. I'm scared, but I love it. I want to see it.
I don't think John will do that. I think he's there to entertain, but I think he's also there to win this arm wrestling match.
He's conscious of the threat that Oleg Petrenko possesses, which we have to give him credit for. We saw it in round one when it did go wrist on wrist. It was real, but perhaps the bullets are taking their toll. Oleg Petrenko, you can see he's still composed, but you can see also a level of exhaustion is there. John Brzenk up 2-0 in 1 round to get. That's all he needs. Here we go.
A lot of adrenaline in this match for Oleg as well. He went to the bank on that one. His fatigue level will be high. Big drive to the side, and once again he's committed, but you can see John complete and utter control in there. Just hanging on and waiting, biding his time. He'll wait for that power to deplete as Petrenko drives at him. He'll wait, and then he will go on the counter and start to edge his opponent back. Just basing himself there. He's nowhere else to go at the back of the pad, so he's got to put that pressure down. You can see the damage in the shoulder.
Petrenko is digging deep. This is a hard thing for Petrenko right now. He knows that if he lets up, John will take it away from him, and Petrenko is subsequently just holding on, redlining for as long as he can, praying that the bicep of John
Here's
will
the transition! There it is!
Wow. Fantastic effort from both men. Take a bow, John Brzenk. Petrenko, well done on such a gallant effort there to dig that deep. But our GOAT is once again at the top of the sport. And Neil Pickup will make his way down now to talk to these two men. But my goodness, we have seen a huge reminder of why John Brzenk at age 58 is well and truly the greatest arm wrestler of all time. We see the replays come now. Oleg Petrenko, he gave it his best, but in that early round there, you can see it was John Brzenk who achieved that flat-wristed top roll defense and forced Petrenko to have to look for the restart. Interestingly, Petrenko did get great purchase in that first round. There was controversy. The referees went back and reviewed it, and it was eventually John Brzenk who managed to get that top roll stop. You can see that beautiful kink in the wrist there, and it was the deliberate foul from Oleg Petrenko that cost him that first round ultimately. I think he'd forgotten that he'd done it already, and it was John Brzenk in control, 1-0 from there. Once again, a huge attempted top roll in round 2 came from Oleg Petrenko, but it was John Brzenk who held on and showed us exactly why he was. Beautiful transitions from defense into offense, climbing, regripping, taking control of center, and getting the victory. John Brzenk looking amazing. And it was the final round where we saw such heart from Petrenko, but it wasn't enough to stop the GOAT from doing what he does best and winning this one 3-0.
Insane.
Rolly Ray is back with me.
Insane.
What
John
did you think of
Brzenk
that?
just doing John Brzenk things. We go to Artyom Tavberidze for post-match interview.
Well, hello, John. Congratulations on your win today. Did the match go as you expected?
I got the win. To be quite honest, I didn't know what to expect, but I'm extremely happy.
What was the most unexpected thing? What was the hardest moment of the match?
His hand and wrist. For his size, almost felt like Todd Hutchins, just super strong. Was able to maintain his hand and wrist a lot better than I thought he would. He's got incredible arm strength, and I honestly just wanted to run from it. So, yeah.
Were you expecting a little bit less from him or more?
After his match with Zurab and lefty, he had me ready to leave the building. I was like, what the hell did I get myself into? No, he was everything I expected. He pushed me to my limit. In fact, I think it was the second match or the third match, I thought, shit, should I give this thing up? It might snap here.
Every tongue must confess that this guy is the GOAT. But by the way, don't get me wrong. Oleg Petrenko is a super strong guy, super nice guy. I have so much respect for him. But this guy, really, I really thought that Oleg Petrenko was gonna destroy him. I told my friends he's gonna destroy John, and it hurts my heart to think that way, because even if I pull him, I want him to win. Of course, he's gonna win anyways, but so don't think that I am taking side when John is there. I don't know. Congratulations, John.
Congrats one more time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I felt your energy. It was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you feel that? The perfect storm just blew through East versus West 5, and we aren't done yet. Our next main event sequence match is in the super heavyweight division, ladies and gentlemen, and it will take place between athletes from Kazakhstan and Georgia. First of all, let's welcome our Georgian athlete to the table. This man is a monster, the heaviest man here at East versus West 5 at 145 kilograms. Welcome the Georgian giant, Revaz Lutidze.
Revaz Lutidze standing almost 2 meters tall, 145 kilograms. We've seen him before facing Michael Todd and Derek Smith right here in East versus West, getting a couple of victories and being ready for a different challenge, and the challenge is in front of him in Artyom Morozov. Right now, Revaz is looking very good. Let's see if he can keep the streak alive, and I think it's the same thing that Artyom Morozov is thinking of.
Representing Kazakhstan, he is one of the brightest rising stars of the modern sport and a massive individual at over 6 feet 5 inches tall. Please welcome to the table Mr. Artyom Steel Morozov.
This man, a lot of people describe him as the Terminator. He really is the perfect specimen for arm wrestling, standing at some 6 foot 5 inches tall, 135 kilos. This man is built for arm wrestling. Only 25 years of age. There is so much promise in this man. We've seen him with impressive victories over names like Dave Chaffee. Today he takes on Georgian Revaz, and this will be an opportunity for one of these men to really step forward and declare that they are coming for the top-ranked guys.
Yeah, I think these two are the guys that are right now gunning for. There's a lot of guys that are gunning for that number 2 spot behind Levan Saginishvili in the world to see who is the next challenger. And I think this is one of the pairs of, we're going to see another pair today of the guys that are up for that challenge. Revaz Lutidze, Artyom Morozov. Artyom Morozov coming back from a victory over Dave Chaffee that today is going to pull Ermes Gasparini. In a few minutes, I'm going to be joined by Neil Pickup, and Ryan is going to take a little break. Yeah, Neil Pickup is coming back. We're getting ready for round number 1. Usual setup for Morozov. We're right now getting ready to roll this match. A lot of anticipation between both of these guys. Referee's trying to figure out if everything is straight. Good. Go. And it's Revaz with a great top roll. We saw that Morozov's hand buckled a little bit. Maybe he wants that strap. I think he was going for that strap as well. We know Morozov can really, he can hook and he can top roll if he wants to. And for him, it's more of finding the right path to the victory. What are your thoughts, Neil?
I think both men will love the fact that this is going to the strap. We know they're both well-rounded. We know that they want to anchor this match and make sure that they do damage to that hand and wrist. Revaz, huge reputation from the Georgians. Acid test here with Steel Morozov.
Steel Morozov coming in after a great performance every time he pulls. Last loss he had was against Evgeny Prudnik, and we feel like he has increased his power a lot since then, and right now is looking for that top spot. Right now, ranked number 1 arm wrestler with left arm on the planet, and he will defend that title today versus Ermes Gasparini later. But right now, it's all about Revaz Lutidze. Can Revaz Lutidze take that hand? Revaz is looking for that good top roll. We saw that against Michael Todd, didn't work out, ended up with a flop wrist press. So we know there's a lot of options for both of these athletes.
Even though Morozov is such a big man here, you feel like Lutidze will try to be the bully. He's a huge individual. He's put on so much size since last time we saw him. And 145 kilos in weight.
Take a grip.
And let's just listen in.
Okay. Good? Good. Okay.
Morozov just wanting to get that really tight application of the strap. Speed will be the weapon.
I feel like Morozov's looking a little bit more of an inside arm wrestling game right now, and Revaz is still looking, he's way closer. Revaz is still looking for that top roll. If he can take the wrist of Morozov, that's a big thing, but Morozov's wrist is made of steel. Let's see if he can do it.
He's going to try to get Revaz off that ball early.
Morozov turns him into the hook, but Revaz is so close to the pin pad. A lot of side pressure, very close, can finish him. Like, exactly like Denisipenko said yesterday in a press conference, Morozov is going to play that defensive game, and Revaz will play that attacking game. It is exactly how it's playing out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are deep inside, and still Morozov with a win. And look what that meant to the young Kazakh. He absolutely loves that he's got points on the board. And the real reasoning behind that is that he also is aware that he can get the match where he wants it to be. And if he does, he can win it, Ray.
That wrist flexion was insane. The way he just turned it in. We're going to see a replay very soon. The way he just turned him in was insane. It wasn't like just a little bit. It was full wrist flexion. He got a deep cup in. He let Revaz to get on his pronator, but still he had a lot of power to power through him.
Look at one point, depth on the wrist, Ray. Look at the depth on that wrist.
So deep, exactly like you like it.
Incredibly, everybody I know likes it, Ray.
Exactly, deep inside. I believe that is the key for the victory for Morozov today. But we have seen a lot of things from him. If needed, he can press one round, and both of these guys are sweating like crazy.
Absolutely. Look at Revaz Lutidze there. He is blowing like Michael Todd in a commentary booth.
Or was it Todd Hutchings in Eskimo?
Everybody knows that was not Michael Todd.
That wasn't, no. No, it takes a lot. First round straight, that war. We'll see who has more endurance right now. Revaz will for sure look for that pin without the strap if he can take the hand and he can get it bent down. But it played out exactly like Denisipenko told yesterday in press conference. He said Revaz will be the one who's attacking and Morozov will be the one who is defending. It's 1-0 on scoreboards. Morozov leading by 1.
Interestingly there as well, you saw that there was a little bit of panic for Morozov. When that thing hit the hook, he didn't expect the big counter. Didn't expect all that weight to come charging in there. And it took him a moment. It took him a moment to gather his thoughts.
I would just take a look at Michael Todd match, and I would expect all of those things from Revaz. He has a lot of pressure coming in when he wants to.
I kind of feel like he had a game plan. And the game plan was that he could shut down the back pressure, shut down that attack on his own hand and wrist, that he would be in control.
What is this? This is an elbow foul. Here? There's an elbow foul. It's a reset. I guess they look at the video or something. So we're still in a round 1. I think it's an elbow foul for Morozov because there was a jump in the middle of the table and Revaz was calling for it. Referees didn't stop it. They thought it was a minor infraction of the rules, so they didn't stop the match.
Now, interestingly, in our last matchup, we saw this same soup warmed over with John Brzenk and Oleg Petrenko.
Holy shit, that match.
I loved it, Ray.
I wasn't here, and I was right there in front of John's. Amazing.
There's a reason why he's everybody's favorite arm wrestler.
This is the reason why arm wrestling is the best sport ever. Our GOAT is still playing the game, and he's still kicking ass.
Every day. Now here we go. The hand and wrist. So important for Revaz, and you can see that he's much more diligent this time. He's driving forward that lower palm, trying to then increase the height of the index finger knuckle. Look at Morozov.
So one elbow foul on Morozov, still round 1, a restart.
Interestingly, that may also slow Morozov down a little bit. He might want to just temper that hit. Revaz not happy with the big carve.
Take a grip. Stop. Referee's grip.
Difficult thing is, you see, we're on the bigger pads tonight, guys, and that's important for Morozov because this is a 6'5" athlete. He's got a lot of reach anyway, and he's got more pad to work with him.
I I think it kind of equalizes it because Revaz has that advantage too, and
He does, but only if he can get to the back of the pad. And at the
Yes.
moment, he's
Yes.
he's
He's right in
not
the front.
managing to get there.
No.
The point that I'm making there is it's fine to have the extra little bit at the back if you can secure the hand and wrist. Then it swings in your advantage. But Revaz knows that on that first start, he wasn't even close to getting what he wanted.
No.
Got charged
There's
in there.
so much hand from Morozov. We have seen it before. He cups in like crazy. I believe his hand is his main weapon, even though he looks like a truck.
Revaz not happy there at all. Needs to keep his mind on the match. Look at Morozov, 100% focus for the young man, and straight away finds that position,
Deep
Morozov,
position.
and we are deep inside. Big drive from Revaz, committing, but Morozov again settling himself, basing that elbow, soaking. The big hits from the Georgian. Watch for the counter. Starts to rev there, squeezes round and adjusts, but Revaz in a much better position. Looked like an elbow foul. Surely there for Morozov. He's still hanging in there, and the ref saying no. Release of the pen as well.
What's going on? Let's see what's the call.
I'm sure
Winner,
it'll go to the
Morozov.
replay. It's been given.
This goes to the Morozov. It's a victory.
Expect a Georgian protest here, I imagine. And the big thing that Revaz has on his side, as everybody could see there, he's actually got Zeus as one of his cornermen.
Stop. Second elbow foul for Morozov, winner Revaz. So they changed the call 3 times in this match. Referees want to make the right calls. They talk and they discuss. And
I must admit, I wasn't surprised by that. I think...
yeah, I saw it too. I saw that, but I didn't know if like it was... It can be a small foul or it can be a big foul in this case. You know, we're really... Engedi really wants to have good matches for not only athletes, fair matches, but he wants good matches for audience.
Now watch on the replay if we see it this time, Ray. Just watch the back of the pad. I mean, there was a little pop there. Now we're not going to be seeing those given tonight, but we're actually missing where there it is. We just came onto it there at the back of the pad, and Revaz called it straight away.
Yeah, we don't see it. We don't see it.
Yeah, got a bad angle on that one.
Yeah.
Right, watch that elbow. It may have come in a little late there. Revaz called it.
No,
and then
it looks like it. For me, it looks clean. It looks clean. Looks clean.
From where we saw it, it did.
Yeah. But I think the refs for sure made the right call. They talked through it. Maybe the elbow went over the pad, and you cannot win the match if your elbow is over the pad.
The other thing that's absolutely certain is that Morozov let go of the gripping peg to get the extra leverage in the pin.
Absolutely. And again, you cannot do that.
Just doing some squats in the corner there to make sure that the blood goes to his legs.
No, today is the day that he needs to do squats. Every arm wrestler has one day every year where they do their squats. So today is Morozov's day. We all know it's November 19, 2022. So this is the day, yeah.
Revaz is topping up on the water there. Trying to relax. I'm sure his mind is playing a few tricks on him right now. Even though he's one to the good, he will very much feel like he's not one to the good. He's going to feel like he's losing this arm wrestling match. And more important than the score itself is how you feel about things. And I'm sure right now that whilst he's one down, still Morozov feels like he's in control of this match. On the first 2 starts, he was the man who got control, and I think he's going to do it again, Ray. I think he looks like he can get what he wants in these matches.
That wrist is mental. That the ability to cup is so strong. The problem is when he cups so deep, he ends up in position where he compromises his pronator, and it's way harder to get out of position when your pronator is low, when your opponent's arm is on it. So what he needs to do is stay higher. If he can stay higher and bring Revaz to his side, not the other way around, he's in control.
No. Revaz couldn't move anymore to the
we see a
right-hand
top
side.
roll.
He's got the hand and wrist there, totally secured. Can he hang on to? Oh, great adjustment! Did he lift on that? He must have lifted on that.
That was such a great counter.
It really
Out
was.
of nowhere. You don't expect it because you're still fighting for the thumb, and he's like,
I'll tell you what it is, Ray. If Revaz Lutidze hasn't bought a lottery ticket today, he damn well should have done, because he is riding his luck big time. I mean, he was in serious trouble there. He got reversed, got the elbow foul, and he gets a get-out-of-jail-free card. We go again.
Georgians right now are top of arm wrestling game. We have 3 guys, I believe, that are in top 10 right now. And Revaz wants to climb higher. So, and we know he's a warrior. We saw that in the match versus Michael Todd. He doesn't give up.
Not a
at
backward
all.
step in him, Ray. There really isn't. But what we are seeing here is Morozov is finding a way to get to where he wants to be every time. He looks more athletic, he looks faster, and he's very sharp at the table tonight. Oh, reversing top roll straight to the pad. Wow.
1-1 equalizer. That's the equalizer Morozov feels he has this match. He's so versatile. He's like, looking at him, you know he's an athlete. Like he's lean, he's in good shape. So, and he has great endurance. We saw that versus Dave Chaffee match.
Even time to pose for the camera. Now watch this reversal here.
That guy has charisma for days.
Lost his hand and wrist. Boom, there it is.
Man.
Drills it in. Oh, God, I'll tell you what.
I didn't see it.
Did you see it? I'll tell you, that was a micro foul. Let's have a look at. Watch more. Oh, we're going to see the second, the reversal. I would have liked to see that first one again. If we are we going to see it here? Let's just have a look at those elbows. Keep your eyes fixed. No, it's going to be the reversal again. Great pin, but that first one slightly dodgy, right? Maybe.
Morozov is becoming one of the best super match pullers in super heavyweight class. It doesn't mean he's so strong that he can be really dominant, but he finds a way to dig himself out of the holes he's got in him.
The scary thing about him, Ray, he's still a puppy.
Still a puppy.
I mean, I hope to God he stopped growing, but he is only a puppy. This guy has so much headroom, and he can get so much better.
I remember when he was 1.50 m, and now he's 190 or something, or 2. Next time we'll see him, he's like 7 foot tall, easy.
I bet he grew out of his bunk beds at home pretty early. There's no doubt about that. But
195 centimeters. 6'4".
6 feet. Surely he's taller than 6'4".
6'4".
That's 6'4".
That's
that
what
man's bigger than 6'4".
Yeah. Did Ryan do this? Did Ryan
it sounds
write
like
this
one of
down?
Ryan's measurements. That we're blaming you, Ryan. Let's have a look. Here we go. And
round number 3.
One of the things that the athletes were saying downstairs is that they were losing a bit of purchase on the gripping peg, highly polished gripping peg, and you could see Morozov there just choking it up a little bit, because earlier in this round, in the match, in the first round, he lost purchase, and it cost him the match. So,
but did you hear it from the other athletes as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple of the guys down there said that. And
the table is fresh; it's custom made just for this, so we can expect some,
And
things
one of
to
the
be
guys
different.
that mentioned it was actually his teammate Dzeranov. So he's come in ready for that, and you can see him applying the choke just to make sure that he doesn't fall victim to that again. Big drive, elbow.
Insane. Revaz I feel like Revaz needs to get the strap and maybe get that top going.
I'm a little concerned for him, mate. He looks like he's gassing. He really does. Yeah.
He's gassing for sure.
And I know how that feels, Ray, because people won't know that between here and the stage there are 3 flights of stairs, Ray.
It's like
3
10
flights
meters.
of stairs.
It's like 10 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not as fast as I used to
But
be.
did you take advice from Mindaugas when he said you should lose some weight?
Take the lift. Anyone that looks like a snowman should take the lift.
I don't know which match. I think this is match number 10 already. We had some amazing matches today already, and it's insane.
We're going to see Morozov again in action, and I'm sure that's in his mind. He'll want to put this away quick. But Revaz looks like he's gassing a little bit in that hand and wrist, and it needs to be sharper. Oh,
deep
Morozov
hook from
secured.
Morozov. Deep hook from Morozov.
foul,
Second
it's not-
elbow foul. 2-1. Morozov is in the lead, and I believe he has secured his victory. If Revaz doesn't change anything drastically, it will be very hard to beat this man right now. He has the top roll, he has the hook, and he has the damn charisma.
I gotta be honest at this point, with the confidence that young man's projecting, I think Revaz need to change more than Madonna in one of her concerts to walk away with a win here. He is absolutely mopping the hand and wrist of Revaz up every single time. And he's also... watch these elbows here. Watch Morozov's elbow if we see it. Oh, it was off the front. It was Revaz off the front. It was Revaz off the front. Yeah. Glad we saw that again because it was a little bit controversial, but it's absolutely accurate. And there's the second call, and that was an absolutely clean flush top roll. Morozov showing that versatility, and he's having fun up there, Ray. He's really enjoying himself, showing what he can do. I feel like every time we see Artyom Morozov, he's improved a little more. And Revaz, it's hard to see him carving himself back into this match at this stage. It really is. There doesn't seem to be a lot of options there because he's losing that first couple of inches.
What I see weird from Morozov is like literally every time I see him, he's improving. He's getting better and better and better. Like since first time I saw him in East versus West, and I've been following him for quite some time, he's just been improving. Like I didn't expect him to beat Dave Chaffee, and he did that. Right now,
in the
Revaz,
most dramatic fashion.
The most dramatic fashion. The guy is a true warrior, absolute stud. Round number 4, this is it. Revaz needs to do something. He needs to take this. If he doesn't, it's Morozov's victory, is how most people expected it. And it's a flash pin. Artyom Morozov, pure dominance, getting back from round 1. That shows he's becoming a specialist. He's becoming an absolute
dominant, Ray. Utterly dominant. Great performance from a solid puller.
He's becoming a specialist in arm wrestling super matches right here on the biggest stage. We're going to take a replay at all 4 rounds of this super match. Artyom Morozov, we're going to see him one more time for sure. So we see they're both set in that hook, and this was the round 1. There's still some elbow fouls, and it was called for Revaz, but Artyom stopped the match, got in position where he wanted to. Without the strap, it looked like Revaz was in control, but as soon as the match got in, it was Artyom. Round 2, 3, and 4, Morozov just showed the, full spectrum of arm wrestling. Great victory for him. Revaz is a tough opponent. Revaz is still on that top, but Morozov is the one guy that I believe we will see much more with both arms. His left has been his best arm. This is why he's the #1 ranked arm wrestler on the planet. The right arm has been catching up in a big time. We didn't expect him to win the matches that he did. He's becoming one of the best super heavyweight super match pullers on the planet right now. A true specialist.
Looking at the replay now, my goodness, Morozov showing the strength and then consistent endurance, like as Revaz just wore out. Morozov looks like he's just so consistently powerful. As many have said, one of the most promising people in arm wrestling. No doubt we're going to see him continue to climb the ladder. But now let's cross to Artyom Taranenko with our winner.
Top Roll King.
All right, hello Artyom, congratulations on your win. Did you expect anything different from Revaz during the match?
Во-первых, всем привет, салам алейкум, всем благодарю за поддержку. Я очень старался. От Revazа я, в принципе, этого и ждал. Мне хватило того, что он сделал, потому что очень сильный человек. По-моему, он не с этой планеты, откуда-то с Криптона прилетел. Не знаю.
I was expecting everything like that from Revaz. I don't think he was actually from that same planet. He's really, really strong, so there's that. And what was your strategy coming up to this match?
По вопросам стратегии обращайтесь к Бабкену и Денису Цыпленкову. Это они стратегию разработали, действовали по ней. Я сам не знал до конца, что буду делать.
Well, for the strategy, I would like to thank Babkin and Denis Tseplenkov because they actually picked the strategy how to approach this match. So thank you to them. Who would you like to pull next?
Я сейчас планирую отдохнуть полгода до следующего лета, а там, что скажет Engin Terzi, с теми будем бороться.
I would like to take a little bit of a break, maybe 5-6 months until the next summer, and then whatever Engin Terzi will make me to do. Thank you, Artyom. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our next matchup here, we will stay in the super heavyweight division for you, the United States of America versus Italy. Two of the most highly touted and impressive super heavyweights in the world with incredible resumes, both men, multiple world champions. Let's welcome them now to the table, starting with the man from the USA. Ladies and gentlemen, he is known as Easy Money, Dave Chaffee.
Dave Chaffee looking in tremendous form. You can see the focus in his eye as he walks to the stage now. This man carved out of stone, Dave Chaffee, staring down the camera. Very imposing figure will stand across the table from Ermes Gasparini tonight. Dave Chaffee has made declarations that he wants another go at Lavon. This match tonight is an opportunity for him to achieve exactly that, to book himself a ticket to face the #1 ranked arm wrestler in the world. Look at the man, fired up, ready to go.
And Dave's opponent makes his way to the table here at East versus West, representing Italy. He is from an arm wrestling family and is a multiple Italian national champion and former WAF champion of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ermes Gasparini!
130 kilos of Ermes Gasparini. He said he is at his best shape ever. He is ready to take on any challenger. He wants to prove himself. His goal is nothing less but Levan Saginishvili. He believes he will destroy Dave Chaffee, and this is the moment of truth. Today is the day that he will see how strong he is. We waited for this match for quite some time. They never pulled each other. And Dave has been looking great, and he just dealt with maybe the best top roll on the planet. Ermes wants to show that he is the best top roller on the planet. Dave Chaffee, Ermes Gasparini, best of 5. Let's fucking go. I'm so excited for this match. Everyone I talked to today, or pretty much the whole weekend, was like, I think it's 50-50. Dave just had an immense war on King of the Table versus Vitaly Laletin that he won. It's just one of the best matches of all time for sure. Dave learned a lot of good things about himself, and he's ready to take that to Ermes. Ermes was preparing for the match versus Georgiy Kadiret, so he's very aware and very ready to be ready for a flop wrist. Dave possesses different strengths than Georgiy Kadiret. He doesn't want to give up his wrist that easily, but if needed to, we know there's a press. And I'm joined by Neil Pickup. Neil Pickup is back. He'll take some breaths to get back. He's been running. It's not that close.
I'm glad that Dave's gone over to the corner there, Ray, because I can tell you, there's no easy way up those stairs, son.
We kind of talk with athletes. I'm like, hey, so, Neil's going to need some minutes, So they're like, okay, we'll take lower grip, slow grip, no problem.
Yeah, maybe a defibrillator. Something like that.
Hey, don't make jokes about it. Last time Dave pulled, the match ended with Vitaly Laletin going to the hospital.
Now here we go. Look for the side pressure from Dave. Look for the back pressure from Ermes. That was the script, right? Who reads scripts these days? Dave Chaffee has been changing things up. And
Dave is the most dangerous on those first 2 rounds. Everyone on the planet knows it. He's the most dangerous on first 2 rounds. Ermes wants to show dominance right straight from the start. He doesn't believe Dave can take his hand. He said impossible.
Ermes felt
something. We see the energy.
Ermes felt like he felt Dave's wrist and hand buckle there. That's what happened right there. As Dave applied that back pressure, Ermes hung in there. And ordinarily, you would think Gasparini would have the speed advantage and Dave would have the power advantage. Ermes Gasparini chose to load hard there. He put the power down. Here we go. Big hit from Dave again there. And very little movement.
I have shades of Levan Saginishvili match before the start, but let's see. There's a little warning for Dave. Both athletes are very excited to pull. Ermes called me. He's like, I'm in the best shape of my life. He's like, he's not taking my risk. Don't think about it. I'm going to destroy him. I'm going to win him. And then I will know if I'm ready for Levan Saakashvili. We know that's the only name at this point on Ermes Gasparini mind. Dave just wants to get back at the top of the pack.
Ermes told me yesterday that he was here to make a statement. Now is the time to do so. He hangs in there. We're going to go to the strap, and no real surprise there. I'm sure that Ermes wasn't looking to hang in there any longer than he needed to. He's got a lot of confidence in the strap. And interestingly, while most people felt that Dave would come in the bigger man, heavier man was Ermes Gasparini.
Oh my God. Neil touched that bicep and he almost fainted.
Yeah.
Insane.
I mean, that thing was hard. You know, in the words of my wife.
Let's see if this match is this hard as his bicep. Dave is always looking in shape. I have never seen Dave out of shape. Dave is in great shape, in great mental state. He loves arms. He's been, I think this is third or fourth super match this year for him.
You know, if I'd have any concerns for Dave, it's exactly that. It's the fact that he's been so active and in
Super
so
active.
many brutal matches. And sometimes those things can add up on you.
Hey, but if someone calls you and says like, hey, Jerry Caderet cannot make it, do you want to pull Ermes Gasparini? What do you say? You say, hell yeah. Especially if you're Dave Chaffee.
Chaffee there, again, doesn't seem happy with the application of the strap. Let's listen, see if we can hear what he's saying.
Tighten the strap. It's like tight. Okay.
I think he was looking for a little tighter, but he's got what he's got, and we're in the referee's grip.
Yeah. Shoulder.
Look at Ermes Gasparini now, focusing in on the positioning of the elbow, the hand and wrist.
Okay. Don't move.
Being told to move his elbow back. Down come the hands of Chaffee.
Referee's grip.
Don't move.
Watch for the explosion of the start. There we go.
And Dave Chaffee loses
to
the
the side
hand.
from Chaffee.
Good
Chaffee is
back
right
pressure.
over the pad
Good
there.
back pressure from Ermes. And Ermes takes the hand, gets the... Dave is in the full press. We expected this to be happening in round 3 straight away. Dave knows he has this weapon.
Stop.
Elbow foul for Ermes. Wow.
A couple of things really important right there. The hand and wrist of Dave Chaffee were sacrificed, and yet he was not pinned.
Yes.
He's making his way back into that match diligently.
I feel like Dave has always, like, when he lost some matches, he was chasing guys with his hand because he feels comfortable. But he has so much power. I'm sorry, he has so much ridiculous power. He can split the core of earth if he wanted to in that side pressure. That he can dump his wrist and just push to the side. And that's exactly what he did right here. Ermes Gasparini now, I think he needs to change his strategy. If the hand gave up, you can take that hand all day. The problem is, can you deal with that center power and side pressure?
What we're seeing here is in the evolution of Dave Chaffee as an arm wrestler. This is a man who's growing into his technical prowess. Many years, he had a certain set of tools, and he utilized those with great efficiency, but like all things, they have a ceiling, and you must evolve. Dave Chaffee is doing exactly that. My concern for Dave is that in the past, he's shown that he can gas out. What was great about his last match was that he lasted the distance and seemed to evolve as the match got longer. And I wonder whether he can do the same again by utilizing these different styles in the match. We're about to find out. Ermes Gasparini almost certain to get the wrist and hand of Dave Chaffee. He's done it once. I'm pretty sure he'll get it again. The interesting thing is, what did Dave Chaffee feel there? He may have just got a big confidence boost knowing that even with his hand and wrist sacrificed, he may have enough power to drive straight through this young man.
We have seen that Ermes can deal with flop wrist press in good positions before. Dave has a lot of power. Let's see where this one goes. Again, Ermes has that wrist, but side pressure game has been won by Dave Chaffee. He comes close. And now good center hold, good center position, good center position. Wrist is getting totally stretched out. Ermes Gasparini in good position, putting in wear and tear on Dave Chaffee. And finishes the match on the first round. Wow. That is a big statement.
It's a huge statement, and he climbed to an impossible degree there. Literally almost walked himself out of the match. Dave Chaffee hung in there. To his credit, he hung in there, but possibly a little too long. You could see he didn't have any purchase on the hand and wrist. And as I said a moment ago, it's an evolution for Dave. As you can see there, Ermes just got completely out of Dave's hand and wrist. Worked his way around to an impossible position for Dave to recover from, and then came in for the press. I'm sure that's done a great deal of damage to Dave Chaffee.
Absolutely.
Big turning point.
One of my favorite matches of all time as Ermes Gasparini was Michael Todd. Ermes, at that point, was way lighter, and he did really great in that match. So he knows when he takes someone's hand, I think he has instinct of climbing. So he climbed so far away from Dave's wrist that Dave just couldn't apply that power. And at this point, Dave is just getting stretched out more. And when your wrist is getting stretched out more, there's less things you can do. Even in a flop wrist press, you want to be as close to your wrist as possible. You don't want to be hanging on to someone with your fingertips. And that's what exactly Ermes did to Dave.
The interesting thing for Ermes Gasparini is that this is a man that's progressed through the weight classes. He started his career as a middleweight, and often in those lighter weight classes, the athletes are required to develop a real level of technical proficiency. And Ermes Gasparini did that. He worked his way up and he gained those skills. He gained the ability to work his way around very high-level, strong arm wrestlers. That technical prowess has stayed with him. And while he always favors the top roll, he does it very, very well. He's far from a one-trick pony. This guy can evolve, and as you saw there, he'll work his way into the match, he'll gain a position, but when he does that, he's happy to come round and press. When he pulled Michael Todd in Italy years ago, we saw evidence of that in that match, and it stayed with him. He's learned that that's a weapon for him, and he really put it down to great effect there. And it'll be interesting to see just how much damage that did to Dave Chaffee.
I believe to become a great top roller, you need to have a great press. Just because if you take so much out of your opponent, you need to finish the job. And a lot of top rollers cannot finish the job because they don't have the press. Ermes, on the other point, has that option. And I believe he prepared for Jerry Caderet. I think he talked with Gennady Kukwin about that match. He talked about mistakes that Gennady made. He was ready to face that. And this is why the match straight away went into position that it went to. Because, Ermes was ready for Jerry, and Dave is kind of doing the same thing as Jerry is doing. So he's very ready for that. Let's see how much energy and endurance these guys have left for round number 2.
Fighting for that grip a little bit. What was interesting in the first round is that Dave was looking for the back pressure and the counter top roll.
Heavy breathing. There's no cardio on this one.
I know how they feel. You should have seen me on the bloody steps.
Oh, Ermes is sitting down all the time. I see him. Either he's eating or sitting down. But like I said, Ermes is gunning for Levon Saginishvili. So for him, this is the test to prove not only to the world, but to himself that he is ready or at least worthy of this challenge.
We're going to the referee's grip now, and I think that Dave Chaffee, if he's got the presence of mind to think about this, if he can find his way into a strap, I think he needs to sacrifice the hand and wrist straight off the start and drop straight in there. Don't look to try and match top rolls and back pressure with Ermes now. He's dealing with a man who does it better, who controls his hand and wrist better than Dave does, and Dave will not win that battle. I just don't see him doing that in the long grass. He needs to make sure that he gets arm on arm and that he gets the match A-side. As soon as Ermes gets the opportunity to climb, he will do that, and he'll make it go dark really quick. Big decision now for Dave Chaffee, if he can get to the strap.
Yeah, I believe it's going to become way more problematic for Dave to get the strap, just because he lost his wrist, and the wrist is getting done. And we saw it in the match versus Vitaly, where he was struggling and he was fighting for that strap, and eventually he got it. Still, so much power from Dave Chaffee. Good to see. I think Dave has embraced the super match arm wrestling, and he has worked on his endurance for the last, I don't know how many matches, and he's becoming better, and he is becoming better, because we saw that every time Dave got stopped, he just faded away into nothingness after those rounds. But now he's looking better. Even now on this start, he was going as hard as he could.
No doubt about it, Ray. Whatever the outcome of tonight's match, Dave Chaffee is an improving force. And without a shadow of a doubt, he's going to get better, and he's the guy that's taking the matches that other people don't want. He's the man that put the brakes on Alex Kadecha and stopped an incredible rise from the giant pole. My wife's done that a few times when she wears the wrong dress. Now, on occasion, you can come back from these things, and I'll be surprised if Dave can do that tonight. Try and keep you focused, lads. Focus. But Chaffee has proved me wrong before. I counted him out against Vitaly Lalatin. He powered through, and he came away with probably the best victory of his career.
Maybe the best match of all time.
Hell of a match, that's for sure, and what a time to do it, and what an opponent to do it against. This, let's not underestimate the gravitas of this thing. If Dave Chaffee can put on a repeat performance, if he comes back and puts away Ermes Gasparini, wow, mind blown.
A little bit of negotiation in the strap. Both guys are fighting for that setup.
Referee's grip. Go. Go, referee's grip. Go, referee's grip.
Redo the strap. Stop. Relax. Please. Ermes, relax. We need to clean
Ermes is becoming really aggressive in this one.
It's okay?
Both of the guys are pretty much the nicest guys in arm wrestling. You cannot not love any of those guys. But on the table, every arm wrestler is a warrior. There's no friends. You just want to win. That's all you're here for.
Dave's still looking for that back pressure. He's committing to it, and maybe he feels something that I don't. He's the man in the match, and wow, what a drive! I'll tell you what, he was looking. I think that's a second foul. It is a second foul. And that's a win.
That's a 1-1.
Well,
Dave is still in this thing.
And the what's the problem here?
Close my finger like this.
I was just going to say, Ray, the interesting thing is there that regardless of fouls, take that out of the equation entirely and focus on what we just saw. Dave Chaffee was in that on the wrists. There's no doubt about it. Ermes Gasparini had lost a little bit of wrist and hand. It was definitely a little more compromised there. And maybe all that muscle mass is starting to work against him. Dave Chaffee, hats off, sir. Mega. We may be in an arm wrestling match.
I think we are. I think we are in an arm wrestling match. I see some blood coming out, and I believe last time we saw blood on arm wrestling table was insane match. Dave sees red, and he is in red t-shirt, so he is ready. East versus West 5. This is like Dave Chaffee is slowly becoming the man in the super matches. I think he found a way where he fights for everything that he does, for every single centimeter, millimeter.
We're checking the cameras now, and one thing I'm going to say there also, really good to be in the corners down there tonight when I was working front of stage, because one of the things you get to hear is the advice of the corners, and you get to hear it throughout, really up close and personal, even the stuff that they're trying to sort of keep from the mics. Yeah. And Paul Linn has been fantastic tonight in the corner of the Americans. And I'm sure that he is going to be giving some fabulous advice to Dave Chaffee.
Yes.
If that can be taken on board, you never know. These things can be decided. When we are sat up here, when you're watching the match, you can read signals that feel very different to the man in the match. And Dave Chaffee stuck to that back pressure, and he found some measure of success there. Now, we're not sure how much that was. It may be that Ermes was genuinely out of position, wasn't ready, missed the goal, a myriad of things. But Dave Chaffee was in that match. without doubt, foul or no foul.
Off topic. Paul Linn, hell yeah.
Love him.
Hashtag fix crew.
Paul Linn, the White Oak. Great match tonight for Paul. He looked exceptional. And interestingly there, just a moment ago, we saw that Ermes Gasparini was really shaking his wrist out there. And that could tell us something. Is he feeling it?
Yeah, I want to know what is the call. Is it 1-1 or is it a foul or is it a restart or what's going on? We see the referees right there on stage.
Yeah.
Engin Terzi, as he said, he wants to make this as fair as possible for all the athletes. And was the call correct?
He's going over and explaining something to Dave, so I think we're getting a restart.
I think we're going to get a restart. So it's 1-0 to Ermes, most likely. Yeah, we see the disappointment on Dave's face.
I love the fact that both referees go over to give each other moral support as they explain that to Dave, just in case.
Go alone to Dave Chaffee when you have to say he didn't win. Yeah, go.
It's like, Dave, we don't know how to break this to you, but let me tell you, from the bottom of my heart, we are sorry.
Yeah. The real question is, what does Ermes eat after this? Pizza or pasta?
No.
See, for Ermes too, it's their national squad day. He
Look at the. Can you see Dave Chaffee's thumb there? We just got a view of Dave Chaffee's thumb, and I thought the blood was actually from Ermes Gasparini,
I think it's from
Dave.
It's from Dave.
Yeah, Dave. The end of Dave's thumb is absolutely ripped to bits.
I see the audience. They saw blood. They're like, yeah, hell yeah. Dave makes it bloody all the time.
Nice little.
That's Jody, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely, Jody. Don't see it, just hear it. You're like,
Commentator's
yeah,
curse there. We went quiet at precisely the wrong time.
I think the right time. Neil. I think it was the right time.
Jody, Lara, fill in the silence.
I feel referees are giving too much time for both athletes. It's cool, but let's get this match going. We have thousands of people waiting for this match to happen. So it's a restart, round number 2, 1 for Ermes, and I believe, I don't know who has an elbow foul, but it might be, I don't know.
I think it's Dave.
It's Dave?
Yeah, I think it's got to be Dave because it was Ermes, it would have been over.
Oh, yeah.
He gave that on the foul and...
Oh, yeah. So it's 1 foul for both of each, for both of the athletes.
Now, the other interesting thing there is that was a pretty extended break for both men, and I'm not sure who that's going to benefit the most, but you would have to think Ermes. And it's important now that Dave keeps settled and keeps his mind on the match. Just for everybody watching, you won't be aware of it, but poltergeist in the commentary booth, door just opened, no apparent reason.
No, it's fine, it's fine. We're still alive, we'll just send help if needed.
There you go, they don't make plasters big enough.
No. So, right now, we have match number 11. We have 4 great super matches to come later. East versus West 5 delivers.
Look at Ermes Gasparini there. He knows there's a lot more threat than he thought still posed by Dave Chaffee on the back pressure front. And Dave's sticking with it again. He's dropped that shoulder down. He's looking for the height on the index finger. Ermes moved more to his right with the elbow. Ermes is not happy, mate.
No, not at all. Ermes wants to get close first so he can cup in a little bit more.
Ermes has a great position there, though.
Great position.
High on Dave's thumb.
Hey, my knuckle, where is it? You can see it just fine. Where is it, my knuckle?
Ermes Gasparini is rattled. What is he feeling in the hand and wrist? I must admit, I said it before.
I feel like it's 10 minutes before the round 1 and the finish of round 2. It's cool that referees give them opportunity to correctly arm wrestle, but you have to take charge of the match. You have to show that you have to play by the rules.
Also, no infringement there from Dave Chaffee. Clearly no infringement, and he just had something in the hand and wrist. Down go the hands again, and Chaffee underneath there. Oh, Ermes Gasparini stayed with his hand great there.
Gets the
Big
Back
drive to the
pressure.
back of the pad, but the hand and wrist sacrificed by Dave, and now the press. And that's a pretty
Ermes
decisive
Gasparini,
win.
2-0.
Dave Chaffee caught in no man's land, Ray. He sort of half hit, then stopped, then started again, and by that time, Ermes had total control of the hand and wrist.
We have seen a great evolution of Ermes Gasparini. I think the biggest moving factor for him was the loss to Matt Mask back in WL. And now we see this guy is ready to take on absolutely the best on the planet. Right now, he's in control, 2-0.
Look on that replay there, Ray. We saw Dave drive to the side, but he's nowhere near the depth on the hand and wrist and nowhere near the purchase.
Wrist
and
is-
also,
wrist is too low.
he
Wrist is too low.
stayed outside. He didn't transition. When you get any sniff of the A side, if you're going to drop that wrist, you've got to dive on it. Don't wait till the man's on top of you. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you've got a feel for Dave. You really do, because in those first two starts, he had something.
We have Devon Larratt in Dave's corner. We're seeing Ermes, but we're seeing on other cameras that Devon Larratt is right there. Devon's like, hey, how about the King's move?
Last chance saloon now for Dave Chaffee.
I believe Dave can still take control if he goes lower on the wrist, doesn't lose his hand that much. Just don't try to cup, just try to keep it straight as possible and just drive down on Ermes' back pressure. Ermes been telling me stories that I just don't want to tell about his back pressure, where he says he lifts more than anyone else on the planet. I kind of believe him right now.
What I will say is that Dave has to make a clear and conscious decision. If he tries to stay with his hand and wrist at this point, when he's moved to the back of the pad and he doesn't have the height, I think he's doomed. He either has the hand height and he stretches Ermes out, or he's got to give that up and just dive straight on top of him from the start, because he can't keep getting caught in the no man's land, you know? He needs to be first away.
Yeah, you need some connection. You need connection to your arm. You need connection to your wrist. If you want to get your opponent on a wrist, on a flop wrist press, you want to be as close to their wrist as possible. Ermes is smart. Ermes climbs, and that is a big problem. Like we saw in the match with Vitaly. Vitaly stayed on place. Vitaly didn't climb, and that worked really great for Dave. This time, it's not really working.
2-0. Ermes Gasparini of Italy leads this super match. East versus West 5 here at Green Park Hotel and Resort.
This is for the champion title. This is the
it?
championship match.
Right now.
Sadly, Jerry Caderet couldn't defend it, but I would call him interim champ, and then we will see it for sure. The winner of this match will face Jerry Caderet.
Ermes has a great position again. Sort of almost underneath.
Good control and strap.
Even with that compromised
Ermes
position.
hasn't lost his wrist any point of the
No,
match.
but what was interesting there is he may have done, but Dave Chaffee, the amount of back pressure, the integrity of Ermes' back pressure is making Dave drop that shoulder. And he's dropping it straight. He's already in the center of the table. He's no A-side and starts to drop his shoulder, almost going towards an extended top roll or even a King's, and it's way too early. He needs to keep that shoulder high and don't panic. Just stay with it, stay with it. If nothing else, try to inflate the hand and wrist of Ermes Gasparini. By doing that, when they're tied together, he may get something. But he's dropping the shoulder early, he's getting no purchase, and to put it bluntly, Ermes is the better top roller.
Oh, for sure. I really believe Ermes is the best top roller on the planet. Because he came out from, he's not a real true heavyweight. He has the frame for it, for sure. But he came up with so much technique that he brings behind all this. And the whole weekend, every time I met him, he's like, hey, Dave, take my hand. Impossible. Impossible.
Well, to be fair, that's how it's playing out at this point in time. The credit of Dave Chaffee, I can tell you right now, there's nothing to choose between these men in back pressure. They are absolutely balanced.
Yes.
What there is Ermes Gasparini
Wrist pronation.
Yes. Wrist and pronator.
Yes.
Ermes Gasparini is controlling that.
In my opinion, Dave is always on that top 5. If you win Dave, you're
Dave's
good.
winning the
But
first intro a couple
yes,
of times.
always.
There's the centre. Now
This time-
hold your position, Dave Chaffee. Don't drop. Stay with it, Dave Chaffee. Do not drop that shoulder. Stay with it. Ermes collecting, and those little bounces just to off-balance Dave, and Dave needs to stay with his arm. If he's going to go to the... Oh, he mistimed
He
it.
baited. He baited.
Yeah, you've got to go or not, not halfway.
He's waiting for Dave to jump in, and then...
Oh,
flopper
press. Ermes Gasparini with the... I don't think they're giving it as a foul. I think it is going to be given as a pin. Let's see. They're going to the cameras.
Referee's gonna...
I got to say...
I believe...
I would agree with Ermes. I think that was... He drove him off the pad.
Isak has to hold it back. Ermes is so high up. Let's see the referees. Can we see the referees?
I think it's a win.
One elbow foul.
Oh,
one elbow foul
that's
on
harsh
Dave.
As hell.
On Dave. One elbow foul on Dave.
Ooh, that's harsh.
Ermes Gasparini
How did you see
is
that,
looking
Ray?
really good. I thought Ermes won.
I mean, we get to see it again, so...
Yeah. I think at this point Dave is running out of options.
I thought he did great early in that round, but then he panicked a little.
I think like Dave is one of my favorite pullers, and whenever you talk about the best in the superweight class, like for 10 years, Dave has been there, top 5 guy all the effing time.
He's mega.
Mega. And Ermes just shows that he came in prepared. Like he's been telling us like he's in the best shape of his life. I believe him. I absolutely believe that guy. He told me in 3 different languages. None of them I understood, but I believe him.
Dave Chaffee riding his luck there. It's funny. Sometimes these things can work for you. Sometimes they can work against you. Did he put any fatigue into the hand and wrist of Ermes? What was great there was the bravery of Ermes to reverse that with his own press. And when he went, in fact, we were talking about it moments earlier. If you're going to go, go.
Go.
You can't halfway house it. Either go or don't.
Yeah.
And Ermes, my God,
Yeah, he
committed
implemented
hard.
that. Yeah. I still believe Ermes is the best technical top roller on the planet. Like even watching him when he was pulling at 90 kilos, 85, 80, I remember that guy is so impressive. I remember matches in Zloty Tour, and of course him and Michael Todd. That was one of the best matches of all time for sure. Ermes just been improving. He's gunning the big guys. He wants to be the best. He has the drive. Whenever you talk with Ermes, you know he wants to be the best. There's nothing else in his mind. So he will do everything to achieve that. And right now he's on pad there because we all know who the hell is Dave Chaffee.
Ermes Gasparini is from an arm wrestling family. I used to arm wrestle this man's dad 25 years ago. Massimo Gasparini, been to war with that guy a few times, and I'm sure Massimo, if you're watching, your boy's doing good, isn't he?
Hell yeah, he is.
And I was speaking to Ermes yesterday. He was proudly telling me about his dad. Big drive from Chaffee, and again, Chaffee has got a measure of success now. And Ermes just calm, trying to wait for the breath.
Control.
He'll try to go on the counter, and here it comes. There's the press.
Wow! Wow!
Wait, surely that's not. That looked clean.
This is what
It's gotta be
this is what happens when you pull Wagner Bortolato.
There you go.
He's so happy. He's so happy.
He arm wrestled brilliantly, Ray. Let's not make no bones about it.
Ermes is one of the nicest guys you will ever meet.
Yeah, lovely lad. As is Dave. Great guys. But I'll tell you what.
He's
Ermes
so
put on
happy. He's so happy about this.
a clinic. That was a great match.
Great
I'm going to
match.
get out of Dodge, leave Rolly Ray in charge
no
of
problem.
this house.
We will have Ryan Bowen coming back. Let's take a look at the replay as Dave lost his wrist pretty much straight from the go, and Ermes Gasparini was in full control of this match. He could finish it. He tried, and what he wanted to do was a clean sweep victory. So he knows that he has a little bit to improve and is ready to face the best of the best. Most likely in East versus West is going to be Jerry Caderet, maybe Levan Saganishvili. But Ermes Gasparini looking great throughout this match. Did you saw it, Ryan?
Wow, did I see it? What a match. My
Yeah.
goodness me. Dave Chaffee, Ermes Gasparini showing us true raw emotion.
Amazing.
Amazing performance from both guys. I loved it, every bit of it. It clearly meant a lot to so much.
No fat, only quality.
All quality. From
All
both those
quality.
guys. Absolutely.
Yeah, I love both of those guys. It's always hard to see Dave Chaffee lose. Dave is a true warrior. He's been pulling this year so many super matches on a high level. I think he needs a break, and he's always, in my opinion, he's always in that top 5 spot on the planet. Ermes Gasparini, I would consider him as number 2 guy on the planet right
Look,
now.
you have to say it, don't you? With Jerry Caderet somewhat out injured, you have to say
I
number
believe
2.
I believe so. Do you believe it?
I believe so.
Yeah.
But let's now find out. Let's cross to Petrenko and our winner, who will join us very shortly, because we're going to hear directly from this man, and I believe he will tell us that he really is ready for
Exactly.
Ermes, congratulations with your win. Anna, good to go. Ferric, an applause. Hey, unfortunately, Ermes' head too big, so that we'll have to do. Ermes, congratulations on your win today. Tell me, did the match go the way you expected, or were you expecting a different outcome?
Yes, I was very not too much confident, but I know my style is good for Dave. But this is absolutely is a war, big war. I never expected like this fight during.
Huh? No. Okay, hold on. So now, who would you like to pull next?
Where is Levan?
Hey, where's Levan? Where's Levan Siganashvili at? So
I want to try. He's a monster. But maybe if I can stop the first round a little bit, is a super. Maybe can do more. I don't know. But I want to try next year.
You guys heard that. Thank you, Ermes. Congratulations. You guys, Levan.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. East versus West, number 5. Still so much more to come after seeing Ermes Gasparini have an awesome victory there over Dave Chaffee and declare he wants to take on Levan Saganashvili. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to this short commercial break and then be back with 4 more epic matches.
Welcome back to East versus West 5 here at the Green Park Hotel and Resort. We are going to move to our next match of the night, and it is a feature special. The first ever Legends Super Match here at the East versus West. And what a way to kick things off. The first of our legends tonight hails from the United States of America. And he was the original US superstar who made his name right here in Europe. So much prowess at his chosen technique, they named one after him. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome now to the stage from the USA, a multiple world arm wrestling champion and arguably one of the greatest top rollers of all time, Andrew Cobra Rhodes.
Here he comes, Andrew Cobra Rhodes, the man known for the exploding hand technique. He's been able to win the overall championship in Nemiroff Cups at from the lightweight division. Truly the only man in history to do such thing. He returns to the stage tonight. What form has he brought? The hand is truly phenomenal.
Ladies and gentlemen, his opponent is the local boy. He hails from right here in Turkey and was the first ever Turkish WAF world champion, multiple national champion, and genuine Turkish legend. Please welcome Haydar Gildi.
Do not let this man's look surprise you. He is packing back pressure. The bicep flex, if you see it tonight, it will blow you away. Haydar Gildi, as Neil Pickup has said, was the first man to win the WAF championship from Turkey, a true legend. And he has met Cobra Rhodes once before in the final of the 95 WAF World Championships. In fact, it was Cobra Rhodes who took the victory that day. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a repeat of that WAF final between these two absolute legends of arm wrestling. Cobra Andrew Rhodes of the USA up against Haydar Gildi of Turkey. Here we go. The setup, so critical. The hand of Cobra Rhodes is the weapon of choice from him. Look for back pressure from Haydar, and he's going to want to take the match to his side, but the hand and wrist control, it's what Andrew Cobra Rhodes has been known for. He doesn't allow people to slip. He wants to control you. He wants to, and we've missed the camera angle there. The quick one happens there. An elbow foul, I think, called. We'll get another restart. But this one is happening fast. You can see both these guys. I think it is Haydar who wants to get to the straps. Cobra Andrew Rhodes, he has now felt what he's up against. Can he get the control he needs to prevent the slip from occurring? Can that all-time famous exploding hand technique come out to play in round one? Here we go. Referee's getting them set.
Center. Yep. Wrist. Yep. Center.
You see confidence from Andrew Rhodes. He's saying, yep. Just start the match.
Bro, that's straight. Wrist. It's straight. That's just a bone you're touching. That's okay.
Lots of talk now from Andrew Cobra Rhodes with the referees. Haydar looking good. You see that back pressure being loaded up, that bicep strength that he possesses that's taken him to Masters World titles in recent years. There it is, the control from Cobra Rhodes, but the back pressure as he dumps his hand and wrist, balls it up, is sufficient for the slip. We will go to the strap.
Thank you.
In fact, correction on that, we won't go to the strap. It is one foul apiece, and we restart once again outside of the straps. I'm joined, ladies and gentlemen, by none other than Neil Pickup for this call.
Ryan, this is great. It's like win back the clock, mate. Cobra Rhodes with the hand dominance. Wow. Straps all day.
Now, what a fascinating hand Cobra Rhodes has from such a light frame. The things that he's been able to do in the sport are truly phenomenal. So many people talk about him as potentially the greatest pound-for-pound arm wrestler that's ever walked the earth. How do you see this?
I think that Andrew is a unique specimen in the game of arm wrestling. This guy is so unique because he does so many things his own way. He truly dances to the beat of his own drum. Top rolling is his weapon of choice, and he does it with art. This guy does it with so much style.
a unique arm wrestler. We're going to see it tonight. Just trying to catch Andrew's comments there. He often claims that he is the strap. Massive hand and wrist dominance, and he's shown that throughout his illustrious career. This guy punched above his weight for so many years. He terrorized Europe, terrorized the world, anywhere in his weight class.
He's so low, I
You can
can't.
see the way he's manipulated that strap there, Andrew. He is a specialist, but look at the size of the hand of Haydar as well. He is no slouch in the hand and wrist department, and we can see the enormous bicep that he possesses as well. The back pressure, the pronation, you can see is his weapon of choice. He looks confident, looks solid, and it's in fact Haydar with a great start and isolates the hand, and the side pressure too good. 1-0. Fantastic start there.
Haydar Gildil not to be underestimated in terms of the arm strength. The writing is on the wall. Let's listen into the corners.
I don't know what's going on there in the corner between the two legends.
That was maybe the most unfortunate clip out that I've ever seen in any broadcast, ever.
Whatever it was, hopefully it works for Andrew Cobra Rhodes because he's going to need it at the moment. It was the pronation side pressure from Haydar Gildil. Very impressive. That's one step he's taken closer to avenging what happened in, what is it, the 95 WAF World Titles?
2000 Virginia Beach.
2000, my correction.
And these guys faced many times. The last time was Virginia Beach 2000. I had the honor and pleasure of being there myself and watching this thing go down. Two very different guys that day, but look at Andrew pacing up and down. And I was just saying before we went to the corners there that the writing's on the wall. The arm strength, Gildil. Hand and wrist control.
Man, you weren't worried about the heavyweights with their shoulders all in here. Now you're worried about the pimp shoulder. Come on, let us arm wrestle.
And I feel like this is where Cobra Rhodes is. We're starting to see who he was as an arm wrestler as well. It's not just about the stronger man. It's about the art, as you said.
Look, the shoulder's got more.
And right now, he's painting a picture of a comeback. Can he pull it off, though?
He always had that venom, that aggression. The Cobra does have venom, and this man certainly does as well. Back in the day, the swagger, the confidence. Andrew Rhodes more full of himself than a Russian doll. As this thing carries on, we may see that come out. If he can get a true bite in this match, he's got all of the hand and wrist there, but once again, the arm strength of Gildil is solid, and he probably came into this thing knowing, look, I'm not going to do anything with Andrew in the hand and wrist, but if I can get tied to him, maybe I've got the arm strength. That was always the calling card for Haydar Gildil. I mean, I feel like he's come into this thing a little under the radar. He's been overlooked. Do not underestimate the pedigree of that man.
Yeah, first man to win a WAF title for the country of Turkey, I believe, and showing that he really is the man with the dominant strength in the back pressure and side pressure department right now. Cobra Rhodes is going to have to look for something like a loose strap so he can take advantage of that hand dominance and get control and prevent the palm or turn the palm up almost so that the pin and the side pressure can no longer be accessed. Let's see what happens here, but it's Haydar Gildil in control at the moment. Andrew Cobra Rhodes back against the wall.
It is Gildil, that upper arm development still rock solid. He's been much more active than Andrew recently. Cobra needs to try and secure something in terms of the position at the table. He can't find himself on the B side. There's no result for him there. There's too much integrity in the joint of Gildil. This is a man that's been arm wrestling hard on the inside techniques for 30 years, and you don't get to be able to do that without a real ability, and the tendons are rock hard. Gildil's in control. It's over. Gildil with an enormous drive to the side, and Andrew felt it early there.
He's strong as Richard Lupkeys, buddy.
Without the sufficient bicep or rising pressure from Andrew, he's just unable to get the purchase into the hand and wrist that he usually would be able to. And Gildil is taking full advantage of that. He's balanced in the hand, and then he's just hitting sideways. You can see that replay. It was balanced for a moment, but Gildil smelled blood in the water and said, "Watch what's coming, Andrew."
The interesting thing there is that we're seeing shades of what these men used to be, but Andrew would soak those up in the past because he knew that in the bottom third, he could win the match there. He could recollect his hand and wrist, and he had so much dominance. He's been inactive for a long period of time, and sometimes your brain is running the match.
I can't even start arm wrestling.
Let's just listen in.
Push the whole way into the left side of the pad. Yeah. Focus on the top. Yeah. And then snap him to your side. Yeah, yeah. Side pressure will, you'll stop it if you get a cup. Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, I'm trying to contain the hit, but it's very frustrating with this guy pressing on me. Like, bro, let us pull. Say what you need to say.
And a Gildil.
Okay, baby.
Very understated individual. Not the guy that goes and skywrites the message, but at home, on his shelf, there's a lot of dust on a lot of trophies.
Certainly is. He's showing exactly why he is a true legend of the sport. But right now, it's only one more round needed for Haydar to take this victory. Andrew Rhodes will once again try to prevent the slip, but not sure if it's possible. He's going to add up the fatigue as much as he can. We heard Paul Linn in the corner of Andrew Cobra Rhodes saying, if you can get some cup purchase, you'll stop his side pressure. He really needs to get some value in the hand, but he's got to find a way to do it without having dominant rising pressure.
I agree 100% with Paul Linn. That is exactly what Andy needs. But he's I was saying just before we went to listen to him in the corner, his brains were in the match on what he used to be able to do. And unfortunately, that's just an evolution of getting back into the game after time off. He needs to do the unpredictable now. He needs to blast side a little bit and use the superior speed. If he loads with Haydar, there's no win for him there. He's not going to beat this man in a straight-up power match. Gildil, too much strength in the arm. I feel like Andy needs to give himself room to hit into. Back it off a little bit and then accelerate into that in try.
You can see that, look at the arm speed there. That slingshot would come in handy at ready go if he can pull it off. But you can see he's still trying to liven himself up. He's by no means mentally out of this match. He's just searching. He knows that it's there somewhere. Contrastly, Haydar is sitting there rock solid. He feels like he has it wrapped up. He knows the lane he needs to get to. He just needs to walk that path one more time and it's done.
Andrew Rhodes is an athlete. This guy's 58 years old and you can see the explosivity, the natural explosivity he's got now. I mean, when this man was young, he was a walking nightmare.
Damn it, he's grabbing my wrist again, you slick dog.
Andrew Cobra Rhodes impressed with his opponent's performance there. Mind games perhaps, but either way, round 3, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and it's Haydar Gildil controlling center and looking the goods. Simply too much difference in the power in the arm department tonight, and it's Haydar with the victory, the redemption from the 2000 pool, taking this victory 3-0.
Gildil looking impressive there. Great to see these two guys back at the table, regardless of result. Wonderful to see Haydar with the win here in Turkey. He deserves that. Fabulous to see Andrew Rhodes back at the arm wrestling table. I really hope that he doesn't take that defeat to heart. This man's a champion. I'd love to see him commit and get back into the game.
We're going to get to have a look at the replays here as we wrap it up. It was the early rounds. It was Cobra Andrew Rhodes controlling the hand outside of straps. But once tied together, these two gentlemen, it was the superior back pressure and side pressure from the legend from Turkey that was too much. And it never gave Cobra the opportunity to do what he does best, which is control the hand and wrist. And it was Haydar going on getting the job done. He looked rock solid through round 2. Round 3, once again, it was best effort from Cobra to prevent the slip. Unable to get that purchase. And Haydar, in that final round, looking controlled and looking good. There was that actually second round there, I believe, where he pulled that trigger, big side pressure hit. And it was the final round here where it was once again Stonewall at center. A little look over at his opponent before finishing the job. 3-0. The legend from Turkey getting the job done. Fantastic match from these guys. We'll soon cross to our stage with Artyom Taranenko and our winner.
All right, Haydar, congratulations on your win today versus Cobra. I have a question for you. Did you expect the things to go that way, or did you expect a little bit more from Cobra?
Haydar abi, maçı diyor böyle olduğu gibi mi bekledin yoksa daha zor bir maç mı bekliyordun?
Daha zor bir maç bekliyordum. Daha zor bir maç bekliyordum.
He says that he was expecting some harder match, yeah.
Very savage response. Well, if you were to offer another match, who would you like to pull maybe from another legend status?
Başka birisiyle maç yapmak imkanı olsa kiminle yapmak isterdin?
Şimdilik öyle bir düşüncem yok. İlerleyen zamanda ne olur?
Sen söyle de insanlar bilsin.
Şimdilik öyle bir düşüncem yok. İlerleyen dönemde olursa yaparım.
he says that he right now is not thinking anything, and in the future, if there is an offer, that he would think about it. And I also would like to ask him, what do you think about Andrew Cobra Rose? Cobra hakkında ne düşünüyorsun? Ona da hak ettiklerini söylersen sevinirim.
Cobra'yı yaklaşık 35 yıldır tanıyorum. Çok saygı duyduğum bir bilek güreşçisi. 22 yıl sonra onunla tekrar maç yapmam çok memnun etti beni. Evet.
Gelmiş geçmiş en iyi bilekçilerden birisi.
Kesinlikle gelmiş geçmiş en iyi bilek güreşçilerinden biri.
He says that he knows Cobra for 35 years, and to have a chance to pull him after 22 years, it was a big honor. And he says that Cobra is one of the greatest arm wrestlers in the history, without any doubt.
Thank you, Hyder. Congratulations on your win once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We are on to our next main event sequence match, and we move back to the super heavyweight division with two very big boys. Latvia will face Canada in the next one here at East versus West 5. And let's get underway and introduce you to our athletes. The first of these boys hails from Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. He is a multiple Canadian national champion at a towering 6 feet 5 inches tall. This man is known as the Wild Horse. Welcome, Matt Mask.
Here he comes, Matt Mask. Have a look at him. You can see the mood that he's in. He is there with intent. He feels like he is someone that's been overlooked one too many times, and he wants to prove tonight up against Tarasaitis that he is the man. You can see as he makes his way to the stage there, he's carrying a determination and a presence. He means business, standing at some 6'5" tall, known for an incredible top roll. He is one hell of a dangerous man, and let's see what he can do tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this man's opponent comes to the table representing the great arm wrestling nation of Latvia. He is the multiple and defending Latvian national champion. He is the reigning EAF European champion, and is also the reigning and defending WAF champion of the world. Please welcome Sandris Panza Seide!
Resume this man possesses right now. Talking about arm wrestlers in form, there's no better example than Tarasaitis, as Neil has just said. He is the current WAF world champion in that super heavyweight division, and he is here to show that Matt Mask is nothing but a road bump for him. Look at the eyes there from Matt Mask. This match is going to be intense. Both guys top roll style. Matt Mask with the bigger, more explosive hand, but huge arm power through Tarasaitis. The more versatile of the two. He can go inside, he can go outside. This match is going to bring fire, that is for sure. Matt Mask, Tarasaitis. Here we go, round one.
Shoulder back.
You see the compact shoulder position from Sanders on the right of the screen. Matt Mask. Oh, here we go.
That fucking shit's gonna go back all fucking day long today.
And the Wild Horse hasn't taken long to come out of the stables straight away. He is revved up and full of energy. Round number one. It is high tension. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Shoulder back.
Tarasaitis on your right, Matt Mask on the left. Round number one, there's lots of tension. You can see the explosivity of Matt Mask ready to go. What's going to happen here? Round number one, the referee's getting them to center. Big slip from both. Here we go. Sandra's returning that energy. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm once again joined by Neil Pickup for calling this match.
Wow. What a start, Ryan Bowen. We wanted to see whether Panzer Shedis
could stand up to that hit.
This is a big test for Panzer, as you said. Look, even though he's the current WAF world champion, Matt Mask possesses qualities that are just terrifyingly ferocious to come up against. The 6'5" monster, a huge hand. He's a man that has nearly beaten some of the best arm wrestlers alive. Like, he's come so close to being truly at the top. This is a big match for both men right here.
It really is. I mean, Mask, yes, he's got incredible pedigree. Yes, the resume includes scalps of some of the best in the world. But you do feel like on any given day, the Panzer can do just that. Here we go. Do not blink. On the way we go! It stopped! Wow!
Oh, look at them both celebrating. I love it. Matt Mask got the wrist back, but there was a good stop. There was a palm-based drag and pronate through the thumb from Sandris. Both guys believe they're in this match. Anyone's game. Here we go.
Yes, they do. And Mask felt he had the hand and wrist and was collecting for another of those venomous hits. The hand and wrist so important for Mask. Oh, there's the charge! Panzer with the win. Wow! And look at that versatility. That is the danger. Possessed by this man, the Panzer will run you over. If you stand on the tracks, you get flattened. And Matt Mask will now be very, very aware of exactly what he faces. Let's look at that again here.
Look at the replay. Matt Mask didn't see it coming. It was a transition. The surprise attack inside. Matt Mask expecting top roll v top roll like the slip, and catching him off guard was Tarasaitis just driving forward, supinating, getting the shoulder behind, isolating the bicep, and taking a very decisive victory round one.
Twice we saw Tarasaitis look at the top roll, match the back pressure, hit the top roll hard, and then, like lightning, reverse and change, look to the leg, kick to the head.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Matt Mask, you could see at the end of that round, he was saying, let's go again, don't worry, we'll go again. He's the kind of guy that he's that glass cannon. You put him out of a position, he isn't the same guy as we just saw there. But if he gets the lane that he wants, he will blast people to smithereens, and he's ready for round two.
Now, Matt Mask will be doing a little bit of rethinking now. This guy has two supreme areas of danger, two weapons. One of them, hit to the pad. The other one, hit to your pad. Has he got a change plan here? Is he going to throw a feint? Will he look now to reverse? Will he look to hit to his own pad, reverse around in that big sweeping arc? Because the confidence of the Latvian has just gone through the roof, let me tell you now.
You can see that unique setup from Tarasaitis. As he looks over his right shoulder, he's got such integrity through the back pressure and pronation. The relationship between those two fundamental strengths, he really protects hard, and it's why he's so difficult to defeat. He is that current world champion, and he protects what he knows matters most to him supremely well.
And I'll tell you what it is, Ryan, what he's looking to do there. If you look, he's not even focused on the referee. He's trying to ride the punch. He's waiting for the big drive from Matt Mask. And when he feels that come, he knows that he can't be distracted, and he knows that he cannot be bone-lined. If he gets taken outside his shoulder and loses his hand and wrist, he's in trouble because Matt has multiple hits. Let's listen in.
Towards my knuckle. Okay? Needs to be tightened this way. Okay?
Matt Mask there just asking for that strap to be a little bit tighter, wants to try and close down the space and prevent Sandris from moving into that. Now, watching the setup, you'll see again, Sandris will coil behind. Look at the positioning of the shoulder. Look at the height of the shoulder. He's going to look to ride the punch. Now, what he wants to do there is make sure that Matt can't counter-reverse him, and that is a great strategy. You see him start to soften his shoulder out there. Watch for the height again. There it is. Oh, he's got the hand on wrist. This is over.
Absolutely.
It's over.
Matt Mask attempting to come back with Tarasaitis, letting him work, and it's absolutely, you say it's over. Tarasaitis looking at him, talking at him, saying, I can pin you at any time. And he does exactly that. 2-0, the man from Latvia in full control now.
Hey, Matt Mask was smart. Anybody thinking out there that Matt was contesting that? Not the case, but Tarasaitis is a rock.
Yeah, you see the call there from Sandris as he walked off. He said that he's got nothing. Look, as you said, good call from Matt Mask. He knows when he's defeated. He let that one go. The replay will show it. Even though there was dominance from Sandris, It was intelligent there. Look, he lets go of the offhand comes off the peg.
Out, didn't he?
Yeah, and he just says, "Yeah, all right, waiting for you to do the job, get it done." He's going to reload that rifle and look for that headshot in round 3.
Yeah.
He's a guy that likes to be non-buckle side. He'll come back firing in round 3.
Both these men do not want to get into long, grueling battles. The man who's better equipped for that by a mile is Sandras. This is a guy that's showing his versatility. A little bit of speaking Italian in the corner there from Rolly Ray, who I've got to say looks a little bit like the milk tray man tonight. Now, look at the bounce in the stride of Sandras. My word, what a year this man's having. He's just come back from the World Championships with the win. He has looked remarkable, and he's in the ascendancy. And Matt Mask came here ready. Matt needs to slow everything down now, refocus. He can still win this thing. This is a sniper. Believe me, you might see a man and think that you're outgunned. But I can tell you this, if you were sat in a battleship with the biggest gun in the world, and the sniper's on the beach, it doesn't matter how big that gun is if you're in the sniper's crosshairs. Power is only effective if it hits the target. Matt Mask has got to neutralize it quickly.
Yeah, we can see Matt Mask playing the games. He's finding that perfect lane that he needs. He knows that it is a small target that he's hitting, but he's going early. Oh my goodness.
Word.
Sandras has turned him in outside of straps at will with a defensive hook. And there we go. A little bit of time given from Sandras when he was playing, and Matt Mask very cleverly takes the get out of jail free card for the slip.
I think we can say with a tremendous amount of confidence that this is simply more evidence that Sandras has gone to a different place. This man has evolved. He came in here and people weren't sure just where he was at, but he's shown little signs, Ryan. We saw him overcome Gatalo at the World Championships in the hook. He's brave. He's experimental. This guy will throw things at you. He's courageous and he's versatile. And he is really putting on a display here. This is beyond impressive.
I think he caught Matt Mask by surprise then. I think Matt was hoping for perhaps a mutual intent on the slip. It didn't happen. He turned him in with ease. But right now, Matt Mask up against the wall. He needs to somehow convince Sandras that he needs to top roll, because he's got nothing to respond to if Sandras forces the hook. So he needs to give something away. He needs to bait Sandras to go for the top roll and then try his best to take the risk. But it is one-way traffic at the moment. Sandras in control, looking for the win.
I think at the moment, Matt needs holy water. Sandras is absolutely loving his time at the... Look at that. He's baiting the hand and wrist. You can hear just what that feels like from Matt Mask. And let me tell you, Matt Mask is the realest guy in the room. And he will tell you right now, that's an impressive young man from Latvia.
Yeah, look, I haven't seen... Listen,
you fucking earned that WF world title.
Thank you.
Hey.
Matt Mask, everybody!
I love Matt Mask.
I don't know, man. Like, what the fuck was that?
Hey, and if you don't know why people love Matt Mask, that's why.
Yeah. Total acknowledgement there from Matt Mask of the superior performance from Sandras. Really impressive stuff. We know, we've talked about the pedigree of Matt Mask. We'll see the replays shortly as they happen. But he's an amazing arm wrestler in his own right, and what Sandras has done tonight truly was special. Let's look at this replay in round 1 when we didn't know who was going to win this match. It was Sandras who really celebrates hard as he forces that hook against the will of the Wild Horse. It was really impressive the way that he was able to simply turn him in. You can see it once again, get the shoulder behind and press. And there was always acknowledgement from Matt Mask. And once again, round 2 came in. Matt Mask believed that he was in it, but it really wasn't the case. Once they were tied together, Sandras really had absolutely every option on the table. Matt Mask barely even putting up a fight, just conceding and taking the hand off the peg and saying, look, just hurry up and finish me off so I can have another go in round 3. Sandras enjoyed that moment, and as he walked off the stage, he said he's got nothing. And it was this final round here that Sandras puts on a display, literally using him as a wrist flexion reps like he's training in the gym. Spectacular stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now cross to Artyom Taranenko with our winner.
Everybody, congratulations, Sandras, on your match today. You guys obviously have a different style matchup coming in this match. So what was your strategy coming in for this match?
Yeah. First of all, thank you, Engin, for organizing this amazing event, man. So many great matches. There he is. Yeah, my plan for the match was to mess up with his head a little bit, you know, so he doesn't know where I'm gonna go, and that pretty much worked as I planned. I didn't give him anything, and I wasn't planning to give him anything. And like, this for me is so surreal, being in the same room with all the legends, you know, simple guy from Latvia, small village, and it's just amazing feeling, and I'm forever grateful for everything.
It's good to hear. Now, with that being said, after being mad, who would you like to pull next?
Where's Devon? No. Michael, I'm coming for you, man. Okay. Be prepared.
You guys heard it. Thank you, Sanders. Thank you. Good luck your next match. Michael Todd, you heard that.
Ladies and gentlemen, big call out there from Sandra Sadis, calling out Michael Todd, I believe they're one of the legends from the USA, but fantastic performance, absolute dominance from the man from Latvia. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. We have got a short commercial break, and then we are back with the final two matches of East versus West 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Istanbul, the Green Park Hotel and Resort, and we are in the final throes of this magnificent arm wrestling competition. A change of arm, but no change of pace. Our next match will feature Italy versus Kazakhstan, and it's the big boys. Please welcome the first of our arm wrestlers, now making his way to the table for the second time tonight. This time on the left arm. He is the multiple Italian national champion and former WAF champion of the world. Please welcome Ermes Gasparini.
Ermes Gasparini is back on arm wrestling table. Today he already showed how great of a form he is in right now. 130 kilos of pure arm wrestling awesomeness. I just talked with him. He's so happy about his victory. I hope he can focus on this match. Looks like he can because he's a little bit distracted about the victory over Dave Chaffee.
Ladies and gentlemen, his opponent is also coming back to the table here for the second time tonight. This giant represents the arm wrestling nation of Kazakhstan. Please raise the roof and rip it off for Artyom Steel Morozov.
Here he comes, the man that is the current left arm overall world champion in the East vs West promotion. He's making his way to the stage, looking amazing. Of course, having been already successful tonight on the right arm against Revaz Lutidze. Let's see what he can do against Ermes Gasparini. This will be a fantastic match. Look for fireworks of Ermes and look for the stoic power and control of Artyom Morozov. Let's see where this one goes.
Left arm for all the marbles. This is for the #1 spot on the planet right now. Artyom Morozov defended his title in a tough match versus Davit about 2 months ago, and he is ready. You remember that match? You remember that match versus Dadikian?
Oh, that one was phenomenal. That showed the heart that Artyom Morozov has. He can go the distance. He can really fight to the death. Also, I remember the way he controlled Cody's sperm merit. His wrist up top is phenomenal. Let's see if he can do that against someone of Ermes Gasparini's caliber, though. This could go anyway, in my opinion.
Yeah, the real thing is how much damage because Morozov has taken on the last match. And I see Neil pick up out of breath right here, doing some lunges. It's like, I need to do some cardio. I told you, come with me and do some cardio, but he's like, nah. We're getting ready for round #1. Start, both guys looking for that top roll, and slip. Buckle's gonna be on Ermes' hand. It's gonna be toe down a little bit, but still, we'll see what happens here.
Ray, those stairs never get easier. That is for sure.
I don't believe you, brother. Sorry, Dad.
We got a slip straight out of the gates. Ermes Gasparini. Artyom Morozov. Left hand. Many stories to be told.
So if you look at this match, do you think Ermes is bringing some scars? Sorry, not Ermes, but Morozov bringing some scars from Davit Dadikian match and King of the Table?
It's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, both these guys don't favor the left arm, really. But talking to Ermes yesterday, he was very unsure of himself on the left arm. I feel like Morozov has more confidence there, but the battle scars from that incredible match with Dadikian, you would imagine that some of those still remain. That was a war.
I believe Ermes has left a lot of emotions in that last match that happened just a few moments ago versus Dave Chaffee. The victory was so satisfying for him, and he was so happy in the backstage. But let's see if he can keep his focus on this match, because maybe Ermes is the guy to beat Morozov right now. That first slip looked very even, and at this point, the strap will tell who's the stronger man.
It really will. And one of the things that's most interesting here, again, we're seeing Ermes with the exact same situation we saw with Chaffee, looking for that application of the strap. As you said earlier, Ray, this guy's diligent in the top roll. He's looking for the details to be correct. And look at the height of Morozov. That is such a big man in terms of the frame.
That hand is immoral. We saw it already on his right arm when he cups deep, he cups deep.
Acid test here for the hand and wrist of Ermes because if... Oh, we're going to restrap. Yeah.
The strap was so high that every time Morozov closed his fingers, he was touching the buckle. I believe these two guys are on a pathway to clash with right arm as well.
Absolutely, mate. I mean, it's got to happen, hasn't it? In fact, you know what? Earlier on, when they actually asked Morozov, who do you want next? I half expected that to be the answer. Having said that, Ermes has been on a tear. He's the kind of match that people don't want right now. It's going to be interesting here to see exactly where he's at on this left arm. But as I said a moment ago, this is an acid test early for the hand and wrist of Gasparini because we know that Artyom Morozov is really, really keen to get the height. Look at him drop that shoulder now. Punches those knuckles to the ceiling. And he's such a huge frame. I mean, Ermes has stacked muscle onto the frame, but that's just genetic, God-given size that Morozov has there. And it's imposing. Oh, look at the wrist strength.
Ermes takes the wrist almost.
The height doing so
The
many favors
pronator
there.
back
Look
pressure still holds up on Morozov. Losing his wrist a little bit, getting bent back, but still has the... Oh, and takes it back.
I'll tell you what, I think Ermes felt something there. I think that something may have damaged in that hand and wrist. Either that or he sacrificed it, felt that he was gassing. But let's...
Non potevo.
So somebody says. Yeah, well, let's make no bones about it there. The thing that gave the big advantage to Morozov was the frame. Watch this. Now, Ermes, when we get in the strap, we're going to see it. Ermes gained the hand and wrist. Now, look at the frame of Morozov. His natural size was doing him so many favors there. As his wrist was sacrificed, but the height of the join, look at the bone where it joins the hand, and it's still high. It's still putting massive pressure onto Ermes as he arcs towards the pad, and that was the difference maker.
Yeah, for sure. It was Ermes. Maybe he's injured. Maybe he doesn't feel that great because he didn't really finish the match. He kind of gave up his wrist. He was already in good position, and we see on his left arm the scars from the match before. The bicep is all.
I think the other thing, Ray, maybe the guy, like you made the point out the gates. Maybe he's just sold it all, all that emotion.
I think he did. He put out a lot of emotion. I think Morozov, even though he had a tough match, he fought Revaz 3-2. He didn't
came
put
around
out so
quickly,
much
didn't
emotion.
it, as well? Because Sandris and Matt didn't last long.
Yes.
And suddenly Ermes is, you're back up. He's straight back in the mix. A little bit of an advertising there from. He's available for...
Hope he gets paid for every sip he
campaigns. He'll take them if they're available there. Still Morozov. I think he said I'm injured.
Go. Strap? Yes.
Yeah, he's asked for the strap. Nominated strap. We're going to go straight into the strap, guys. Morozov and Ermes. That's a Morozov. Really is a very, very big frame. Thick set. He's built well for the sport of arm wrestling. Real imbalance in the where the body weight is. That muscle mass is all in the upper body.
He does some squats. I have seen him doing some squats, but
Doesn't do many squats, mate.
No, he does.
There's not an enormous amount of legs there.
Morozov is just Terminator, absolute Terminator. He asked me, like, why did they keep saying Steel Morozov? He's like, I'm Terminator fully now. I said, you can be anything you want. You can be anything you want. Whatever you say, but it goes. Let's see if the buckle changes the situation. Ermes had a good top roll going, but he couldn't keep it going. He lost his wrist in the end.
And what else has he got? Has Ermes got another look here on the left?
No.
Oh, no, there's some problem. That's
some
over.
problem. Yeah, I believe the match is already over.
I think he making.
Oh.
I don't think Ermes wants in. I think he's looking for a way out of this thing. Something's not good in that wrist.
Come on. Ready? Okay.
And Morozov shows why he is the #1 ranked armor with the left arm on the planet right now.
No doubt about it. That man is rock strong. He's big. He's versatile. Ermes might be damaged here, guys. He's really not liking something in there.
Smart and powerful. Hermes, I don't know if there's an injury or there's something, but he gave a good match on the first try, but something is really clearly not working because I think he left so much emotions on that right arm. I think he celebrated too early when you have still a match to pull.
Only Ermes knows what he's feeling there in that wrist, but
exactly.
It would be unwise of him to contest the match against this man if he does have an injury in there. If it's just fatigue or he's just not feeling it, fine. You know, try and suck it up and find something else. But if he truly has damage, it's going to be found out here. There's no easy way through Artyom Morozov.
Yes, this is the moment to see it all. Artyom Morozov looks extremely confident and
look at Ermes' body shape, Ray.
Yes.
He's relaxed. There's no load in the shoulders. His back has no arch. I mean,
it's a referee's
yeah.
grip, Ermes.
He just doesn't.
I feel like he's lost match already.
See what happens. Yeah, this is looking like it's Morozov's all day, every day right now.
Ready, go!
Good effort there, but Morozov's hand and wrist really is steel. Great post, a little bit of back pressure there applied, and Morozov having to hang it up, and oh, there it is, transition. And I think a lot of this is not just physical. You can see the body language of Ermes. He doesn't want to be there.
No, he doesn't want to be there for sure.
It's like that day with myself at the salad convention. Everybody just knew something wasn't right, Ray.
From the get-go, they're like, you are not supposed to be here.
No, if me and Salad were meant to be together, I would have looked a lot different to the way I do now. Look at that from Morozov. I mean, look at the arm on Morozov. My God, that is a big arm. Morozov there contained the hand and wrist. Valiant effort there, but the shoulder, we spoke about it earlier in the Chaffee match, the other way around, that shoulder dropped so far that there's nothing there for him. He's lost all power. There's nothing there to guard that side pressure. Morozov felt it, and he capitalized. Drove to the side, but Ermes is clearly exhausted.
Morozov isn't.
No, Morozov's having a great day. He's like he's at the beach. Smiling, having fun. This guy's really a character. There's no doubt about it. Ray multitasking here at the side of me. Great work there, Ray. As always, I like your work.
Shut up, Neil.
It's all right. Now,
we're going to go into round number 3. I believe this is Artyom Morozov's game to take. I believe this match is done.
It's kind of a shame, isn't it?
Yes.
When you can see that physicality aside, it's the body language of Ermes. He's just gone. He's exhausted. Mentally, physically. He'll be back. And he's clearly showing from the first round that if he was wired and firing on all cylinders,
it would be more contested match for sure. But I think the right arm is so important for him. He's gunning for that. We know the right arm is the main arm. We all know that.
Morozov there, he sort of softened himself out, and Ermes gave him a little tweak, and Morozov woke up. There's a different look on the face of Morozov. Big drive from Ermes, though, trying to punch through those lower fingers. No change, though, and now he's in Morozov's world. It's folded inside, and Morozov drives to the pad that finishes the match.
3-0.
Steel Morozov.
Steel Terminator Morozov. And this is oh my God, showing some abs. Clearly, Artyom Morozov is in a great shape, not only for arm wrestling, he could step on stage if he wanted to. Let's take a look at this match. The first round was the round where the most things happened. Ermes was almost in control, but he couldn't keep up his top roll going. Morozov's hand and wrist, he still slipped it back, get position, pin him to the side. And since that round, all the other rounds has been clearly and heavily in Morozov's favor.
Coach Ray, do you see in Morozov's future a match with Levon Saganishvili?
Absolutely. I wanted to put some curse words in, but I don't want to.
No. Fantastic performance from the Terminator, as he likes to be called, Artyom Morozov. across the board, strength everywhere. At such a young age, he really is promising.
It's imagine like him in 15 years. Insane,
Yeah.
absolutely insane. If he keeps going, he stays healthy, and he does.
He has the frame for it.
He's the freak.
He's big enough, tall enough, broad enough, young enough, committed enough, and talented enough.
Talented, yes.
That he
checks
has
all the boxes in arm wrestling to become great in this sport. Artyom Morozov, amazing athlete. Right now we go to Top Roll King for an interview.
All right, Artyom, congratulations to you. Yet another dominant win today. What was the hardest moment of the match, if you had any? Какой был самый напряженный момент поединка, если вообще был?
Этого поединка? Во-первых, еще раз хочу сказать всем спасибо, моим болельщикам из Казахстана, моим тренерам Евгению Гитало, Александру Гитало, всем ребятам, кто помогал. Самый трудный момент — это был первый раунд, потому что я был в себе не уверен до конца. Благо, есть люди, которые верят в меня больше, чем я сам в себя.
I would like to give my special shout out to all my fans and all my supporters, especially to my coaches, Evgeny and Alexander Gitalo. And the most hardest moment of the match was the first round because I was not sure in myself. However, I'm glad that I have friends that believe in me more than I do. Now, who would you like to pull left-handed next? Is there any opponent for you?
Я полностью доверю выбор следующего соперника Энгину Терзи. Он никогда не ошибается в этом плане, дает мне соперников, которых я могу выиграть.
I will believe that my next opponent, I believe truly in Engin Terzi. So far, he's been giving me the greatest matches that I've been able to win, and I love it. Artyom, congratulations one more time. You have the best name in arm wrestling. Thank you.
Я еще хочу сказать, я хочу извиниться за мои слова, которые я сказал на King of the Table. Меня неправильно поняли в моей стране. Я ни в коем случае не хотел никого оскорбить, ни одного жителя Казахстана. Я в Казахстане родился, я там вырос, я люблю свою родину. Ни в коем случае не хотел никого оскорблять. Прошу прощения перед Федерацией Казахстана и перед моей страной в целом.
I also would like to take a moment to apologize for my behavior in the incident that happened a couple of months earlier in King of the Table, and to apologize to the country of Kazakhstan and people that believe in me. I have no hate for everybody, and I'm sorry that the incident happened the way it did. Thank you, Artyom. Thank you. Now, John. Okay, everybody give that applause to Artyom. I'll take a picture. Congratulations, Artyom, one more time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Istanbul, Turkey, and to the Green Park Hotel and Resort. This is East versus West 5, and it is time for the main event of the evening. Here we go. The two men I'm about to bring to the arm wrestling table are widely recognized as two of the most complete and versatile pullers in the world, representing their nations of Canada and Ukraine, respectively. These men have talked the talk. Now it is time to walk the walk, and we are going to bring them to the table, firstly with this man. He is a multiple Canadian national champion and the former overall champion of the world. Please welcome the soldier boy, Superman, from the frozen north of Canada. For some men, there are no limits. Devon!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. Introducing first Devon Larratt from Canada, most popular arm wrestler on the planet, the people's champion, the guy that made this sport big. Devon is here and he's ready to take on a challenge on short notice. He's stepping in for Michael Todd. He is absolutely ready and we can't fucking wait.
Devon Larratt, ready to do this thing here at East versus West 5. His opponent hails from and represents the great warrior nation of Ukraine. He is widely considered one of the best pound-for-pound arm wrestlers in the world, and is a multiple Ukrainian national champion, EAF European champion, and WAF champion of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Yevgeny Prudnik.
Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, the current heavyweight champion of the world from the East vs. West promotion, Yevgeny Prudnik, the man from Ukraine. We have seen so much trash talk between these two. Yevgeny Prudnik has not taken a backward step yet as this match has come out. There's been all the talk, we've heard it. Devon Larratt has been criticized of hiding from Europeans. Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We have the best European heavyweight arm wrestler, Yevgeny Prudnik, about to face Devon Larratt in the main event of East vs. West 5. This is it. Ray, how are you feeling?
I have goosebumps. I waited for this match for so freaking long. We talked about this match with Devon like 2 months ago in Germany. I am absolutely ecstatic. I can't wait. I know there's going to be shenanigans on the setup. I know there's going to be a lot of effery around. I'm excited. I can't wait. Neil Pickup is gonna get in here and I'm gonna leave. I want to be right there on front of the line and see this match. Neil Pickup doing his cardio 20 times
Here
a
we
day.
go, ladies and gentlemen. The setup shenanigans are beginning already. We saw Devon Larratt already taking a pin in the setup. This is where the match is going to be fought so hard. It is not just about what happens after the ready go. It's about what happens here. Neil Pickup, you've just sat down to join us for the main event of the night. How do you see this special moment?
Ryan Bowen, and so it begins.
No, listen. If he wants to lift his elbow, come on. It's not. Don't do this bullshit. If he wants to lift his elbow, it's unsportsmanship for lifting his elbow. What are you warning me for? Come on.
The silver-tongued Cavalier of Canada, straight to work.
You can see that longer lever arm of Devon Larratt, he uses that and the static
All the
pressure
time.
to create a sense of panic in his opponent. He gets his webbing higher during the negotiation. It makes people in the position of Yevgeny Prudnik have the urge to lift the elbow to try to equalize the webbing. Make no mistake about it, this is the wizardry of arm wrestling. The setup manipulations are things that Devon has studied and mastered.
See if we can get some nuggets here, because he's going to be working the reps. We may have to just back off when they're in there just to listen to what Devon's saying. Pivotal.
Just keep his elbow down.
Okay, yeah, it's a referee's grip. It's a referee's grip.
So much tension.
Center. I will the center.
Whistling, mate.
Here. Okay, shoulder, Prudnik. Straight your shoulder. More shoulder, Prudnik. Shoulder. Don't move your shoulder.
Learn so much from this
Shoulder.
first one.
More shoulder. Devon. Straight the shoulder. Center. Straight. Straight.
Webbing's
here.
even.
Thumbs down.
Focus both men. The thumbs will go down.
Don't pull. Thumbs down.
Followed by the hands.
Elbow back.
Close.
Search for the weapon.
You can see the seriousness in the eyes of Devon Larratt.
Where's
there.
my knuckles? Where's my knuckles? Did you fart, Prudnik?
Close.
Look at you stink.
Look, wrist.
Interesting tactics there from Devon Larratt. tester there from both of them. Devin happy, Evgeny, not so sure.
There's a lot of mental games going on up there right now, and we haven't seen a great deal, but make no mistake about it, this is a battle of attrition. And Devin is already trying to wear down the
Elbow down,
patience.
elbow down.
It's a referee's grip.
Don't pull me down.
With the center.
Into the ref's grip.
You can see the change from Evgeny Prudnik. He's lowered his arm considerably, changing the setup already.
Arm up to be one level. Straight your shoulder, shoulder, Prudnik, shoulder.
This is a referee's grip?
Straight your shoulder. Don't move your shoulder.
Look at the body language from Prudnik.
Don't move your shoulder.
Look. Listen, is this referee's grip? Because this is not a referee's grip in any world, okay?
I didn't start with the arms. I first straight your shoulder.
Where is center?
Okay.
The dubious
The
task.
center is here. Look at the
Of
center is
control.
here.
Here.
Take it.
And look at here.
Listen, you give me a warning, he's moving all the time, okay?
Prudnik, come here.
Referee's taking a moment to just re-establish control.
Once again, this center here.
Evgeny, there
and
just-
center here. This
Where
center
is
here. Take the grip.
Down him hand.
Okay.
He's looking to lower the index finger of Devin. That's the problem.
Shoulder, straight your shoulder.
A
Straight
lot
your
of that
shoulder.
is structure.
Straight your shoulder.
What the fuck?
Okay. Straight your shoulder. Shoulder. Prudnik.
Devin Larratt's
Don't move your shoulder.
constant static
Don't move your shoulder.
pressure is
Thumbs down. Thumbs
unsettling
down.
Prudnik.
I think we'll end up in a strap. The speed of Prudnik is a weapon, but he is not going to apply it because he can't reach Devin.
Wow, that might be a pin. That might be a pin.
Oh my
Gee,
word.
call for the replay there, Prudnik. I don't know. That looked like a pin kneel for me. That caught Neil. I mean, that caught Devin napping. Goodness me. Explosivity on an angle Devin didn't see coming. Let's have a look at that replay.
I'll tell you what, mate.
It's good, Joe. It's good.
There's not a replay coming in there, but that was
Very bad.
a
Grab
hair.
match in referee's grip.
Look,
Put
give me
arm.
the-
Put arm.
Interesting
Put arm.
calls.
You know what
I
else I'd
understand.
like to see?
Here.
Whether Evgeny
Look
lifted his
here
elbow
and
to
here.
achieve
What
it.
is it?
Put the arms down.
Please.
Okay,
one
one
second.
warning.
Please, one level.
Okay.
And
One
not so
warning.
far.
Listen.
Evgeny very aware of the
Put your arm
games.
down.
As I was saying there,
We have
he's
strap match
asking for him to
first,
be
and
brought
after that we go
closer.
in the referee's grip.
He can't reach him.
Straight yours.
He's and I'll tell you what's ominous for Devin there. He couldn't reach him, and he's still blasted.
He did. And, you know, Evgeny said in the lead up to this match that he is aware of what Devin does to people that other athletes have never been aware of. Evgeny Prudnik is as much a technician as Devin is, and he's alive to the tactics of what Devin's game is, and he's doing his best to neutralize them. What we just saw, as you said, Neil, scary that he could do it from the position he was in.
It really was. And
Put your elbow down.
Look,
Okay,
elbow.
let
Devin
me
there
to put the
called
strap.
for the elbow.
Let me to put the strap.
Put his elbow down on the setup. Enough.
Relax, relax.
Enough advantage. His elbow is off the front of the pad right now.
It's good.
Put it on the
Referee's
pad
grip.
and keep it down. His elbow on the pad. Keep it. It's off the
Referee's
front.
grip.
Yes. Look. You
Just center
know it.
here.
Elbow.
Yeah, but from the center, don't pull.
Evgeny
Put his elbow
just
on the pad.
this is the point
Elbow.
of the strap being
Don't
applied,
move your
lifting
shoulder.
that elbow
Don't
up,
move
and
your
that's the
shoulder.
issue that Georgiy is
Okay.
screaming out there. She's saying
Tighten the
keep
strap.
that elbow
Tighten
down. To be fair, she has a point,
Okay. It's good. Just
but
don't
this
pull.
is gamesmanship. And
Shoulder.
Evgeny
Shoulder.
has shown up to play.
And here we go.
Shoulder.
Let's
Don't
keep
move your
this
shoulder.
focus on the match.
Don't
It's
move
about to
your
get
shoulder.
going as
He's closer this time, Ryan, as well. If
Tighten
he's
the strap.
he's
Tighten-
much
tighten the
closer
strap.
to
referees
Elbow.
have given Jody the warning now.
Elbow. Elbow. Elbow down.
Okay.
Yeah, elbow.
Stop. Stop. Okay. Now listen to me.
Look at it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to tighten this.
Yeah, Evgeny's going to be less concerned about this, I think, Ryan, because he's got what he was looking for. Yes, he lifted his elbow, and he is closer.
Webbing
He's got
line,
much
yeah.
better connection. The webbing's level.
Here we go now.
Close the thumbs.
Here we
Close
go.
the hands. Go.
Watch that speed.
Devin's
It's tighter this time.
confident,
No.
but
Yeah.
Devin got an absolute
Yeah.
bite on the hand. Hang on a minute, what have we got there? Is that a foul? Devon's really
That's a
playing every
win.
card.
That's a fucking win. We took half an hour.
Stop. Stop. Put.
definitely a stop called by the referees there.
Yeah, immediately. Down ref called something.
Elbow
I don't know
down.
what it was.
He keeps lifting his fucking elbow. Keep his elbow down.
Put your elbow also.
Keep his elbow down. Okay. Close the thing. Just say go. Just say fucking go. Just say go. Just say go. Just say go, man. Just say go.
Now to see it. Okay. Now we're starting. Both of you being on the...
Just close the thumbs, close the hands, go.
Yeah, I will.
Keep his elbow down. What the fuck?
Huge amount of emotion up there.
Don't take it off. We're gonna be here all fucking night. Keep the strap on. Close the thumbs, close the hands, go.
Devin Larratt walking a very thin line here, to be honest. He's very much pushing the boundary of the referee's relationship at the moment. Evgeny's keeping quiet. This could work or this could backfire.
I understand what you mean about pushing the relationship. I don't believe that Devin will get a Christmas card from Hristo Delijakov.
Straight your shoulder. Don't move your shoulder.
Here we go, lots of movement before the go. We're looking for the start. Can the referees get it to happen? Devin Larratt says just say go. Evgeny Prudnik still looks... Evgeny Prudnik, amazing start.
Hey, Devon's got the brakes on though, and it's turning into a trench war. Now this is what Larratt wanted. That stress and stretch, and it's important now for Evgeny Prudnik to think about the long run, because Devin Larratt is a rally car. This guy is good off-road. Evgeny Prudnik, much more F1. He wants to be on the track, and he wants to do things in that orthodox manner. The arm strength, the integrity of his elbow is beyond question. He said he would go into the trenches, but he is going to blast holes in his own hand and wrist.
Fascinating call coming up here. I suspect they've just said that Devin was below the table in what was a neutral position, and they potentially are fouling Devin. Let's listen to the call.
It's a second foul, mate. I'm not sure.
I think they have fouled Devin. Let's wait for a confirmation.
You got enough drama here, Ryan? You okay with this, mate?
We knew that this was going to be intense, and it's not disappointing, but wow. These referees need a pay rise for this one, because this is difficult work right now. But I'm still unaware of the call. Let's see if we can find out what it is exactly, but this is so tense. Strap, looks like we are just redoing this one.
Georgiy Larratt there like a one-woman emotional wrecking crew. She's really making herself heard. It's a foul on Devin, we've just been told. I think that's his first foul. It's puzzling because that first stop, who got the foul? When the down ref called something, it stopped the match, and I don't know what
we don't know what happened.
I don't know what that was.
It might have been an early start, perhaps, or something that they called, and Devin just went on with it. But either way, here we are now with Devin on one foul, and it was the King's move, humorous angle, being lower when it was in a neutral position. They were clear about that at the referee's briefing, that it must be not just the offensive position. If it goes to neutral, it will be stopped as an immediate foul, and that's what we've just seen.
Now, what Devin did get there was a tremendous purchase on the hand and wrist, and he, for an extended period of time, he had Evgeny opened up, and Evgeny went to the bank. He dove on it.
Tighter.
That does damage.
Yeah, I would say put open.
Devin wanting the strap tighter. Prudnik saying no thanks, but interestingly, the referee's doing it. Usually it wouldn't be up to the hand. Yes.
Straight your shoulders. Thumbs down.
Go the thumbs.
Thumbs down. Put your thumbs down. Straight your shoulders.
Working every angle. Prudnik still dangerous, but he needs to have much more connection, and his hand and wrist are squared up there. Devin starting to go orthodox. Oh, we are deep.
We're in the hook
deep inside, ladies and gentlemen, and there's the press engage. In comes the tricep, and if you thought that Devin Larratt could not hang arm on arm with this man, think again. He's there.
Now. Devin has the rotation completely secured up, and it's Evgeny Prudnik sitting there waiting. He's telling Devin that Devin has to finish.
He could pin Ryan right now. If he wanted to pin, he could pin.
Devin doing a lot of talking here, trying to get right into there, saying fight me. But there it is, round number one. Georgiy Larratt happy. We are 1-0 Canada.
The height was gained off the start. The transition was unexpected. He put Evgeny Prudnik into a terrible position, and he engaged that tricep. And once that came in, it was game over. He could have pinned at any time. He chose not to. Here comes the replay. Watch on the start. I think this is the first start. Let's just have a look off the first start. We'll see
Yeah, that one could have been called a pin. No one went back and looked at it. Prudnik didn't ask the question, but either way, we moved on, and it was this one here where Devin gets fouled. Watch his humorous angle. It's negative there whilst he's in the neutral position, and they stop it, call it the foul. Fair call. That was discussed in the referee's briefs, but then it was this final round. Look at the coil of Devin. He had the rotation locked up. He's on top of the bicep of Yevgeny. No way out. He concedes.
Very much so, Ryan. And I'll tell you what, he actually fought longer than I would have done from there, because it was, I mean, it's the warrior spirit in the Ukrainian there, but there's no doubt about it. That match was over.
Doesn't Devin Larratt love these moments where he's literally an inch away from the face of the other man and talking to him, saying, I want you to fight me, come on.
Well, he's questioning your manhood, isn't he? He's drawing that out of you. He's creating, let's say, he's saying old man. He may be, he may have some years on the clock, but his mind is sharp. His mind is a weapon.
Super strong, Adam. So fucking jacked up.
And the funny thing is, if he felt super strong there, I'm surprised, because Devin absolutely kicked the front door in his house and stole his car keys. I mean, he had everything in that match.
Yeah, Devin controlled all of the critical areas during the setup, and that is so key to his game. And Yevgeny Prudnik knows that, and you could see or sense even a bit of frustration in him that he wasn't able to prevent what Devin was doing. I think Yevgeny is very much alive to what's going on. It's just the superior strength, the long levers of Devin at the moment that got that job done in round one.
Yeah.
The problem for Yevgeny Prudnik...
We will slip.
Okay.
I think they're going to go to the strap.
Okay.
The problem for Yevgeny Prudnik is that he sold that hand and wrist early. And it's a very, very, very difficult road back from there with this one.
Straight to the ref script here. Let's have a look at how this one goes.
Straight to shoulders. We're at shoulder. Okay?
No pushing, no pushing. Yeah.
Close the thumb.
What's pivotal there as well, Ryan, is that Devon's
Over,
confidence
over,
increased
over.
a great deal. He knows that he put enough fatigue
Yeah.
into the arm.
What a surprise, Brzenk. What a surprise. Big surprises there, everybody. Sorry to surprise everybody.
Devin Larratt, the entertainer, always.
All angles covered, Ryan. He never takes his foot off the gas. He's working every angle. He's working the crowd. He's working the refs.
Good idea. It's a good idea.
He's working Yevgeny, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And you could see it. Yevgeny wanted to try again outside of straps because he got so close with the surprise flop press in that round one, but Devin very alive to it, very, very aware of what was going on, and turns it into something that's an advantage. Yeah. This time now, Devin with the buckle side, that is a slight help for Yevgeny Prudnik to gain that webbing height that was so critical.
I know.
But let's see
You're
how
not
this one
supposed to
unfolds.
move in a referee's grip, right?
It's going to be a similar situation, I feel, though. It's got to be the art of the unexpected now for Yevgeny Prudnik. He really needs to... Anything that he has left in the bag of tricks that we haven't seen today, now, is the day. The orthodox is not going to work.
Center here and here.
Devin Larratt, we know the wiriness of him. The longer this
Center
match
is
goes
this way.
on,
Center is this way.
the happier he gets.
Center is way this way.
A little bit more.
Heating up once
Straight to
again.
wrist. Shoulder, don't move the shoulder.
Better webbing
Thumbs
height this
down.
time, it appears, from Yevgeny, but still Devin looking good.
Ready, go!
Prudnik focused, better position there, but Devon's happy now. He's there all day, and he's already found what he wanted.
Devin looking to control center, trying to come back through over the top, and there's that hook once again.
Orthodox
And Devin
arm wrestling into the hook, and he has mastered the arm of Yevgeny Prudnik. The bleed is on, and he won't let him foul out.
Devin Larratt putting on a display.
Losing position.
This is dominant, Ryan.
Well, this is very dominant. You can see it. The elbow foul's been called on Prudnik, but you can see the forlorn look on his face and the body language. His eyes are down. He's aware that there's not many options left.
Notice the gamesmanship, though. Anybody watching this, notice the gamesmanship. He was well aware that Prudnik was off the pad, but he wasn't screaming for the foul. He was happy to let Prudnik, like a fish on a line, pull away, blast everything out. You cannot beat him, and you're
Here
going
we
to
go.
damage yourself
The
doing it.
top roll potential from Yevgeny Prudnik, as he's got a position here that has some opportunity in it. Devin Larratt still fighting hard to gain center, and he is chipping through, but Yevgeny Prudnik having some inroads in a somewhat of a balanced hook.
Too
but
out of shape, though, Ryan. He's got no purchase.
Devin Larratt in control once again.
Devin is taking everything from him. There is no way back here. And this is exactly what Devon wanted to do. He wants this thing to happen in a phone box, and he wants to take away every single fibre of your DNA, pin it to his wall, and keep it forever.
Devon Larratt has been walking around for the last 48 hours, yelling out, rehearsing, heavyweight champion of the world. Neil, he's 1 round away from being exactly that.
I think he already, without being too presumptuous, boring acts of God. Look at this on the replay. I mean, we're going to see the slip, then we'll see where this goes down. But look at that, massively off the pad, and Devon couldn't care less. He wasn't shouting to the referee, stop the match. He's happy for this thing to take place anywhere right now. Georgiy's giving the signal there that this is done, and a blind man on a galloping horse can see right now that Yevgeny Prudnik is in serious trouble. The water is deep and there's nowhere to stand. He can't find any foothold in there. He's lost the base on his elbow, and it's hard in this situation. You start to panic.
Yeah, and what does a level head do for Yevgeny Prudnik right now? There simply aren't many things left to do.
A level head does nothing, only keep him calm while he gets the boot taken out of his ass. Because right now, it takes more than a level head. He's completely outgunned in 3 of the key areas of the game. And Yevgeny, you feel for the guy. He's as versatile as he can possibly be. But unfortunately, he fell victim to the thing that so many of us do in combat sports. I've been there many times and gone home with an ass kicking myself. And what happens is you get drawn into a fight that you've no place in engaging in. It's not on your terms. And in all combat sports, you have to try and make the fight take place where you want it to be. And Devon, for all the noise, for all the bravado, look at that.
Yeah,
you can
look,
see the bow down.
He's already conceding. Now Devon here, if we know Devon at all, what he'll do now in this 3rd round is put on a show. Look for Devon to give rope now. Look for Devon to go as close to the fire, make Prudnik believe that there's something there maybe once again.
I think he might soften out, Ryan. I mean, he told us yesterday at the presser, he's been telling me all week, he said, I feel good, Neil, I'm going to destroy this guy. But he wanted the head nod. That is what he wanted, the acknowledgement from his opponent that, yes, today is your day.
He certainly got it there.
He got it. He got it.
Yevgeny, before the match is even done.
Yevgeny knows that physically, he's unable to contest this match right now. There's no bullet holes in Devon Larratt for all the wars he's been in. He's clean as a whistle at this point. He's got everything engaged. And endurance is this man's specialist subject. You've got to be able to contest this match with more power than him to win.
Look,
right now,
interestingly, Yevgeny Prudnik in his own setup then actually lifted the strap high on his own wrist and tightened it quite high, different to the last 2 setups, suggesting perhaps that he thinks the flop is literally only what he has. But I don't want to see it go there. I prefer to see it drawn out. But Yevgeny Prudnik back against the wall. One last trick up his sleeve. Devon Larratt will let him have it if he wants it, but let's see where this one goes.
More shoulder.
Devon's softened out. He's much more comfortable now to let this happen. Orthodox, and he does do. It meets in the centre, but look at Yevgeny Prudnik's face. He's not applying all the power because he knows that it's done. He's lost all the fundamental position. And to put a cap on this, I spoke before the match to Levan Saganashvili. I asked him how I felt the match would go. Would it be about the King's move? He said no. Devon will win the match, and he will win it orthodox.
Look at this position. He's denying Devon the hook. He's kicking back his wrist and saying, I'm not going into the hook with you no matter what. He's backing away. He's turning around. He's saying, Devon, you have to pin me with an outside of my wrist pressure. And Devon is coming now through centre. He couldn't do it with the top roll, but he comes at it with the press. And now the King's move possession. Look, Yevgeny, you've got to pay respect there. He just put a block that was actually doing something legitimate against Devon, albeit he had to foul and Devon was solving the puzzle. Fantastic effort there from Prudnik.
I kind of think that was more Devon's doing than Yevgeny's, if I'm honest, mate. I really believe that Devon could finish that. I think he likes Yevgeny Prudnik. I think he respects him, and I think he wants to make him look like he's more in the match. But I'll tell you right now, you throw 20,000 pounds on that table and say, can you pin this man right now? He'll put him through the pad and through the table.
He might do it. Same
Control on the hand.
Kick back from Evgeny Prudnik forcing it to be outside, doesn't want to go hook on hook. Devon Larratt controlling, breathing calmly now, both of these men.
He's got it all, Ryan. It's all gone.
The King's move coming from Prudnik.
But look at the height, the natural structure from Devon Larratt. And he's just piecing apart Yevgeny. It's a different size of man. And Yevgeny needed the hand and wrist to be robust, to be durable. It wasn't there for him. And there's the finish.
There it is. Let's
Entertaining
have a listen.
fashion.
This
but
will be special.
Devon Larratt with the win did what he said he was going to do.
You can see it means a lot to Devon Larratt here. Emotion is high. He's the heavyweight world champion of East vs West promotions. Let's have a listen to see if he's got anything to say. But my goodness, what a performance!
No, easy days for you. You can be tired all you want.
Here's the replay. Let's see the full match replay as Neil Pickup heads down to interview the winner. We're going to have a look in detail. That round there, that opening start, truly was a close call. No doubt you could have gone back and look at that replay and potentially seen a pin there from Evgeny Prudnik. It was close, one way or the other. Devon Larratt ended up in the straps, and look, from there it was such a battle of who getting access to what you needed in the strap. Evgeny Prudnik was able to force an illegal position from Devon where he was stopped with a humorous angle negative whilst being in a neutral or defensive position, but Devon was alive to that tactic and ended up taking it inside and claiming full control of center, full control of rotation, and making Evgeny Prudnik concede. You can see the look on Evgeny's face as Devon is demanding that he fights him. It was Devon Larratt in full control, so close, so able to talk directly to the man. It was a really crushing moment there for Evgeny Prudnik as he couldn't get eye contact with Devon Larratt. Evgeny Prudnik was forced to try to gain something out of straps. You could see him shaking his head as Devon was alive to it. The elbows came off the back. Devon didn't care. He just wanted to rub that point in. And Devon Larratt once again took control of the rotation and simply was absolutely commanding in that way. Evgeny Prudnik, arm on arm, did not have what many people thought that he may have been able to do. Jody was celebrating in the background, and you could see that it didn't matter if they went supinated. Devon's rotation, his hand control was superior. He was able to force Evgeny off the side of the table as he pins him. And in the last round, it was an attempted kickback wrist and King's move from Evgeny against Devon Larratt, who eventually just took control of center, inched his way across, and would find himself in a victorious position, becoming the heavyweight champion of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now cross to Neil Pickup with our winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the new heavyweight champion of the world, no limits, Devon Larratt. Devon Larratt, you just went to work. So much hype, so much pressure coming into this match today. But interestingly, you've just come off the back of an enormous match at a higher weight class. And today I spoke to the man you arm wrestled, Levan Saganashvili, and asked him his opinion on how this would go. I asked him, will this be about the King's move or other movements in the sport? He said no. Devon Larratt will win the match, and he will win it in orthodox fashion. Devon is stronger than people think. You told us the same.
Neil, I love having you announce. I love the way it sounds when he says heavyweight champion of the world. It's been a while since you've said that. Yes, mate. Yeah. I guess I just want to say thanks, huge thanks to Engin Terzi. You know, the arm wrestling community owes him a massive debt of gratitude. Engin Terzi, thank you.
You beat both Prudnik and the puppet master.
I just want to say, though, as like my final thought for this event, you know, I'm 47 years old. I've been through multiple surgeries, multiple setbacks, but I've held on to what I love in life, and that's
That's the sport of arm wrestling. And, you know, whatever you love in life, just hold on to it. And even when you're an old, broken man like me, you can still enjoy the things you love in life.
Now, Devon, we saw the emotion in this match at the start. All the people, all the fans of the sport, the new fans that yourself, Engin, and all these great champions have helped to create will have seen what this sport is about. Now, we saw that emotion pour out, but you told us all the level of respect you have for Yevgeny Prudnik, your opponent, and just how good that young man is. You managed to get what you needed in the match tonight and took him apart, but just reiterate the level of the man you just faced.
I think that the world recognizes Evgeny Prudnik. I can't do what Evgeny did to Matt Mask, and I can't do what he did to Todd Hutchings either. I knew it would be an extremely challenging match. He's rounded, and what an amazing human being. On the table, off the table, I think he's one of the superstars of our sport. And I'm glad I got to face him now. Yeah, I broke. Oh, it's back. I'm glad I got to face him. It's a true honor and gift for me. So thank you very much, Evgeny. I'm sure I'll see you again.
We're going to present the awards now, and to do so fittingly, a former overall champion of the world, Mr. Gary Goodridge of Canada, a man who in his time was dominant also, and it's fitting that he is the man to make the presentation. Who could have guessed it? His head's too massive. Ladies and gentlemen, East versus West 5 brought to you by Core Sports, Hardline Nutrition, Old School, Arm Fight Factory, the Green Park Hotel and Resorts. And look at the champions that we have here today. The old and the new, the East and the West, all represented in a truly magnificent card. Siplenkov, Rhodes, Brzenk, Saganashvili, Goodridge, Larratt, the Wolf, Kurtniazi, Engin Terzi, Haidar, Gildil. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been East versus West. I'm going to give a few words to Engin Terzi.
Guys, we are arm wrestling community. We deserve the best of everything. And I want to thank you, all of you, who buy the pay-per-view, who came here to watch, who came here to compete, who came here to be our guest. I thank you very much. We deserve the best of everything. And I want to thank all of these legends, Denis Shiplenko, Cobra Rhodes, the GOAT, our champion of the world. Come here, don't be shy. You are incredible. You are incredible. I mean, maybe it may be hard for some people to accept, but you are very, very, very, very good. If this man didn't exist, most likely you would be the GOAT. Thank you very much. Levan, thank you, Gary. Niyaz, thank you. Haidar, thank you. And you Neil Pickup. We had a dessert or cake. You were the beautiful cherry on it. Thank you very much. You are the best of what you are doing, my friend. And thank you. I want to thank you, Ryan Bowen. I want to thank the Raimonds Liepins. I want to thank the Artem Taranenko, Anna Grönland, and all of these people. And thank you very much. You guys are wonderful. Thank you. Hey!
Ladies and gentlemen, a massive thank you to the organizer of East versus West, Engin Terzi. And before he leaves this stage, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, give it up right now for the new heavyweight champion of the world, Devon Larratt. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to close the venue down in a moment or two, but please, everybody online, stay where you are. There's going to be about 10 minutes left in the show. We're going to go back up to our commentary team Ray Lipinge and Ryan Blue Bowen, who are going to wrap this thing up and put a summary on East versus West 5. Thank you very much, guys, and good night.
What amazing night, Ryan.
Man, that brings a tear to my eye seeing Engin Terzi
Engin,
that passionate.
thank you so much for all this.
Oh my goodness.
It was a
Truly
great
amazing.
moment. First match of the night, Brian.
Look,
do
this
you
is the
remember
first
this?
time I've seen it. I'm actually pretty happy seeing that wrist open up. That was good. Look, he was too strong. It was amazing. Even though I was able to get into the battle with the hand and wrist in 2 of the 3 rounds, his side pressure was really impressive. Outside of
Zurab
straps.
has a great opportunity. Like his wrist can give up, but he can get inside and get in good position. And inside, he's a beast of a monster.
Yeah,
and
too strong in the last round.
Last
I
round
really
was
I'd like to see it. I gave it everything. I did say I was willing to go to the King's move, and yeah,
and you went, and you went there, and you went there. I think you surely put it in work. Zurab is different level. We go to the next match: Georgiy Dzeranov versus Sergey Kalinichenko. Sergey Kalinichenko coming out of the gates, super impressive, 2-0, and then Georgiy Dzeranov found a way to take control of this match and get it done.
Yeah, he dug it out, didn't he? I didn't see it coming after those first 2 rounds. It truly was a special comeback, massive wars where he was on the ropes, ready for the knockout punch, but tremendous effort from Dzeranov to come back and gain that victory. Really, really, really impressive stuff. Totally. And Neil Pickup's just joined us once again in the commentary team, guys, so we'll wrap it up with him. And Neil, look, congratulations to you, man. Phenomenal effort tonight. Huge stuff.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Just run that staircase one last time. I will not be sorry to see the back end of that.
Why don't you take an elevator? Because I take elevator all the time.
I saw the boys work tonight so hard. Justin Bishop, Mindaugas, Tarasaitis. One of my favourite matches of the night. Cerebral arm wrestling. Great to see, Ray Lipinge.
Yeah, what a comeback it was from Mindaugas, who down 2-1, he comes back to the 3-2 victory. Fantastic battle from 2 such amazing arm wrestlers. But Adam Wawrzynski, how
Oh
about
my
him?
God, he's so impressive. We know how strong Bozhidar Simeonov is, but still, Adam Wawrzynski was the stronger man. I felt like all the time he was in total control. Let's find this man a real big challenge.
People have been saying, who will be the next emerging US star? I think we found him, and he's called Adam Wawrzynski.
Absolutely. Adam Wawrzynski looking immense. As well as Oleg Petrenko versus Zurab Tavberidze left arm.
Yeah,
Oleg
this display was crazy. I want to see him against the likes of David Dadakan now. I think he deserves that. The way he dispatched of Zurab was truly impressive. Untouchable. He was at a totally different level.
Totally different level. Petrenko was looking good. At one point, John was scared a little bit. This match, first round, Daniel Procopcuic took full control, looked like he's in cruise control, just gonna dominate this match. But then David Samushia showed why he is the 85-kilo champion of the world.
He really did. Daniel was so impressive out of the gates, and that joint integrity for a man that size is truly remarkable. But David Samushia, the Georgian machine, went to work, encouraged him from the corner, and he found a way to win, and to win impressively, Ray.
That was impressive victory. Secured his champion title, and let's see who's the next challenger for him. This was the most entertaining match of the night. Wagner Bortolato versus Georgiy Dzeranov.
Not going to lie,
awesome.
Thought he may have a stroke a number of times in the night. I love the fact that every time this man comes to the table, if his opponent can't beat him, he may beat himself to death, slaps himself silly. But if you want entertainment, wow.
It was huge. It was absolutely. I saw genuine fear in Zeranov's eyes, the energy that Wagner Bortolato brought. He is an imposing figure. We said, could you imagine dating his daughter? It would be so tremendously terrifying, but huge match.
I would not like to see that man in a 90s rave worked up. He really is unbelievably intense. Look at the emotion. Phenomenally entertaining individual.
I'm so excited.
It was Dzeranov getting the victory in the end, though. It was great, fundamental arm wrestling that got through the job.
And then this guy from the fixed crew, total domination of Irakli, Gamtenadze. Paul Linn showing why he is the white orc, absolutely dominant. And I think he, as well as Adam, needs a good challenge for next match.
A hashtag fix crew. Paul Linn went to work. And like I said, with Adam Wawrzynski, this is another guy who's really on a tear. And look at how much Paul Linn meant that one. This guy has been on a real run recently. He's faced Brzenk. He's faced Bath. Who is next for the White Hawk?
Yeah, super impressive stuff. It really was a demonstration that he was just ready to be on the next level. It didn't matter where that match went. Paul Linn was in control, and he put on what could only be described as a clinical display. Really impressive stuff from the White Hawk. I think you called it Coach Ray earlier tonight. He said he's collected all the rings and he's off to Mordor.
He really is. He had every single angle covered. He went to work. He closed down the space. Gamtenadze really unable to find anything, and then the perfect storm blew through East versus West 5. How remarkable is this man?
It's always a pleasure. We are so lucky.
He's grayer than me, and he walks into the venue time and time again and throws down with the young men who are dominating this sport across the world, and still they cannot find a way to tether the goat.
John Brzenk is something else. He's I don't saying he's superhuman is an understatement. He's showing up all the time and showing why he is the greatest arm wrestler of all time. There's no question in anyone's mind. If you're following arm wrestling, you know who's the greatest arm wrestler of all time. This is this man on your right now.
He's
John
the
Brzenk.
most remarkable man ever to do it, mate, without question. When Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone, he had 3 missed calls from John Brzenk.
Yeah, look at the beautiful finishes as well. Total textbook stuff across the full spectrum of the sport. The way that he caught the attempted press from Petrenko and then just took back center, get the wrist, finishes with the press, was truly beautiful to see, and it was amazing form from the GOAT. Revaz and Morozov, this was another battle of the Titans. Huge power. Morozov again putting on a big display. Look at the energy that he brought. It was absolutely massive.
Look at the man's physique. He looks like he's been carved out of rock, and he really went to work tonight. These are big boys. Neither of these men skipped breakfast. But I can tell you this, Revaz was dominated tonight. He couldn't get to where he needed to be. It was the win of the first couple of inches that secured it tonight for Steel Morozov. And what a night that young man's had, Ray.
The Terminator's wrist is insane. When he flexes his wrist, you're done. You get that pronator going down. And he showed up for this match for sure. Revaz was a true challenge. This match was great, back and forth. We know Revaz shows up, and we know Georgians are strong, and Georgians are gunning for all the top spots in arm wrestling rankings of the world. Artyom Morozov right now on the right arm is on the rise, absolutely, and he's the one to take notice of.
He's another man that you're excited to see who he pulls next. He is a dominant force. He's a man that seems to be improving all the time, and he's still so young. What's the future got in store for this fella? Can you imagine him in 5 years?
Yeah, he's got to be the man that is coming for Levan Saganishvili. Long term, if you had to back a prospect, Artyom Morozov, he's got to be that man. He just, as you say, he's so promising across everywhere. He's got the frame, he's got the power, he's got the skill, he's got the talent. He's in form, and he's on a steep trajectory.
An incredible night.
What a match this one was. I got to watch it from the crowd. The emotion that was between these two men was absolutely phenomenal. Dave Chaffee and Ermes Gasparini, they gave us everything. Dave Chaffee got into that newfound flop press, and it was the work and eventual transition, almost very John Brzenkish there as Ermes Gasparini took that round, but huge match.
Yeah, Ermes has that instinct of climbing straight away. He doesn't just sit in that position, he climbs, and I think this is where the problem was for Dave, where he struggled in this match. Because if Dave is stayed on place, it's so hard to, to derail his power. He has so much power in side pressure and back pressure, but Ermes today showed that he is on that next level where he wanted to be, and he believes he's ready to take on either Artyom Morozov or Levan Saganishvili.
We heard him say he would like to be the next in line. But Levan Saganishvili, the man nobody wants to face, the Italian does. Levan being called out here tonight by Ermes Gasparini, who put on a masterclass. The transitions were fluid. He timed things perfectly, going to the press, showing that versatility. He's known for the top roll. He's got so much more. And what he does have is a very bright future.
Yeah, it was impressive to see him just fearlessly go for that flop press. There was zero hesitation, and as you said, he's not known for doing that ever in his arm wrestling career. But against someone of Dave Chaffee's caliber, he just said, "Yep, let's do it." And you can see his celebration was absolutely epic.
Haidar Gildel versus Cobra Rhodes. Haidar Gilding, like yesterday, when he flexed his bicep, I nearly shit myself because I was like, where did this come from? And at that point, I'm like, oh, Cobra's in for a long day. And that's exactly what happened. Haidar Gildel, so much power over Cobra Rhodes. We know how great puller Cobra Rhodes is and how relentless he is on his arm wrestling. But today, he just couldn't do anything versus Haidar.
Haidar Gildel, snow on the mountain, fire in the belly. Let me tell you now, he may not look much, but this guy came with a game plan. He stuck to it. His arm was rock strong, and he managed to close down Andrew Rhodes' Cobra. Nothing to prove, and it was great to see that man back at the table. Hopefully we get to see it again, and he starts to throw his hat back into the ring. There's so many men that he could face and have entertaining matches with. What a character, Andrew Rhodes.
Yeah, and then what a performance here. Oh, Ray, I know you're keen to talk about this one, but Sanders absolutely murdering Matt Maas tonight. I can't think of any other word to describe it. Ray, what do you think?
Matt Maas showed up like all the weekend. We were kind of worried because Sanders got sick and he wasn't at his best. He did one training session in between Worlds and this match, but he said like, I'm fresh and don't worry about me. I know I will finish the job. And he just put on absolute clinic, finishing the first match in a press, second in a top roll, and third in a hook. Insane.
Everywhere and anywhere. Sandris Sheris is brave. He's big. He is one of the best arm wrestlers in the world, without any doubt. He can do it all, and he enjoyed doing it all tonight for the cameras. You got to see the very best of the Panzer.
Yeah, look at the way that he literally uses Matt Mask as a training apparatus here. Just wrist flexion at will. There's nothing Matt Mask can do. That was his utter dominance. He has made a huge case. He called out Michael Todd. Can't wait to see what comes next.
That match is coming in January for sure. And Ermes Gasparini on the first round giving us all the smoke, but he couldn't handle Artyom Morozov. I think he lost too much of his emotional power, or because he was so happy winning Dave Chaffee that it just took so much out of him.
He set light to the qualm. You said it earlier, Ray. He just sold it all in that match, and you hit the nail on the head. I went downstairs and spoke to Ermes, and he said, my gas tank was empty before I hit the stage.
Yes, absolutely. Artyom Morozov, still the #1 guy on the left hand on the planet. Let's see who is the next guy that's going to face him. I would say Ermes, with a full strength and full commitment, could do some damage like we saw on the first round, but not today. Absolutely not today.
Tremendous outing tonight for Morozov again, though. Let's keep our focus on him. He looked remarkable. And then came the big match, the one everybody wanted to talk about, and a man who's made his living going into battle did exactly that tonight. That man is no limits, Devon Larratt, and he took control of this thing mentally and physically. Not much King's moving required. We saw it early to get the hand and wrist purchase, Ryan, but this was mostly orthodox, and this was a demolition job.
Yeah, absolutely it was. He got so intimately close with Evgeny Prudnik and really told him. He dominated him in every fashion, inside, outside. He won the setups, he won the mind games, as you say. He really put on a solid performance. Massive moment for Devon.
Yeah, coming into this match, I thought that Devon is really, really strong. And after the first round, I thought, like, there's no chance you can turn this around. It's very hard to turn the tide when Devon is winning around on you. That's pretty much it. If you don't have some acid weapon where your opponent doesn't expect it, and that's Devon Larratt, no limits.
No limits. Devon Larratt came with a mission. Mission before self is the order of the day for this man, and he leaves as the new heavyweight champion of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this was East versus West 5 at the Green Park Hotel and Resort in Istanbul, Turkey. We will be there next time at the table for East versus West 6. but we're going to wrap it up now, and we want to say a massive thank you to everyone who took the time to tune in and check out tonight's magnificent card.
We want to thank everyone who watched this great event. I want to thank my commentators right here, Neil Pickup, Artyom Taranenko, and Ryan Bowen, me, Raymond Slepinch. This was an amazing event. I can't wait to see more of arm wrestling. Stay strong and love arm wrestling.
And of course, massive, we have to say one more thank you to Engin Terzi.
Engin Terzi.
So much emotion in him tonight. Amazing event. We can't thank him enough on behalf of the sport.